The Sahlen's 6 Hours of the Glen is one of the blue ribbon events in American endurance sports car racing. It's been going for many a long year, and since IMSA was reconstituted some 9 years ago, has been a staple and one of the Michelin Endurance Cup races, the longer championship races throughout the year. Also part of the full IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, we started the long race calendar at the Rolex 24 Daytona, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and this brilliant circuit is 3 of 4 as we'll finish the season at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in October. For now, we're round about in the middle of the full season of IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. The fans have come out en masse. They're camping in the grounds here at Watkins Glen International, Finger Lakes region in upstate New York. It's been a mecca for sports car fans since the 1940s. The road racing was brought into this circuit, which accurately represents the public roads around here and follows the topography, the ups and downs of the local terrain. Action areas down at turn 1, tricky downhill overtake, but it can be done if you can get to the inside and then roll off the brakes. Up over the top of the hill towards the inner loop, which was added in the 90s to slow down the speed into turn 5. You can get up the inside curve there. And then again on the right-hand side coming through turn 8. Hello, everybody. It is IMSA Radio and IMSA TV around the world via IMSA.tv and via our syndications. Hello particularly to everyone in the UK watching live and free on Viaplay Extra. It's John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the Global Broadcast Centre overlooking the start-finish line. Shea Adam is our eyes and ears in the pit lane. Everyone has rolled out of the pit, Shea. Let's pick up on some stories. 1 or 2 cars not starting where we expected them to.
That's correct, John. All the cars are out of the pit lane, so 57 cars have taken to the 3.4 miles of Watkins Glen International, meaning that each car has 0.05 of a mile to itself if we were perfectly spaced out. That's the same track density that we had the last race, though, too, so don't think it's any worse than it was. The biggest story for me, the number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. They are very much alive in the Michelin Endurance Cup. That's their aim for the remainder of the season because they haven't yet gotten the results. The only car in GTD Pro without a podium so far this year. Well, they're hoping to set it right because they won this race a year ago, but they are starting off at the absolute back of the grid. There was an issue in qualifying where the wheel nut actually looked to have come off of the right rear wheel. It completely skinned the inside of the hub as well, so they needed to change that upright as well as the wheel to be able to go out for today's race. They were not able to set a time in qualifying as a result of that and start behind the entirety of our 28 other GT cars in this field. It's going to be a long day for Alex Riveras and Ross Gunn, who starts the race, but the good news is they have the confidence of having that first place trophy from last year that they've been looking at for 364 days. And
coming back from there, Sojourn to Spa and Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship, where they took over the entry of Paul Dalla Lana, and they'll be in that for the rest of the season as well. I know they're looking forward to the rest of the IMSA season, telling me at Le Mans, don't worry, we are not abandoning our roots. IMSA is our home. We'll be racing here for the rest of the season and through into next year. Paul Sitters in GTD and GTD Pro are together. It's Laura Spinelli for Forte Racing, powered by USRT in the Lamborghini number 73, and Risi Competizione are back with the beautiful, the achingly beautiful Ferrari 296 GT3. Daniel Surra will start the number 62 car. In LMP2, Gar Robinson for Riley, pipped Ore Fadani for AWA. Ligier ahead of Duquesne at the front of LMP3, 74 and 13. And LMP2, Stephen Thomas for TDS, just pipped Ben Keating for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. 2 Oreckers there, 11 and 52 on the front row of the LMP2 grid. The 9-car GTP top category was decided, as were the 2 other prototype classes, on championship points because we didn't get, due to weather, a full run in for those categories. So Nick Tandy will start on pole position. It's not an earned pole. None of those poles will get the points for that for the championship. And Porsche 963 then will be alongside Pipo Derani for Whelen Engineering. Volt Porsche And Alan Brynjolfsson has just had a Control-Alt-Delete on the front straight right underneath us, but he's rolling again in the number 77 car. Don't think he will have to start from the back and not make up his position. Second row behind Penske, the Porsche Penske, and the Whelen Engineering Cadillac is the Konica Minolta Acura ARX 06, the number 10 black and blue car from Cadillac 01, the gold-fronted car. Then it's the BMW of Conor De Philippi in fifth. And the BMWs, Jeremy Shaw, have been looking very good this weekend, both in times. They didn't get to show that in the qualifying because it didn't happen, but also just in their body language. And they were quickest this morning in the warm-up session.
Yeah, 1-2, separated by 0.003 of a second. Big confidence for that team this weekend. Why? Well, because they've tested. This is the first track, really, other than Daytona, at which they managed to test prior to coming here to the race. They feel a lot more confident in themselves, in their car, in their capabilities, in what they have in with them. The only question mark now for them, of course, is the tyres. They did run the softer tyres briefly during the test, but it was a good bit cooler than it is today. So a lot of question marks there for them. But yeah, BMW's good job.
And that's a big change, because instead of just one tyre compound, the GTPs have two tyre compounds this weekend. It's not been as hot as we expected, so a somewhat softer compound has been added in by Michelin and IMSA this weekend as an addition to the rules. That normally wouldn't happen. We've got to see how that is going to work with the strategy. Traffic will play a part, so will track limits, as will strategy. Our Porsche keys to the race will be important. Get on the edge of your seats. Get on your feet. Here we go. 57 cars coming to the line. It's the prototypes that go across first. And the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen is underway. Nick Tandy dives to the left, then to the right, and turns in right-handed down into the first corner. He's already got a decent run. And it's a turnaround. It's one of the BMWs. It's the second of the BMWs. Conor De Philippi has been turned around, and that is disaster for the fast young American driver. Contact between turn 1 and turn 2, and there's damage to the front of the BMW M Hybrid V8 number 24. And in fact, that's Augusto Farfus, isn't it? It was the Farfus car, not Philippi. So he must have dropped back a wee bit. That is absolute nightmare. In the middle of the pack, here comes the split start. Lamborghini versus Ferrari at the front of the grid. It's an untidy start there, and it was a big jump by the Iron Lynx Jordan Pepper car. He might get a penalty for that. He was over the line a long time before for Laura Spinelli, should I say. And another incident, or that BMW incident, still been going on. There is yellow. No. There's a waved yellow at the exit of turn 1 into turn 2 as the cars go up the hill. So exactly what we didn't want to see, and I'm sure IMSA didn't want to see, and absolutely positive that Team RLL BMW didn't want to see. So much confidence for them this weekend. Augusto Farfus then, as we go to full course yellow. The AMR safety team's already there. Farfus's car not able to move any further. And that is the only team in GTP without a podium, and that is a streak that will continue this weekend. Nick Tandy, Pipo Derani, Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac, Conor De Philippi, sorry, Conor fans. It wasn't him that spun around. Then Louis Delatraz, Matt Campbell, Colin Brown, Mike Rockenfeller. Ben Keating and Sally Yolish at the front of the PR1 Matheson Motorsports field. Ben Keating with the advantage as they came across the line from Tower Motorsports. In LMP3, Tonis Kasemis for RVF Motorsports on top there from Ori Fadani and AWA. And Laura Spinelli and Daniel Serra still to come around. So let's try and work out what happened. I think there was a little... No, there was just a wiggle from Farfus. I don't think he was touched by the number 60 Acura. He was close. Very cold tyres. Oh, huge suspension damage on the front end. Not sure why he thought he could get that car back, but it's just desperation at that point, and actually pulled himself into a dangerous position Augusto there. He was in behind his teammate, Conor De Filippi, and did well not to hit him as he accelerated, just got the wiggle on. Could have been cold tyres. No tyre warmers here in IMSA.
Yeah.
Not the start they wanted, Jeremy.
No, disastrous for them and really unfortunate. Let's have a look, see, on board with the number 60 car. It was directly behind him. I think you're right. I think he lost it on his own.
Yeah.
There was a sort of a bit of a checkup, I think, in front of them. These cars are really, really sketchy on cold tyres. I talked to the drivers. It takes them. Some of them were telling me 3 or 4 laps. Some of them were telling me, actually the BMW guys were telling me 6, 7 or 8 laps before they really get the temperature into those tyres, so they're really working properly. The outlaps are always sketchy. Okay, they've done 2 parade laps here, so a little bit of heat in the tyres, but nothing what they really needed. And oh man, that's such a shame.
Hello to Jesse Young in New South Wales, one of our international viewers. Also to Jerry Z in Florida, to Wicker Bill, and to Tom Marshalak, who is back in Ohio after a week's vacation in the Carolinas. All tuned in to IMSA Radio or IMSA TV. I think it was actually the number 7 Porsche with the black stripes that was closest to Augusto Farfus when he spun. So we'll have to have a quick look at the front of the 7 car and see if there's any witness marks on the front of that. It just looked like as he got on the throttle, the back end started to go, and there was no getting it back from that point. He wasn't on the curb. I'm pretty certain he wasn't on the curb. So he'd given the left-hand side curb a decent amount of respect there. So Nick Tandy for Porsche. Porsche Penske Racing. Porsche needing something after, by anybody's standards, and particularly by their very high standards, not a good Le Mans. Right, how close was the Porsche? It was close, but I'm not sure.
What, the 4th place car, which I think was was Louis Delatraz in the Acura, got a big wobble on going there, and the other guys had to check up a little bit. And I think that's probably what caught out Augusto Farfus. Just really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's quite a big clunk into the barriers sideways. Driver's left of the track, but driver's right of the car. So he'd already gone round 180 degrees or thereabouts when that happened. So there'll be no pass around, there will be no pits opening, and as is standard operational procedure, the start is under review. I have a suspicion that we might get some penalties at the front of the GT grid, because I'm not sure they went across the line in the order that they should have, to be honest. And
they're supposed to stay side by side. They're not allowed to move lanes before the start line, are they? So, boy, that was really sketchy. When the GT field came through turn 1 with that BMW still in the middle of the track. That was bizarre that they started that race.
They weren't slowing down much either, despite yellows.
They're under green initially.
Waved yellow flags, Jeremy. It's down to the drivers.
But I don't think it was as they came around the corner, though, was it?
There was a waved yellow flag right beside the BMW.
Well, yes, but you're already coming out of the first corner by then. Anyhow, it was. I'm surprised they went green. No, they did, and there are no other dramas. Good start there by Ben Keating, and it was Stephen Thomas who got caught out at the start in LMP2. See, there is the green flag waved right there. Then the yellow comes out after they've already come out of the corner.
Correct.
And then by that time, the guys are a bit busy sorting themselves out. But yeah, good, and a great start also by Tony Kazimets in LMP3 in the RV Motorsports car number 4. He started in 5th position and leads at the end of the first lap. He's already ahead of one of the LMP2 cars as well.
A team that is moving up and doing its thing. There'll be no LMP3s for next year, Jeremy, in this series. Yeah. So quite a lot of the teams making plans. They want to stay in prototype, so they're moving up into LMP2. LMP2 is going to be a bumper class here next year, because we've got United Autosport, Richard Dean bringing 2 cars, 2 very competitive cars to the championship full time, and with the other cars from the championship here making their way into it, we could have 12, 15 or more P2s next year.
Yeah, I mean, that could be really cool, really, really good fun. They always provide great racing. We've seen some good races already this season, and yeah, I'm excited about that. Very much so. I mean, the cars are fun to drive. Yeah, they're slowing down a bit, but with a bit of luck, by next year, the GTP, there'll be more confidence in the GTP ranks and be able to tune those LMP2 cars up just a little bit and get back to the sort of speeds they were doing before, because they are fun to drive. Even now, you know, they are fun to drive.
So waiting for the cleanup to be completed, as that BMW is now on the flatbed and heading back to the back of the paddock. I have no doubt that they will try and get that car fixed and get more track time. These are new cars, Jeremy. We keep saying it, but it's absolutely true. And every bit of track time that they can get is important. Hello to Stephen Uppert, 2:50 a.m. in Auckland, New Zealand, cheering on the Cadillacs. Going to be a long night here, he says. And, well, let's hope we can keep you entertained there, Stephen. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, that'll bring you straight to the screens in front of us here in the IMSA Global Broadcast Centre, which for this week is on top of the grandstands in the sunshine at Watkins Glen International, and a great sight it is. And big crowds here, been camping here. We arrived on Wednesday, and they started, Tuesday actually, they started coming in on Wednesday. And it's been a great atmosphere. And thank you to everybody who stopped to say hello. And the nice words about IMSA Radio, the big team effort from Le Mans a couple of weekends ago. Always a knowledgeable crowd here. People coming not just from the local area, but from further afield. Some quite long drives, 7-8 hours, some of the fans I was talking to earlier. But it's worth it. As the safety car lights are off, we're about to go back to green, Jeremy.
Yeah, so hopefully we've got, you know, sun's out now. It's actually, and it's going to be warming up. It's going to be quite warm. Should be the warmest day of the week here today, and particularly with the sun coming out, that's going to make a big difference to, particularly in the GTP ranks, because as we've talked about often this weekend, the drivers are really struggling to get build heat into the tyres, and this sun will certainly help them. What we don't know is whether they're starting on the regular tyre, which they were supposed to start on, which is a harder tyre, or the softs, which they were been allowed to use as from this morning. They can use 2 sets of the softer tyres, or they have the availability of running 2 sets of the softer tyres if they so choose. And they cannot mix and match the soft and hard tyres. You use one or the other.
Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the IMSA Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam in the pit lane. Nick Tandy has control of the field. The man from Bedfordshire in the centre of England sets away and gets a pretty good start, weaving right and left as we go back to green. 12 minutes into the race, and he's got a good gap as he goes down into turn 1 this time. The drop into turn 1, then the climb through turns 2, 3 and 4. The S's here, it's much steeper than it looks, and there's a lot of camber and a lot of banking around the corners here as well that helps the drivers. Now onto the back straight, the chute. Mid-90s, the inner loop, the bus stop chicane was put in, ride the curb on the entry, try and stay away from the 2 middle cars, and you can take a bit, middle curbs, you can take a little bit on the exit. Now the long right-hander, turn 5, the outer loop. The short course where the stock cars go off to the right-hand side, but we're on the Grand Prix circuit. The circuit that has such history, triumph and tragedy mixed at this venue. Down through the toe of the boot, turn 7, climbing up to the right-hand side, over the top of the brow, into the vision of the campers at the outside of turn 8, the heel of the boot, more than 90 degrees. Tandy all the way to the right, white line on the left-hand side of the track, and the car still not really wanting to go where Nick Tandy wants to place it. Here comes Pete Motorani as they turn through turn 9 and back onto the short course. Use the curb on the exit, but not too far. That grass is very wet. We've had a lot of rain in the last few days. Turn 10, easy to go outside the track limits there. The final corner, very heavily banked here. And you can use that under the walkover bridge to complete the green flag lap. That's the first green flag lap we've had. And the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen feels like it's properly on now. Nick Tandy then trying to build on the success that Penske gave Porsche, the Porsche Penske Motorsport brand, winning its first race on the streets of Long Beach, pit lane caller, and that's changing qualifying tyres, drive-through by 2 for the 023, and that means. And the number 4 is the other car for changing lanes. That's RV Motorsports. They've just done their stop. The 023 is the Triazi competition car, and they are in for the first of 2. So that's the second of the Ferrari 296. First of 2 drive-throughs. So they changed their qualifying tyres, and that means they've got to come through twice. That's going to be costly.
Yeah, it is going to be costly. They'll be lucky not to lose a lap.
No, they'll lose a lap.
And I thought Tony's Chasm's start was a bit good. Unfortunately, it was too good, and that's annoying for him. He'll be really unhappy with that one. But he's got, he'll get out again, be amongst the GTD traffic. But other than that, he'll be fine, and he's got plenty of pace in the RV Motorsports Ligier.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
Question for you guys. Didn't Charlie Scardina qualify the 023 as a meatball flag was just hung out over start finish? That means that there's something mechanically wrong. It looked like they were holding it out for either the 10 or the 60 Acura GTP car. But sorry, just to go back to that train of thought. Charlie Scardina, if he was the qualifying driver for Triarsi, he is a bronze-rated driver. There's a rule in the rulebook this year that if you qualify your bronze-rated driver in the GTD class, you may change onto sticker tires. I wonder if maybe they didn't go onto stickers.
Shea Adam in the pit lane, and down at turn 1 we've had another incident, and it is 51. In fact it is the 10 car, by 51. The way, that's got the mechanical black flag that Shea was talking about, and we've got a wheel off the Biohaven number 51 prototype as that car makes its way down. There's been contact with the wall for the Rick Ware Racing machine. Lyric Lux started that car, and he's got a full lap to go with no left front tyre. So tyre requirements for the number 10, that is the, as Shea said, that is the Konica Minolta car. Now, I think the tyre might have come off that car without it hitting the wall, because the tyre was already well away from the car, and there's some score marks on the Michelin rubber there. So Eric Lux lost the front wheel going down into turn 1, and that's the side he's leaning on. That would have been a scary moment. He's done really well. Here's the Triazi car coming underneath us into the pit lane, and that is the drive-through for the tyre issue. Changing the qualifying tyres, and the number 10, Shea Adam, the Acura of Wayne Taylor Racing, also doing its drive-through.
No, going into its box. It was the meatball flag that was hung out over the wall for the Konica Minolta Acura. That's Wayne Taylor Andretti for that machine. They are changing both of the left sides and both of the right sides. No, they are just doing the left front. And now the car drops off the air tracks and rolls back away. Very curious.
That's very interesting. Just the left rear I saw change there, actually, Shea. Appreciate you were a little bit further down the pit lane. I suspect then that that's been picked up, Jeremy, by the RFID chips. And I wonder if they've mixed two sets of tyres there in terms of the compounds, which I don't think you're allowed to do.
No, I specifically went and asked Matt Curdock about from him in the pit lane before that, because that's a legitimate question. And I asked several drivers, they didn't know. Even asked a couple of engineers, they weren't too sure about it. So I went and asked Matt Curdock, who's the technical director at IMSA these days. He said, no, you can either run the softs, the hards, or the wets. You can't mix and match. Like you could in the old GTB days.
So just one tyre there would suggest to me, Jeremy, that they got that wrong somehow. Meantime, at the front of GTD, we have Loris Spinelli in the Lamborghini Huracan in first. Iron Lynx running at the front of the GTD field because the 62 Ferrari is going slowly. And there's been an incident for Daniel Surratt. I'm looking at that car. It looks like it might be sitting down on the right-hand side. I'll try and get a look at it through the binoculars the next time it comes through in front of us. I presume it'll dive into the field. Action everywhere on the track and in the pit lane, Shay Adam.
It's sheared off part of the hub where the wheel nut actually goes. That's the car number 51. This is the one that Eric Lux worked very hard to bring back into the pit lane. He's actually going to drive this car behind the wall on 3 wheels because they couldn't, even if they wanted, put a 4th tire on. The left front has nowhere to sit. It's going to be a lengthy stop for the Rick Ware Racing crew.
Oh, it's such a shame. They'd been looking good all weekend. Talked to them this morning at breakfast and they were looking pretty confident. So let's check out the front of the field. So we got a... Do we have a yellow again? No? Okay. We have Nick Tandy leading by 1.3 seconds. Pipo Tirani second in the red fronted 31 Wayland Cadillac. Sebastian Bourdais in the gold-fronted 01 Cadillac racing car. That's the Chip Ganassi run machine, the Wayland car run by Action Express. 4th for the remaining BMW after Augusto Farfus had that first lap, first corner incident, which is being looked at by race control. Then it's Louis Delatraz for Konica Minolta Acura, notwithstanding the drive-through for the number 10. No, that cannot be right. No, that isn't right. They have dropped down through the field. So that not quite up to date on the timing screen. Apologies for that. So it's Conor De Filippi and then Colin Brown for the 60 Acura. Then it's Matt Campbell for Porsche Penske Motorsport and Mike Rockenfeller for the bright yellow JDC Miller car, and makes up the top 7 with the Louis Delatraz driven number 10, Konica Minolta Acura, having dropped down into the GTs. He's fought his way back through. He's now halfway up the LMP3 field, but in 17th overall, and with ground to make up, he is well over a minute and 4 seconds behind Nick Tandy, who leads. In the classes, Ben Keating leading after a very nasty accident in a wet qualifying session, and he spun around and hit a car that was already off, and then he had another car, I think it was the number 17 LMP3, wasn't it, the Duquesne, that had the same accident, spun around and hit him. It was like a game of bar billiards down at turn 8 at that point. In LMP2, it's Glenn van Berlo for Andretti Autosport, the number 36 car. Little bang on the nose for that car this morning when Mark Kwame in warm-up spun the high-class racing number 20, and they had nowhere to go, but that car going very nicely with a 2.6 second lead over Junior 3 Racing and Dylan Murray in the number 30 Ligier in second. Yeah. And in GTD, sorry Jeremy, go ahead.
Well, no, just a very good drive by Dylan Murray, who only hopped into the car this morning. Yeah. He was here just hanging out like proper racing drivers do in case there are any opportunities, because the team called several drivers, including Cameron Shields, who I saw earlier in the weekend. The young Australian he said he was a reserve driver for 3 different teams, but unfortunately he didn't stay last night. He was coaching in the Lamborghini series, and when they were finished yesterday he went home, so he lost an opportunity there to drive number 30 car. Dylan Murray was here, hopped in the car, and he's moved from about 7th at the start, 8th at the start, up into 2nd position. Really good run, following Glenn Van Berlo, who's also done a nice job in that Andretti Autosport number 36. I'll tell you what, the Van Berlos like this track. Glenn is leading now in the Andretti Autosport car number 36. His brother Kai has had 5 races here at Watkins Glen International, 4 of them in Porsche Carrera Cup North America, first, and 1 in the LMP3 car last year for Riley Motorsports, again, first. Not bad.
Hello to all of you watching on Polish Viaplay. I won't even try to pronounce the Motorsport Twitter feed, who's just said hello to us on @IMSA Radio. Viaplay in the UK as well. The free-to-air version, that's on Viaplay Extra. For those of you who don't have access to that, then of course you can go to imsa.tv if you're outside the USA. No fees for that, and no breaks either, all the way through to the end of the race in 5 hours, 35 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So rather too exciting start the race with a couple of incidents, but now we're settling down, waiting to hear what the stewards make of that incident at turn 1 first time around. Very difficult. Not sure there was conclusive evidence from what we saw to penalise the number 7 Porsche in the hands of Matt Campbell. They have more screens, cameras, etc. than we do here. So into traffic, that was part of our Porsche keys to the race. Traffic, tyres, track limits and strategy. TTTS. Sounds like something Audi would have built.
Colin Brown managed to find a way past Colin Di Filippi on
Rexy's
that
off.
lap.
AO Racing in the Porsche, into the wall at turn 9. Coming back onto the substantive circuit, side of the circuit. It's right rear, right door mirror. It'll be a pit lane visit, surely. No, they've stayed out. Oh, I think that might be a mistake. So the bright green, number 80, has gone around, and all the bodywork is flapping there. They'll get a black flag. PJ Hyatt, Seb Priaulx, Gunnar Jeanette sharing that car. Welcome back to Seb Priaulx and to Gunnar and PJ after they were at Le Mans as well. PJ Hyatt took the start in that car. I think they'll have to come in this time around. Now, the good news is the body panels on the new 992 GT3 car are relatively easy to change. There are fewer fastenings on those cars, and it makes it easier to do that type of repair. If there's no further damage, they'll straighten the right-hand side door mirror, they'll put a new fender on that car, and they'll send it. They'll be scrambling now to get all the parts they think they need, and then it will take him. Oh, the touch! That was the Pipo Derani car. This has turned the final corner. This number 20 car has had no luck today, the high-class racing car, and 4 cars involved. There was a touch there with another prototype in turn number 11, and that high-class car gone around again, but this time it was pushed into it, and that is poor Mark Kwame. Now, is the damage to that car? I think he'll probably bring it into the pit lane. No, he hasn't. He's gone through. So he must feel the car is okay. There's debris on the front straight now as well. The red and white high-class car continues to race. And he gets going. What a schmozzle at turn 11, the final corner. Kwame continuing. I'm looking at the suspension to make sure it's straight. I think it is tracking straight. It wasn't this morning after what looked like a relatively low-speed tap when Mark locked it up on the down change. It was the Whelen Engineering Cadillac that caused the problem, battling for the lead. Pipo Derani in second place, goes down the inside. He's right alongside. Oh, Mark should have seen that car there. And then behind, he absolutely should have seen that car there, Jeremy. He's actually in front of him by the time Mark turns in, and the number 54 involved as well, another one of the prototypes. That's the MLT Motorsport car. There was a third car that went around. Nice avoidance by 0-1, which is Sebastian Bourdais in the gold-fronted Cadillac. Race control will be having a look at it, no doubt. It is the responsibility of the faster car to go through. I've got to say, people look to be through. Now, the only thing that I would say is, did people move back to the left? And that's what race control will be looking at to see if there's any blame and therefore penalty to be attached to that. Incident responsibility is what it's called here in IMSA. Doesn't have to be deliberate, but if the driver could have done something to avoid, then they will be penalised. Shea Adam has the plaid Porsche, the driveway faff car.
Oh, Canada. 4 tires for Patrick Pilet, but no driver change, no drinks bottle. Hopefully he hasn't used up all of it by this point, and just waiting on fuel. So going off strategy once again for Pfaff Motorsport. It worked for them at Daytona. It definitely worked for them at Sebring. See if it works at the Glen.
Yeah, I've seen them do this before, Shea, but this is quite early. We're only half an hour into the race. Maybe a tyre alarm, puncture or something like that. I wonder if they'll tell you. We'll find out from Shea in a moment or two. Fan favourite, the plaid Porsche from north of the border, and that's where IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship goes next. 2 weeks' time at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And we'll have that for you, of course, in its entirety. Mark Kvarmy, as he recovered, drove right across in front of the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And that looks like the Winward car as well that was following them through. That might get him a tap on the knuckles for unsafe rejoin. At the front of the field, it is still Nick Tandy that is leading the motor race, now by 2.2 seconds. And for a moment at least, as he goes out of turn 7, he's got a little bit of a gap. The next car is the Pfaff Porsche just out of the pits. He'll get that before turn 8 and does so as he breaks into the right-hander over the top of the brow. And Shea Adam has been down to Pfaff Motorsport to ask the question, problem or playing clever strategy game, Shea?
They're very good at their strategy. They're gone off of it for now. And yep, that was a move that was called for by the geniuses that sit on the Pfaff Motorsport pit box.
Over the top of turn 4 for the LMP2 battle. Glenn van Berlo, Ben Keating, George Kurtz, Stephen Thomas, all battling together, Jeremy, and that's a cracking scrap between three. I'll give you 3 names there and said between 2. Shows you how excited I am. Between 3 of the very best non-pro drivers we've got in IMSA, and that probably means 3 of the best non-pro drivers anywhere in the world. Great battle between those 3.
Yeah, it really is. There's all sorts of good battles going on there. There's 4 cars, aren't there, nose to tail in LMP2, and two right behind those as well, only a second farther back, so it's a really good battling going on there. In LMP3 though, Glenn van Berlo is pulling about 3 seconds out over Dylan Murray, who's more than 20 seconds ahead of Gar Robinson in 3rd position. That in GTD, those top 3 cars have pulled away a fair bit from the rest. 2 Lamborghinis, Loris Spinelli and Jordan Pepper, along with Daniel Serra, have pulled out about 3.5 seconds over Jack Hawksworth, but that gap has stayed pretty constant after the first 2 or 3 laps, which is when they pulled out that margin. It stayed fairly constant there, and then behind Hawksworth there is a
problem for the TDS car into the wall at turn 11. It's the number 11 car who's gone in, and that's Stephen Thomas. He was right in that battle, just caught that out of the corner of my eye to the right there as Jeremy was calling, and that's the championship leader, and there's damage to one of the other cars that were in that battle, Jeremy.
Great.
That's the Tower car. They've got problems of their own at the moment.
No,
Their radio has failed.
I think.
Their radio has failed, and they wanted that car in. It failed this morning as well, and it's happened again, and they've now been involved in this incident, we believe, at turn 11, that's taken the TDS Stephen Thomas car out. He shares it with Mikkel Jensen, of course, and into the pit lane for Matt Campbell for Porsche. Are they expecting a full course yellow? I think it's a reasonable guess. Also coming in is the prototype number 13, which is the AWA, Ori Fadani, Matt Bell and Lars Kern. Lars getting the shout again. He's the man who does all the fast laps for Porsche in their road cars. And Stephen rolling down the high banks there at turn 11. It's got to be a full course yellow. It is. That's going to be a big accident if we are not careful here. People diving into the pit lane, some people staying out. Full course yellows out. At least 3 cars, 4 cars, I think, came in under yellow. It will depend whether they were past the pit commit area before the yellow came out, but there could be some penalties there. They may claim force majeure. Shea Adam, the smart thing to do here would be to do what if you're not sure?
Drive straight on through, and that's exactly what the 83 Iron Dames and the #1 Paul Miller Racing BMW have done. Stopping in their boxes, though, both of the Lexuses, so we'll have to see if they get dinged for a penalty or not. But one car that definitely made it in on time, that's number 63. That was started by Andrea Caldarelli, I believe. John, correct me if I'm wrong. If it was Jordan Pepper, I apologize to Jordan. But that car did make it in well before the pit closed lights came on, as did the 78, Laura Spinelli, fuel and tires for both of those Lamborghinis.
Very bizarre incident, and poor Stephen Thomas not involved at all. It was the Sally Jolich Tower Motorsport car that came from such a long way back and hit the back of the Ben Keating leading LMP2, the Wins car, kicked it sideways and put it right across the track. And Stephen Thomas arrived on the scene, had nowhere to go, tried to go to the right, and then hit the wall. Simple as that. He wasn't actually involved in the original accident. He's got some damage to the bodywork, but also to the steering and the suspension, and that car is going behind the wall. That's not going back out like that, it's going behind the wall. They'll turn hard right, and that is exactly what Stephen does. There'll be damage on the back of the 52 car as well. That's the Wins car, as well as the Tower Motorsport car, which was shedding carbon fibre bodywork as far around the track as turn 7, and it happened on the final corner. Let's wait for the cars to come in. Need to see the back of the number 52 car, the right rear. Do you know what? That's stood up pretty well. I think they've almost got away with that. The Tower car, Sally Jolich, has got deranged front bodywork to the left-hand side. There are 1 or 2 bits and pieces hanging down. Actually, it's the right rear that it must have caught. So it must have been at a strange angle. Ben Keating will keep an ear out for what he's telling the pit lane. It's under review. I can't imagine there'll be anything other than a penalty. Sally Jolich side by side. They couldn't talk to him on the radio. They had the pit board out. And yeah, that was a big hit to the right rear. And poor Stephen Thomas comes to the scene and has literally nowhere to go. Locks it up and goes into the turn 11 wall. The Inception McLaren, number 70, coming on the scene as well and having to make a decision as to which way to go. Is it left? Is it right? That was a bit later on when Stephen was trying to roll off the wall and get into the pit lane. And actually, I think a couple of the cars that dived into the pit lane were doing that as much, Jeremy, to avoid him as they were actually trying to make a pit stop. They drove through. We'll see if there's any penalties. It was very tight for 1 or 2 cars before the yellow was thrown. You're not allowed to come into the pit lane in the first part of a yellow flag. As the yellow flags go out, in fact, the pits are closed first and then the yellow flags go out. So that is the procedure. And if you come into the pits, you can't then work on the car or stop at your box, you would drive straight through. A couple of cars did that, heads-up driving from them. They took the opportunity to come in. They were just a tiny bit late. They didn't want to argue with race control. You sometimes get away with it if you're on what's called the pit commit line and you've already come down. But the teams must have thought it wasn't worth trying that one, so they've gone back out. They haven't really lost anything, to be honest. They will have rejoined as the race was neutralised. The Cadillac is back out pacing the fields, and we're on our second full course caution. Pits are still closed. Shea Adam, before it gets busy.
Yes.
Bonkers start to the race.
Yeah, been a little bit frenetic. Just walking back and forth basically along the same stretch of pit lane. But a couple of curious things. The number 7 pitted, but the 6 stayed out. So a split decision for Porsche Penske Motorsport. The 7 has Tim Cindric calling strategy on the box, and Tim Cindric we trust. So I'm wondering how all that's going to shake out when the entirety of the GTP field comes down the pit lane, as you would expect they would when the pits open. Maybe the 7 comes back down for a splash, but all of a sudden we should, in theory, have a new leader, and, well, he's an Antipodean, Matt Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, the number 7 car was the only one of the GTP cars to come into the pit lane. He was running in the 7th position, but it was kind of interesting that none of the other leaders chose to come in, because we're 40 minutes into the race. I would certainly, well, they will be in now under the caution period. I'm surprised. I think they all had an opportunity to come into the pits before the full course yellow was thrown. It wasn't thrown right away, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. And but they didn't come in. So curious that the number 7 car did and nobody else did. And that will pay dividends for them, because they should leapfrog to the front when everybody else comes in once the pits are opened.
Yeah, even if they're following and top off, Jeremy, which is what I think they'll do.
Yeah, it was interesting. There's as Shea would say, there's I don't know, 7 or 8 GTD or GTD Pro cars that did come into the pits, and 3, I think, LMP3 cars, number 13, 38, and 85, certainly came in to make a pit stop.
Both of the Lexuses did get in. Both of the Lexus, I think, she did get in before that yellow came out.
It would be close. You'll have to look back at your timing screen, John, to know exactly when the yellow came out as to when they crossed the beacon. And then remember, there is a dedication point where if you have committed to the pits, you're okay and you're allowed to do your service. But the 83 and the number 1, so that's the Lamborghini for Iron Dames and the number 1 BMW for Paul Miller Racing, they were both hot on the tails of the Lexuses, and they drove straight through. So they did not stop in their boxes, effectively self-penalizing, moving further back, but they'll come in when all the GT cars are allowed to come in. The 63 Lamborghini for the Iron Lynx, they also did a stop, so at the front it should be them and the 14 of Jack Hawksworth. That didn't take him long to get to the point.
Cars that got in before the yellow, the number 16 of Ryan Hardwick, Matt Campbell in the Porsche number 7, Mark Guami, of course, in the number 20. That was the other incident, wasn't it? Stand by. That was about a minute before. Let's do that. So, Ori Fadani in the number 13 AWA, Chris Allen in the number 38 LMP3, Till Bexelsteimer in the 85 LMP3, Ryan Hardwick in the 16 GTD, Loris Spinelli in the 78 Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper in the 63. Then the full course yellow came out at that point. So anybody who came in after that, let's have a spin through.
What was the last one that you mentioned before?
Actually, I've got that, excuse me, I've read that entirely the wrong way around, because this screen goes the other way. Let me do it this way. Loris Spinelli was in and out. Jack Hawksworth, Stephen Thomas, Aaron Teelitz, Dorian Pan, and Matt Campbell all got in and out beforehand. So,
but Dorian did not stop in her box. She drove straight through.
Right, so she was a bit late.
Correct.
Okay. it must have been tight for the Hawksworth one.
It would be tight for Hawksworth and Telitz both, as into the pit lane have come the prototypes. Now, the GTP cars are all going down to the far end of the pit lane. I'm strategically stationed to be able to tell you about the 52 PR1 Matheson car to look at the damage to the right rear of that one, and the 8 Tower Motorsport car, because there is right front damage there. I'm not seeing tire changes on any of the GTP stops that I can get eyes on. That would be the JDC Miller Motorsport number 5 for their Porsche 963, and of course the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura. They came in, they changed that one tire, remember, but they have just done fuel only. As away goes the Meyer Shank Racing Acura. Very good stop by them. Pit close light is on. Hopefully everyone respects that. All right, PR1 Matheson, they are changing the tail, putting a whole new component on. The good news is the fins that actually run underneath the car, the strakes as they're called, they are perfectly intact. So that is really good news, meaning the floor of that car should be okay. The Tower Motorsport LMP2 car, however, significant damage to the nose. They're pulling the old nose off. Just get a little bit closer. That's the 88 AF Course car, and the 04, that's the CrowdStrike car. They both rumble back into life. New nose going on the number 8. No work being done to the suspension. So that does bode well for the mechanics of that machine, and hopefully they can get the 8 back out on the circuit. Otherwise, they're going to be hindering the Turner Motorsport stops, which should happen, well, as soon as the pits open for GT. Now we are clear of all the cars except the number 17 AWA machine. That was involved in the first incident that we saw earlier on with Mark Flamme. That car wound up getting spun around. They've put a new nose on that car as well, by the looks of it.
And breathe, everybody. So the other car, by the way, that was involved in that incident was that number 17. I think Shea was just talking about that. The AWA green car. And they're struggling to get that nose on because it's just not quite, now it's on the locating pegs. They're making sure everything is on. There's a special little tool. Mechanic almost getting the car dropped on his foot there at the front end. And that's happened to me before. It hurts. You get the car dropped down onto your instep. Very painful. I'm presuming you don't break anything. You can break the bones in the top of your foot if you just got your feet in the wrong place. Never tuck your feet under when you're leaning over the front of the car.
That's the car that won at Daytona.
Yeah.
With number 17 team. Not around at the overall championship, because it is around at the Michelin Endurance Cup. That car's driven by, here again, by Anthony Mantella, Wayne Board and Nico Veron. They were joined at Daytona by Thomas Merrill. He's not part of the lineup this weekend. So Nico Veron with that win at Daytona, and of course the win at Le Mans, famous win in GTE AM class for Corvette just a couple of weeks ago. He's on a roll at the moment, and Nico was on the pole here in LMP3 last year, so he loves this racetrack. I really chatted to him before the start of the race, and he's all pumped up. Wayne Boyd also, I saw the two of them, and they're feeling in pretty good shape. The Willis brothers, Ian and Jeff, are engineering for the AWA team. Number 13 and 17 cars are both fast.
Hello to Bryn Smith, Nottingham in the centre of the UK. Tuned in on the world feed. Viaplay in the UK. Viaplay Extra coming live at 7 UK and running through till the end of the race. If you can grab the TV remote, those of you in the UK. If you can't, IMSA.tv or IMSARadio.com. Go to the hamburger on the top left and click live video. Here's the GT, shit, Adam.
And into actually maker stop this time, Dorian Pan in the number 83 Iron Dames Lamborghini. Fuel and tires for her. Fuel and tires for Daniel Serra as well. And Racing Competizione, the Ferrari, which came in from the lead of the race. For the 95 Turner Motorsports BMW, driver change. Bill Power is no longer behind the wheel of the number 95. That's Bill Oberlin. And instead, it's Chandler Hull. 30-minute minimum drive time for these cars. We've had a quick stop from the 70 McLaren, a very quick stop from the Paul Miller Racing BMW. The 32 had a fantastic stop as well for the team Cawthorne Mercedes, and it was a splash for the 16. That is Ryan Hardwick. Pit close light is on. Everyone's respecting it so far. For the number 95, we also had a driver change as a tire has gone missing from the other end of the pit lane. That would either be Lexus or the number 93 Acura. That looks pretty suspicious. No, I think it was from Lexus, actually, because it was a bit further down than where the Acura is housed. So, yep, I'm going to go with that. But the train is now proceeding out the pit lane. Last car out of its box will be...
Is the Aston Martin, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin picked up a tyre that was on the pit in front of it and bounced it into the pit wall. Fortunately,
wow,
it didn't
that
go
went far.
It didn't go onto the track. It hit the outside pit wall, but there's no catch fencing there, so it could have easily gone onto the track. Now we're under full course yellow at the moment, but if that had been, there were cars going back past its speed, that could have been very nasty indeed.
John, follow-up question. The car in front of it, does that mean that it was the 27 picking up its sister's tire? Because that would be a penalty for either one of the Heart of Racing cars. It would either be the 23 for hitting pit equipment or the 27 for uncontrolled pit equipment, i.e. putting a tire somewhere where it is vulnerable to attack.
23 was the car that picked up the tyre, and so yes, that is the 27. That is its sister car. The lollipop comes up as the car hits the ground, and I'm not sure why they didn't pull round it. There seemed to be enough room, or they could have driven through the other pit, because actually they wanted to get into line, because there was a line of cars at the red light, and I think they wanted to get straight into the acceleration lane.
Wait, Corvette Racing is reclaiming the tire. It was Corvette's tire and the Heart of Racing that hit it. Yes.
So it was two pit stops down. 2 pits down, okay. So that's definitely going to be a penalty for the number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And IMSA will be assessing that to see if the tyre was laid out somewhere it shouldn't have been in terms of getting out the pits. Now, penalty for Sally Jolic in Tower Motorsport. They will get a drive-through for failing to meet the minimum full refueling time. This is set, Jeremy, in the regulations for each of the races. In the supplementary regulations, there is a time, doesn't matter what it is, it's 30 seconds, I think, here, 40 seconds here. That's for all cars in all classes, and that's for a full refuel time.
It was raised from 30 to 40.
It was being put up from 30 to 40, as Jeremy's just said, so they haven't hit that. That'll be a drive-through. Let's get back to Shea in the pit lane for the stragglers. Pit's open for everybody now, Shea.
I'm a bit surprised by this because the BMW M Team RLL Hybrid has come back in. That would be the GTP car. Let's see, splash of fuel, 1, 2. That was it. All they did was top it off, and of course, more importantly than adding the actual liquid fuel into the car was replenishing their energy, meaning they can go further into the stint, and they've got a few more kilowatts to use than everyone else.
Yeah, that's they lost some ground during that pit stop in any case. So they'd fallen from 5th position behind both number 5 and number 10. So it'd be curious to know what went. Something must have gone not according to plan during that initial pit stop for number 25. So it'd be certainly interesting to find out what that was. And then after that, they're at the back of the field in any case in GTP. So might as well come in and top it off, I would guess. And so yeah, it's not good. The start of this race has been
bitty.
It's been bitty, but particularly for BMW Team RLL.
I'm right in saying, Jeremy, that Matt Campbell didn't come down the pits a second time to top off. He's just taken the position there.
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't want to risk coming into a packed
no, he'd
pit
already
there.
made his stop. So he's in good shape.
It was only a couple of laps before, wasn't it? So he's lost nothing.
Yeah. No. Exactly. No. It's no. I mean, he will have to stop before everybody else if we go green all the way through this next stint. But he's got that track position, and as we've seen, it's not easy to overtake in these big GTP cars around here with all the traffic. We've not seen many overtakes at all, quite frankly. We've got the number 60 car got past number 25, also overtook number 7 car before that. That's about it, to be perfectly honest, in terms of overtakes amongst the GTPs.
John Falb in and out in the TDS Racing number 35.
He did not pit during the first sequence. They missed the call to pit, presumably. So he was scored in 2nd position overall behind number 7 car, the Porsche, which did not pit. But at the second opportunity, he did come in that number 35 car, so you're going to drop to the back now for the restart.
And we'll split the classes again with the GTP cars going to the front so they don't have to fight their way through traffic on a restart. And there is the sight that will make Mr. Roger Penske very pleased indeed. He has the number 7 car ahead of the number 6, Matt Campbell, on strategy, Nick Tandy on pace. Colin Brown is in third for Meyershank Racing, the number 60 Acura. Then Pipo Durrani for Whelen Engineering Cadillac as we go back to green. As soon as that split was completed, that was very quick indeed.
Yeah.
And down towards turn 1, Matt Campbell jumped away. Nick Tandy 10-12 car lengths behind at the second of the 963s, the one with the white pinstripes and side flash. And it's Colin Brown who's under pressure at the moment, as he's got 2 Cadillacs behind him, Pipo Durrani and Sebastian Bourdais up over the top of the S's, and Colin drafting up behind Nick Tandy. But here comes Bourdais and Pipo Durrani. They got good starts as well. And down towards turn 5 through the sweeping right-hander, which is backed, big speed ball of the outer loop there. Shea Adam in the pit lane has has a car in the pits. Who's that, Shea?
Corey Lewis, the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. He came in, they did a splash of fuel, they hit something. Oh no, it's Brian Sellers, and trying to get the car to restart. There is a penalty I'm hearing, the number 33. That was the car started by Lance Wilsey. The car was spinning with the wheels up on the jacks. That's not okay. And the number 16, that would be the Wright Motorsport. Oh, 60, sorry. Ooh, Meyershank Racing. Pit lane speeding. No, that's a no-no. That's a drive-through.
Yeah, third position car.
Yeah, Colin Brown.
That's the car that's been on the move in this race.
Yes, exactly so, Jeremy. That's an error. Our Porsche keys to the race: tyres, traffic, track limits, and strategy. Keep the car out of the pits, and that includes for penalties. That's going to hurt, but still over 5 hours to go. Just on 5 hours and 5 minutes. It's been a stop-start beginning to the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. Hello there, XM202 around the US, around the world on RS2, the home of IMSA Radio Show Limited Network co-production with IMSA and NASCAR Productions for 2023. Our 8th year together with this series in this run. Into the pit lane for a Ferrari, and that's the Risi number 62 car. Shea Adam is looking at it.
Yeah, this is very much unexpected. Let's see what they're going to do. It looked like the left side was down. Indeed, the left front, that was a puncture. So now they are putting a new Michelin tire, sticker Michelin, onto the Risi Ferrari. Let's see if they can drop it off the air jacks in time. There we go. Daniel Serra fired up and fired up the car as well back into the race. The number 1 Paul Miller Racing car, no power right now for Brian Sellers. This is massive, guys. Championship leaders coming into today's race.
Ouch, that's disastrous for that team. As Shea Adams said there, that car leading the points in GTD after the first 4 rounds of the championship. They had a lead of, 62 points over the Inception McLaren car number 70 coming to this race. That's the only car that has won 2 races this season in the entire series. They won at Sebring and at Long Beach, but that's going to be disastrous for them. And here comes the number 60 car to serve its penalty. So Colin Brown remaining at the wheel of that car. It was no, it wasn't. Another car, number 61 car, was +2. I didn't see what the speed, by how much they exceeded the speed limit. It wouldn't have been by much, but it's enough. Whatever it is, it's a hard number. If you go over that number, you're going to get a penalty, and that's very costly. It's going to put Colin Brown right deep amongst the LMP3 cars. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
Meatball flag, the mechanical problem flag for the Tower Motorsport car. Now that could be the radio issue. It could be some damage from the incident with Ben Keating's car into the pit lane. Now, who's that's just come through? That was the 023. Ah, yes, that's Girls Gardena for Triati. That's another penalty for that car. Remember, they had 2 drive-throughs at the start of the race. for changing their qualifying tyres, and that was another minimum fuel stop violation for the Triazi machine. That car 35 has still got theirs to do as well, and that will take them out of the fight for a moment or two. Meantime, some better news from the pit lane. Adam?
I'll let it speak for itself. There's life once again in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Lost 2 laps so far. Let's see if Brian can engage in gear. There he goes. He's rolling. Yep, he's out. So that will be 2 laps down for Paul Miller Racing. 5 hours to go. That's still doable.
I know that's on the pit lane speed limit, but that didn't sound particularly clean, Shay, to me.
It sounded all normal.
Okay. You listen to it more than I do, so that's absolutely fine. Car comes back. Oh, big lot up down into turn 1, right ahead of Ben Keating. That might have been George Kurtz in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR 04 car, the mostly red and white machine. Down through the pit lane. We have back into the pit lane, the TDS number 11. Stephen Thomas, remember, had that incident that was not of his making, so that car is back out. Wow. Are you making notes at home of all of these incidents?
Yeah, it's rather messy.
Pit lane speed violation for the blue and green Ferrari, that's the Chettel R47, plus 19. Now that won't be a drive-through, that car is going to have to stop in the penalty box. Richard, who was our pit lane official at the end of the lane. Now side by side across the line, Cadillac versus the number 10 Acura down in the inside. Bourdais goes through. They are still fighting as they climb through, and here comes the BMW. Connor De Filippi, 3 cars then, battling for 4th, 5th and 6th. Cadillac, Konica Minolta, Acura, BMW, M-Team, RLL. Across the top of the hill, Bourdais goes to the right-hand side to defend into the inner loop, crashing the ground, and the 10 car goes straight on. Louis Delatraz couldn't brake as late as Sebastian Bourdais and had to bail out of the corner. Yeah. My goodness me, though, that Cadillac's running low, and on the right-hand side where it's slightly bumpier, Jeremy, that was scraping the ground. Really, and De Filippi then moves up a position as a result of that. He was right on the tail of Bourdais, wasn't he, going through the inner loop. So that number 25 BMW, despite that lengthy first stop, I'd certainly like to know what went wrong there. It cost him a couple of positions, but he's charging hard now. He's going to try next on his in his sights. He's going to be Sebastian Bourdais. Was that off the road? That's just the banner, wasn't it? Okay. Don't forget they came in twice, that BMW, Jeremy, because they topped off at the end of the. Right, but its first stop was slow. Yeah. I tell you what, don't try and outbrake Bourdais, because he was super late on the brakes into the inner loop, the bus stop. Added in the mid-90s, that part of the circuit. Can you imagine charging into turn 5 and then pitching the car into that banked right-hander? That's how it used to be. Bourdais in 4th position then. Pipo Derani in 3rd. This is about 4 seconds up the road. He's got 2 seconds to find if he's going to get Nick Tandy in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. And Nick is a respectful 2 seconds behind Matt Campbell in the number 7 car. Off for the 42 NTE Lamborghini. And the purple car has, I'm afraid, hit the wall rather hard. It's Rob Furriol behind the wheel of the NTE Sport LLC. Oh, he got help. He got help from the Inception McLaren into turn 6, and there's not a lot of room there. Down the inside. Oh, that's a low percentage lunge, I'm afraid. In the battle for 3rd position in GTD, Brendan Aribe and the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. I think a little bit ambitious there.
Yeah, he came from. He was only a car length or two behind, but the contact was. There's a spin for. Is that Bourdais?
I think it is Bourdais, Jeremy, on the final corner. The goal bowling bridge is acting as if it was a 10-pin bowling alley at the moment. The pits are closed and Bourdais gone in hard in the goal front at 0-1. He's really had problems with this car, and particularly with the braking, but that's not a hard braking area. Had issues at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and of course famously at the first lap of the first corner in the race at Long Beach when he pitched the car into the wall under braking. But that's not a braking area. I'd suggest that someone else or something else was involved there. Now he's going to stay out. The pits are closed. He could have had emergency service. Oh, he may have had help from a BMW. Coming to the end of the lap, who's he catching up to? Oh, he lost it himself.
Yeah.
He lost it himself, and then he was hit by the BMW. So coming out behind, I think it was the BMW number 1. No, it's not. It's the 92 Porsche, excuse me. He came and misjudged the exit of turn 10. This is Sebastian Bourdais in the car that was running right at the sharp end of the field. Came upon the GTD Porsche, misjudged it, tried to turn left, overloaded the right-hand side of the car. Now he sees it coming into turn 10. Did he just misjudge how quickly he was going to come on it? Well, I don't think he touched it. He just lost the back end, and then as he was trying to gather that back up, the BMW that was behind him, Connor De Filippi, gave him a little tap. He definitely didn't touch the Porsche.
No, yeah, he did. I mean, David Brulé was driving that 92 car, didn't use all of the road on the exit, perhaps at turn 10, trying to get back across for turn 11, conceivably. Another look at it, went past one car going into turn 10. Brulé's out to the edge of the racetrack.
I don't think Brulé's done anything wrong there.
Absolutely right.
That is a very uncharacteristic misjudgment by Sebastian Bourdais.
Yep.
Could he have been more, his attention more taken by the BMW behind, which is now in the pit lane. Now the pits are still closed, Shay, but this will be counted as emergency service.
Correct, and they should not do any fuel because they're not short on fuel, but emergency service is effectively for when you have some kind of damage that needs to be addressed immediately or you're going to run out of fuel. The damage that needs to be addressed immediately is the nose, and yes, this does need to be rectified straight away. There are carbon shards that are actually falling out quite loosely, as well as the dive plane on the left-hand side. The nose is punctured completely. The emblem is falling out. Glad it didn't fall out around the circuit. And now they're putting a new nose on the car. It slots into place fairly easily. Actually, that's impressive. Although the left-hand side, the driver's side, was getting caught up on the suspension a little bit, and now they're wiggling it into place. It's almost like a puzzle piece, and now they're going to have another go at this, but they shouldn't lose the lap. Also into the pit lane is Sebastian Bourdais. I see the yellow Cadillac, the yellow-fronted Cadillac, crawling down for Cadillac Racing. No, it's a little bit more work that needs to be done. The air intake for the brake duct is broken on the left-hand side for the BMW. That's a problem. That's below the hood as Bourdais comes in. Rear and front damage to the Cadillac, as you would expect. This is the team that won the last race that we had, by the way, at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, was the 01. 25 has been on the podium twice so far this year for BMW. The only BMW that's been on the podium this year, I'm sorry to say, for the GTP class. But they're having a lot of trouble trying to fit this new nose into place. It looked like it's slotted in okay. It just won't stay.
It's close together as well, these two cars. Thank you, Shay. Shay Adam down in the pit lane for IMSA Radio and IMSA TV together. Just under 5 hours still to go, 4:53.5. There's going to be quite a bit of remedial work required on the Cadillac. The problem is they can't get the gold nose to go back on and go into its attachment points, and the speeds that you go around here, you can't afford those not to be fastened on properly, Shay Adam. That's not the only work that's going on the Cadillac.
No, they're trying to sense up so he doesn't lose any further laps. They secured everything back down. It needs a new nose. It needs a new tail. It needs a new engine cover. They did replace the nose on this stop, and the nose that they took off Wow, that's a lot of broken carbon as Ranger actually jumps over the wall to try and get into place. It looks like they're going to be doing a driver change next time by as the BMW goes back into life as well and reclaims the track, but that has a lot less damage to it than the Cadillac to deal with.
Are they allowed to do multiple stops when the pits are closed, though? Surely you can only do one stop for emergency service.
They shouldn't be closed the next time we come back around.
Good point.
So that would be the advantage. And the rules of emergency service state, you come in, you do the emergency service, you go back out, and then you come back to the pit lane the first time of asking.
Except this is a short yellow, so the pits won't open.
Well, then I would assume they'll have to do a drive-through when the pits do open when we go back to green.
Correct. Interesting. Let's see if they come back in again this time
they will.
around.
The BMW doesn't need to. The Cadillac definitely needs to.
The news of a drive-through for Heart of Racing number 23 is not unexpected. And we have a close pit entry for the 91 Porsche. Shea Adam, that's a strange one of the GTD cars.
Well, and again, one of our cars that was victorious at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. They've changed the right rear tire. That's it. And oh no, they put some fuel in too. I think they put some fuel in. I'm at the other end of the pit lane, but I believe I saw the fuel nozzle attached. That would not be okay. A car has dropped off the air jack, sitting in its pit box for quite some time. Pit close light is on, so it's not as if it was disadvantageous to wait down there as opposed to waiting at the pit exit. But let's see what the deal was for Alan Metney. Yep, just the one tire. That's Kelly Moss with Riley, keep in mind. So that's a huge advantage that they have on their pit box.
Yeah. Now, so that car in query puncture there, if they only changed one tire, they were allowed to do that under the emergency service regulations, and up to 5 seconds of fuel if you require it. Well, we're getting...
If you require it, which they wouldn't need.
Yeah.
Because everybody was in just a little while ago.
If they did put the fuel on, and I can't confirm that because I looked up over the top a little bit too early, but I think they might get a ping for that, Jeremy. So at the front of the field, the two Porsches still lead. Matt Campbell and Nick Tandy back together again behind the safety car from the the Cadillac of Pipo Derani. That is the 31 Action Express Whelen Cadillac, the one with the red front. Then it is the number 10 Acura, Louis Delatraz, recovering from a drive-through back to fourth. Quiet race so far for Mike Rockefeller and the number 6 JDC.
Exactly to plan.
Exactly to plan. Yeah. For John Church and the Yellow Submarine.
No testing. That car, they've only run that car once. That was the race weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Oh, that's not true, Jeremy. They had a fulsome shakedown of the car in the parking lot of their facility before they went to WeatherTech.
Okay. The race drivers had never driven the car before WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. They are planning a quick test at Indianapolis before we go from here to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. So that'll be the first time they've done a proper test in that car.
Wow.
So steep learning curve, and they let's just say there's not a super close working relationship between Penske Porsche Motorsports and JDC Motorsports, which is interesting. All of their Are they covering up their engineering? Well, they're going to know all their technical assistance comes from Multimatic, not from Penske Porsche Motorsports.
Interesting.
Yes.
Look, they're another competitor, but
they're almost as quick as them at first time out, weren't they? At WeatherTech Raceway,
and we've seen Hertz Jota in WEC and at Le Mans outperforming the Penske cars. So everybody's out there to race, and the first people you want to beat are the people in the same cars. I mean, that's always the way. And hearing that Jota are expecting to get a second car for next year, for the next season, and possibly bringing it over here. Thomas Laudenbach, who is the motorsport manager for Porsche, saying there could be as many as 8 Porsches out racing next year, split between WEC and here in IMSA. Right, question for you, Shea Adam. whilst we've got a quiet moment, I'll pass this one. I'll say it over the air because
yes.
I want our listeners and viewers to know as well. We need to know, and the tyres.
And
Your next questions to anybody you speak to is, and the tyres, particularly in GTP.
Should I give them a little more context than that?
Yeah, well, which
are
ones
they
are they using?
Softs or the hards?
Have they
would be
tried
great.
have they used the new compound that they got allowed overnight yet? And if so, what's the feedback?
I haven't seen any tyre changes that I can think of.
That's a good point, actually.
So,
Have there not been any tyre changes yet?
I can't think of any that I've seen, Jeremy.
So they
the
didn't
only
change
tyre
tyres?
change that I've seen was the Singleton tyre for the 10. And that was early on when it got the meatball flag.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yep.
Well, it'd be good to confirm that, because that is interesting. If they're, I'm surprised no one's sort of trying the softs at this stage in the race, because they haven't. Most of them haven't run them, certainly in this warmer weather at all here. They did. Some of the teams did use the softer tyres in a bit of a test when a test they had here, but it was a lot cooler, I am told. So a big question marks as to whether they would be okay for the race, because none of them, I believe, ran the tyre in a warm-up this morning because they want to keep them for the race.
VP Racing in-race update. Let's do this as we've had the pits about to open. So it's Porsche number 7 from Porsche number 6 from Cadillac, Whelen Engineering Cadillac number 31 from Koenig Minolta Acura number 10 from JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche number 5, and then the 60 of Colin Brown is the Meyershank Racing Acura. The two GTPs that are a little bit out of kilter and are still on the end of the lead lap are Cadillac Racing's number 01, the gold-fronted car, and the BMW M Team RLL number 25. Longer pit stop and then damage for Conor De Filippi in the Beamer. Sebastian Bourdais with damage, and a very unusual mistake from Sebastian Bourdais. In LMP2, AF Corsa, the 88 from CrowdStrike and APR, that's George Kurtz in the 04, Ben Keating in the wins number 52, PR1 Matheson Motorsports. Tower Motorsports, Sally Yolick still hasn't been penalised for crunching the back of Ben Keating. I suspect that race control have been a bit busy. Then Era Motorsport in the blue number 18. LMP3, AWA is the leader with the number 13 from Andretti Autosport, Jarrett Andretti in that 36 black and white car. Junior 3 Racing, Dylan Murray in third. And in the GTs, it's Jack Hawksworth leading the GTD Pro from Vassar Sullivan, and Frankie Montecalvo leading GTD for the same team. And that's your VP Racing update as we go back to green. Pits have opened. Let's see if anybody drops in off the back of the queue, and here comes the number 10 Tower car. We're expecting to see that car in.
And the two prototypes, GTP cars as well, 01 and the 25 in.
So those were the cars on the end of the lead lap, Shea Adam.
Yes, but this was a drive-through for emergency service for Conor De Filippi and the number 8. Both of those cars have gone straight through. The 01 is doing a full pit stop. They are not fulfilling the requirement for emergency service by doing their drive-through. This is a tire change. I've just seen tires come off and tires go on, as well as Renger van de Zande put behind the wheel of the 01. Now, I wonder if they'll be allowed to serve their drive-through the next lap around, but I believe per the rule book, you have to come in and do that at the first asking.
Yes. They're obviously trying for track position here.
Is it a drive-through, or you just have to come into the pits again?
If you don't work on the car, you have to drive through it. You have to drive through the pits at the first possible.
You can't do any work on the car? I thought you just had to come back into the pits.
You can stop and work, but you have to come through the pit lane. So has that fulfilled it? They've done a driver change. I suppose it will have. The incident under review from Inception Racing and NTA Sport. I think we know which way that one's going. Penalty for Corvette, leaving equipment in the pit box. Now, that was the Corvette tyre that was hit by the Aston Martin. And the Aston Martin Heart of Racing cars already had its tyre. Now, thanks to Alan Prosser at Lanzarote Camel, he's fired me some screen grabs at IMSA Radio to show that there was a Corvette team member going out to pick that tyre up, but he stepped back when the Aston launched and couldn't get to it. And that's why it was left in harm's way. Pit stop right opposite us, Mercedes. This is the Winward 57, fuel going in. Side-by-side action down at turn 1 as the BMW goes around the outside of an LMP2 car, the TDS car and the Volt Racing machine. This is a fight back for that BMW and the M Hybrid V8 of Connor D. Filippi. Fuel, tyres and Danny Juncadeo down at the WeatherTech pit for the 79. Here comes Bourdais' car back into the pits. This is Renger van der Zande back in again. So is he going to drive straight past you, Adam? Is he coming back again? They still haven't replaced the rear clip, have they?
Well, he's coming back in and they have one tire on the wall, John, and they've just done all 4. So I'm really confused by this. This wouldn't have been an edict from race control saying, hey, you put the wrong compound on any reason, because they wouldn't have had time to message, but it was just the right front. Now Renger sent once again. Let me ask what that was all about.
Off on the hybrid power before the V8 engine fired up. You heard the high-pitched whine going out of the pits. We had the Porsche GT4 Electric doing some demo laps earlier this week, and today it was Jörg Bergmeister who was driving it today at very rapid pace. And here's the answer on the Cadillac 01 from Adam.
Tire pressure sensor showed no pressure in the tire.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Right, so they'll now be wondering whether that was a faulty tyre pressure monitor or whether they did indeed pick up a puncture on that outlap. That was very unlucky. This has been a weird old race, hasn't it? We did our VP Racing in-race update. We'll keep you up to date with that. Remember, our BDO Nose Strategy Award needs to settle down a bit before we can even start thinking about that. Inception McLaren into the pit lane. This is the incident responsibility with the NTE Lamborghini. That was at turn 7 a wee while ago. Got to keep remembering all this. And quite a bit of nose damage on the right front of that car. Meantime, the Michelin technicians are looking at that right. Was it the right front tyre, I think, Shea, you said, that came off the Cadillac?
Yep, right front, A-firm.
And they're having a look at that to see what happens. Let's go through the GTDs. Not spoken about them in detail. Lexus, we said, with Frankie from Monte Carlo leading. Lamborghini, Misha Goikberg, the number 78 car, in second place. It's a Forte Racing. Then it's Dorian Pam for the Iron Dames, Turner Motorsport, and Michael Dynan in 4th. Penalty for Porsche number 91. Improperly served emergency service. So that must mean they didn't come down the pit lane at the first possible opportunity. So they will have to come in and stop now for 10 seconds. Continuing our VP Racing in-race updates for the GTD category. 5th position, Mike Skeen for Team Corthus Motorsport. Ryan Hardwick in 6th for the Porsche 911 of Wright, the 16 car. Then Ian James for Heart of Racing. Penalty now served. Sheena Monk for Gradient Racing, the Acura NSX over here, of course. The number 66 in 8th position. 8 positions made up by Gradient since the start of the race. They've worked the strategy and the carnage to their advantage. In GTD Pro, Jack Hawksworth leads from Jordan Pepper. That's Vassar Sullivan from Iron Lynx and Lexus from Lamborghini. Patrick Pele third for Faf's Plaid Porsche. Well, they went off strategy early on, so that might have worked for them. Then the Corvette of Jordan Taylor, but that's a slightly misleading position because he's got a drive-through to serve. And Chandler Hull from Turner Motorsport, the 95 car, is in 5th position. That's how they stand with 4 hours and 38 minutes to go. Leader is Matt Campbell. Judged his pit stop perfectly with an impending yellow flag coming out. The real battle, though, is between Nick Tandy and Pipo Derani. How good is that to hear? And with Louis Delatraz not too far back, second, third and fourth, they've just gone past the Risi Competizione Pennzoil Ferrari of Houston 296. When will Giuseppe Risi prize a 499p, the new prototype, the Le Mans winning prototype, of course, from Ferrari? When will he prize one out of Ferrari customer racing? EF Corsa running the cars at Le Mans with success. It's been a good month or so for Ferraris and endurance racing, with the Nürburgring 24 hours being claimed, what, a month or so ago, a little more than that, by Fricadelli Racing, Klaus Abelen's team, running a 296, and the first ever victory by Ferrari in the Nürburgring 24, one of the really big GT3 races around the world. Over 120 cars starting this year, and the first time since I've been going there. In fact, I first went there in 2007, but it's going back even further than that, that a German manufacturer's been beaten to the top step of the podium. So great month or so for Ferrari and their podium position. Shea Adam has more news from the pit lane, and it's news of more damage.
I just saw the 92 Porsche go by a couple moments ago. That's the other Kelly Moss with Riley car. B91 sitting in the penalty box, by the way, just a few moments ago. 92, the front bumper is off. The right front clip is completely detached. I wonder if that was from contact.
Number 3 Corvette hasn't served its penalty yet, I don't think, has it?
I'm wondering if they're having a discussion about that, because there was one of their team members going to claim that tyre. However, the discussion has been sorted and race control prevails, as they normally do, as the bright yellow Corvette comes in. Last season for this car. Next year, it is the purpose-built GT3. This, of course, is a converted GT Le Mans car. And news earlier this weekend, Jeremy, of at least part of the structure of what we'll see next year from Corvette Racing.
Yeah, with the newly kind of rebranded Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller Motorsports, will be running at least we're running 2 cars in the GTD Pro next season. The Corvette also announced there will be additional cars running in GTD. I think 2 is the plan. So yeah, more
an unnamed team for that.
Indeed, so yeah, just the one team announced so far.
And that is a full pro driver entry with what Corvette Racing are calling a works assisted team. But let's be honest, Pratt Miller as they're now called, they've been involved with Corvette for such a long time. It's almost interchangeable, isn't it? If you've ever been to their shop on the outskirts of Detroit, my goodness me, and I have. Yeah. What a facility that is.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Luis Perez Companc driving the Oregon number 88, leads in LMP2 for AF Corsa, that chrome silver car. AF are the works supported Ferrari team in endurance racing, of course, particularly for the 296. They ran the works 499Ps at Le Mans. Amato Ferrari, that's the AF, and no relation, by the way. He's been involved with Ferrari for years and runs, again, an absolutely outstanding operation. Branched out into LMP2 a couple of seasons ago to get some experience of prototype racing in readiness for running the Ferrari cars. And surely only a matter of time before we get to see the quite gorgeous 499p over here. If you were at Le Mans a few weeks ago, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But at the moment, AF leading in LMP2 and leading relatively comfortably at this point. George Kurtz in second is just on a minute behind, 50 seconds, let's call it. That's absolute nonsense, Hindorf. He's sitting right behind him. Luis Perez-Companc has got Conor De Filippi between himself and George Kurtz. That's what threw me out. And then it's Ben Keating, about another second or so in arrears, and then there's a 10-second gap back to Dwight Merriman for Era. Those are the top 4. And I expect Conor De Filippi will pick his way through that little crowd of P2 cars quite quickly. In fact, he already has.
Yeah, he already has. He's worked his way through them. He's just getting past Companc now, so he'll be about 32 seconds behind the rest of the field, having served that pit stop after the full course caution.
Top 3 in LMP3, Ori Fadani for AWA, the black and yellow car, half a second or so ahead of Jarrett Andretti in the black and white 36. He's got his hands full at the moment with Dylan Berry in the Junior 3 Racing number 30 car. Those are your top 3 there.
Yeah, together, nose to tail. Have been for pretty much all the race. And Tony Skazimits is not far behind either, nor is Gar Robinson, who just got past Chris Allen in number 38 Performance Tech car for fifth and 6th positions.
And Jack Hawksworth leads GTD Pro in the number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Just coming through to the outer loop now and going round it. That's the Bumblebee car, yellow and black. Frankie Montecalvo in the number 12 machine. He's leading in GTD in the similar car. Differences, if you're trying to pick those apart, by the way, there's not much difference in the livery. The numbers on the Pro cars are red surrounds and red on the top of the windscreen banner, and those areas are green for the GTD, the non-Pro cars, and that is reflected on the timing screens that you see both online and on the TV as well. So those colours go right the way through. So it's black and white for GTP, light blue and white for LMP2, orange for P3, red for GTD Pro, green for GTD. Not easy to pick out those little bits on the top of the windscreen because they're often incorporated into the livery. So keep an eye out for the number panels. They're the best ones, I always think, to check out if you can see them on the doors. Supposed to have the wing mirrors the same colours as well, but not sure everybody still does that now. Wing end plates as well.
I think so.
So early for our BDO nose strategy with 4 hours and 30 minutes to go, but we need to keep our eyes on people who are playing the strategy. And a reminder that what Jeremy said earlier on in our Michelin Countdown to Green, for those teams who are chasing the Michelin Endurance Cup, this is effectively 2 1.5-hour races. So we're
3-hour races.
2 3-hour races, and we're 1.5 hours in now. So we're halfway through that first run to the first set of points that will be announced and awarded at 3 hours. And the standings, Jeremy, couldn't be much closer in the Michelin Endurance Cup, with 2 rounds down. So this going into the second half of the season, there's this race and Motul Petit Le Mans to come.
True. In GTP, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac team lead on 24 points to the 22 of the Konica Minolta car number 10. Just 1 point farther back from them is number 01 Cadillac. In LMP2, TDS Racing car number 11 has a 1 point lead over number 52 for PR1 Matheson Motorsports, and they are 1 point ahead of both Tower Motorsports car number 8 and CrowdStrike Racing by APR. That's a 04 car. So, and then 1 point behind them is the second TDS number 35. Very, very tight. In LMP3, Sean Creech Motorsport has a 3 point edge over the AWA number 17. 1 point behind them, both number 74 and the number 36. That's Riley Motorsports and Andretti Autosport. In GTD Pro, WeatherTech Racing's number 79 Mercedes has a 4 point edge over Corvette Racing in number 3. So that's the widest margin of anywhere, and 5 points behind them is Harder Racing's Aston Martin, car number 20 in third place. In GTD, it's Harder Racing's number 27 Aston Martin that leads on 25 points to the 22 of Team Corner Motorsports, the Mercedes, and then the 19 points, so 3 behind them, Paul Miller Racing's BMW number 1 and Magnus Racing's Aston Martin number 44.
News of more penalties. The car number 8, the Tower car, not serving penalty within 4 start-finish line crossings. That will be a drive-through, and we've got a mechanical black flag, and this again is tyre requirements, and this is for the 61 AF Corsa Ferrari. Now, I'm not, surely this can only be tyre pressures, can't it? They cannot have put the wrong tyres on that car, because they only have one choice of tyres. Unless they are mixing and matching sets, which I'm not sure that is disallowed. You're allowed to pick the best tyres through the race, so they may have been messing about with tyres that they used for qualifying. So that's a weird one that Shea's going to have to dig up, but that's tyre requirements, car 61, mechanical black flag. And so the Racing Competizione car will have to come in. The AF Corsa car will have to come in, sorry. And TDS working on a car in a closed pit. That's going to be a stop and 60. In comes the flex box, number 44, Magnus Aston Martin. I think this is their first stop. There's a driver change going on, and that'll be John Potter, I think, having fulfilled his driver requirements. New set of Michelin tyres going on. That's all done. They're waiting for the driver. The driver is done. They're waiting for the fuel. The fuel is done. The car is started, and that's a neat stop for the number 44. Shea Adam, what's going on at your end of pit lane?
Most impressive exit from a race car I think I've ever seen. John Falb just popped open the door basically as soon as the wheels stopped skidding into the box for the number 35 Team TDS racing car. It's Guido van der Garde who's taken over. He was the fastest guy around the track in an LMP2 car in last year's race, and he is getting 4 new Michelin tires. Now, I'm curious, John, because you've got the information, I don't. Look back and see at what time George Kurtz crossed the pit in line, because if he hadn't done a stop yet either, it's very, very unclear whether or not he actually got his hour and 30 minutes or whether it was an hour and 29 and, let's say, 57 seconds.
Right, let's see if we can go that. Entered the pits 13 minutes and 41 seconds past the hour. So I'll let you do that one. So that was a couple of minutes, 3 minutes ago. I think that's just going to be enough, isn't it? Very close. Was that their first stop, Shea? They've been in the pits before, though, haven't they?
I don't know, to be perfectly honest.
The CrowdStrike car has been in the pits before, so that doesn't count towards his minimum time.
So George Kurtz is short. He needs to get back in the car before the end of the race.
Unofficially, I would say probably. It's a definite maybe, and I'd be asking IMSA if I was Stuart Cox at the moment. Nicely. So,
please.
Yes, please. Jared Andretti in the number 36 LMP3 car, going across the line with Dylan Murray in the Junior 3 machine, the orange, yellow and black car, trying to chase him down. Black, white and green going up the hill now for the 36. And we'll see that team running an Aston Martin next year with no LMP3s in the main WeatherTech race. Still part of the IMSA programme, but running in the VP Challenge, VP Racing Challenge, along with the GT4, the GS cars, GSX as it's known in that category. So the P3s will not disappear, I think, much to the joy of trackside viewers and listeners, because they do make a fabulous noise. But grid's growing, and sadly I just don't think there's enough space for a full LMP3 grid for next year. Additional GTD cars, additional GTP cars, and I suspect quite a lot of LMP2 new blood coming in. Here are the leaders, 2 Porsches, line astern. I described it as a respectful distance a little while ago. It was 1.9 seconds last time around. Nick Tandy has pulled 1.3 seconds on that lap to Max Campbell. And as they charge up through the S's with a bit of blue sky in vision, which is nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely morning or afternoon time.
Just afternoon, 20 past midday.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it, right now? I mean, it really
track temperature, Jeremy, how about this? Track temperature 37 Celsius, that's 99 Fahrenheit. That's as hot as we've seen it, and since, well, it's the hottest we've seen it for the WeatherTech cars.
Yep.
That's where it was on Thursday when some of the other classes were out. So this is starting to get now much more into the area that Michelin and IMSA expected with the original tyre choice that they gave to the teams for this weekend.
Yeah, and I wish we could see from the tyres what tyres are running. Actually, I did see Matt Kerdock, the technical director, before the start of the race. He did say they are working on trying to get us that information. It's not going to happen this weekend, unfortunately, but they are certainly, they're mindful of that, to get that information out there, so we know, what sort of tyres people are on and whether they're double stinting as well.
That information exists, of course, and that's what Jeremy's hinting at there, and Matt knows this as well, and IMSA are pretty good at listening to their constituents, whether it's the teams, the tracks, or the drivers, or even us, the broadcasters. The RFID chips that in each of the Michelin tyres transmit the information as they go out the pit lane as to what they are, how long, if they've been used before, of course. That's all on the spreadsheet. All right, the lead almost changing there as Matt Campbell at the top of the hill after the S is held up by slower traffic. If that hadn't have been another Porsche, Nick Tandy would have been through there. No doubt in my mind at all. Seemed like Nick just held back a little bit, and he's allowed Matt to recover his pace down towards turn number 6 now, and that continues. Shea Adam in the pit lane with a special interview.
Multi-time Le Mans winner, Ben Keating, just out of the car. Don't you hate it when minimum drive time is met?
Yes and no. There were certain parts of that were a lot of fun. In search of part in that I'm not too unhappy to get out the car. So it's only a 6-hour race, so you have to share. You have to share with the other drivers. So.
Well, and you know how to share very nicely, having won the race a year ago. What's carried over from what you learned the race in 2022?
It's really, really hard to follow another car at this track because so much of it is aero dependent. You get right behind another car, especially in an LMP2. It's really, really hard to pass someone. And the other thing is that the traffic plays an unbelievable role. I was having a great race, leading the race. I got slowed up just a hair in the S's by a GT car, and that allowed George to drive right around me, which good for him. He made a good pass, opportunistic, and he had to be there to make it. So good on George. I raced with Sahlen in WEC World Endurance in 2020, and he always raced me clean, but I think last year in the ELMS in an LMP2, he lost his head. I was very upset with several of the moves that Sahlen made, but the way he rear-ended me coming onto the last corner was uncalled for. So I'll go talk to him in a little minute.
Was the car okay after that contact?
Yeah, I think so. I did a double stint on those tires, and so I wasn't as fast in the second stint, but the car felt fine. Just to be sure, we went ahead and changed the tail. So, yeah, I think we're fine.
Uphill from here. Good luck, Ben.
Thank you, Shay.
Right, Shea, a little detective mission for you now. Winward been shown in the pits for a little while. They're not in their pit box because I can see that from here. It's the last one before the gap the second to last one before the gap. Looking down there at the moment, there are some of their mechanics sitting. There is no car there, and there's not a lot going on, and their body language is not good. So I'm presuming that unless it's not being scored for another reason, that car's gone behind the wall. So let's find out what's going on. I can see Shear's already striding purposefully up the pit lane. Front of the field then, the two Porsches, Matt Campbell in the 7, Nick Tandy in the number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Then 2 seconds to Louis Delatraz in 3rd place. Great battles in the junior prototype category with the Sahlen number 6, 6th place car, Tower Motorsport machine, just coming across the line there, not getting a Christmas card from Ben Keating this year. Ryan DL, Era Motorsport, trying to close back in on Sahlen in that category, just having gone back out. The F Corsa has just stopped, so Nolan Siegel, having taken over from George Kurtz, has taken the lead for CrowdStrike by APR. We think George might be a speed short, so AF Corsa number 88, the silver and black car, now with Lilo Wadu. So both of the young French drivers, the new sensations, are out. Dorian Pain in the Iron Dames Lamborghini is second in GTD, and Lilo Wadu has rejoined in 5th position in LMP2.
A couple of laps ago, there's a change for 3rd position overall. Louis Delatraz in the Konica Minolta Acura found a way past Pipo Derani in the Cadillac number 31, and he's now only a couple of seconds behind the 2 leading Porsches. So that gap has come down quite a bit over the last few laps. Have to keep an eye on that. The pace of that Cadillac. Louis Delatraz, the French-Swiss driver, turning some good laps at the moment. He was faster. They're running similar paces there. And Colin Brown is trying to close that gap, driving car number 60 as well. We're a bit over halfway through a stint at the moment for these prototype cars. They can do around about 55 minutes before they need to come into the pits to restock quote-unquote energy fuel to you and I, mainly. They've got larger fuel tanks on these cars, significantly larger than last year, when they can only run about less than 40 minutes, around about 40 minutes at the most on some of the tracks. So I think it's much better now that they're able to run longer between their stints. Colin Brown in car number 60 has just turned his best lap of the race, 1:33.6. The fastest lap of the race so far is a 1:33.567. That was turned by Maddie Campbell on lap 26.
3 pit lane speed violations to tell you about, +1, +6 and +7. And we'll start with the one who was the least quick, but 1 is enough. That 11 is the TDS racing car in LMP2. The 61 is the AF Corsa Ferrari at 296. It's the Ulysses de Pau, Miguel Molina and Simon Mann car in GTD. And the number 88 is the AF Corsa. Oh dear, that's the AF Corsa car. So that's the one that Lila Wadu has just taken over from Luis Perez Combank. So they'll all have to come through. Doesn't tell me whether it was on the way in or on the way out, those penalties.
And let me reset when I was just talking, not correct, reset, because the new fastest lap of the race last time around, and once again by Louis Delatraz in that number 10 Acura, 1:33.285, and that's faster even than Colin Brown managed in the practice session yesterday. I think that's the quickest lap that we have seen this week.
And that was effectively a qualifying simulation in FP2 yesterday, with just 9 cars, 9 GTPs at least, on the track. Shea Adam has made it up to Winward Racing. The car's been absent for a little while.
it's going to stay absent, I'm sorry to say. While driving around on the racetrack, at one point, Brendan Reed hit the brakes. Russell Ward was not expecting him to brake there, went into the back of the car, and the coolant went everywhere. The engine, yeah, it's not going to work anymore for this race, but they've got their chins up. They're not used to the fact that it has been such a rough year, but they said, hey, we got our first podium of the year last year at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Maybe that's where our luck changes again.
2 weeks' time for that event for Winward and the rest of the IMSA programme. Extensive coverage throughout the weekend, live and free on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. The support races all live, developmental series, and we've got qualifying and the whole race live in sound and vision for you for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Try and pick off some of the other sessions as well. Keep an eye on imsaradio.com and radiolemans.com. Pit stops for the GTPs. Another tyre change for the 01, the gold-fronted Cadillac. That's Renger van der Zande in that car. Bit early, Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, that was the last. That was the most recent car to pit after serving after having the penalty. So. Yeah, that's curious. I wouldn't have thought that. Oh, mechanical black flag tyre requirement.
Ah, so that's another car. So again, I can only suspect that this is tyre pressures. She's on her way down there. Here is the Porsche of Nick Tandy in from second. Now this is a little bit longer as he pulls into his pit stop, but it's, I mean, he was in more recently than the car that is leading. So that they're going to work on the tyres of that car. No, they're not going to work on the tyres. Well, there's a tyre now being carried around. It was fuel only and a drinks bottle. Tyres carried around the car. I have to say I didn't see it go up on the jacks, Jeremy. I think this is the number 6 of Nick Tandy in the pit lane. Fuel hose is out and it is rolling again.
Brown working his way through heavy traffic. Jeez, that's busy. Heading up the hill from turn 7 to turn 8 there was a whole bunch of GTD cars, LMP3 cars, you name it, they were in there, and Colin was working his way around. He's into the third position at the moment, fourth position, I guess, with that pit stop for the number 6 car. And here comes the other leaders in this time around, so number 7, 10 and 31 all come in. The number 60 car, interestingly, however, stays out.
So that is Matt Campbell for Porsche Penske Motorsport, the leading car. Louis Delatraz, that was second place car after the stop for Tandy. Pipo Durrani for Whelan Engineering, and it was where's the 6 car dropped down to? That's quite a long way down for that pit stop. Shea Adam has these cars in the pit lane now.
Fuel, tires, and driver changes for all 3 of these cars. The number, let me see, the 31, that was definitely Pipo getting out. It was Alexander Sims getting in. I remember seeing him with my helmet recognition when I walked by. It was Matt Chamine taking over for Nick Tandy in the number 6 Porsche, the championship leader. And for the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, that was Louis Delatraz getting out. Philippe Albuquerque taking over. I was just shocked at that exit by Philippe as he put the power down and went straight around the number 31 perfectly into the lane, but unfortunately he was beaten out by Chamine.
Tyres, did they change tyres, Jay, did you see?
All of them, yes.
They all changed tyres?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much.
So now we need to find out what the mechanical black flag for the 01 tyres was. And we have all of the information we require.
Yes, indeed. So full service there. Then with the driver changes taking place, Philippe Nasser taking over the number 7 car from Maddie Campbell. As Shay said, Alexander Sims in the number 31 car and Philip Albuquerque in the number 10 car now. The number 5 car also has been onto pit lane. Mike Rockenfeller handing over to Timon van der Helm and Colin De Filippi. Is he going to come in as well on this lap? No, I don't think he did.
Negative.
It's number 60 car didn't come in either. Wow. So that's saying out significantly longer than anybody else. That could be crucial as we go on from here. We've got what, we're 2 hours and almost 2 hours into the race, aren't we? 4:07 to go. So yeah, an hour 53 into the race, which means these cars can do around about 55 minutes on tanking fuel. We went green again. Yeah, so around about 55 minutes.
Shea Adam has some answers from the pit lane and more penalties.
All right, because of the damage to the rear of the 01 machine, they are not able to get the pressure completely up for the front tires, and thus it resulted in another mechanical black flag because they were running below the minimum pressure. Now, they have bumped all the pressures up on the front tires, so that shouldn't be an issue going forward, but that was the result of the early stop. Into the pit lane, the number 14 Lexus, Sebastian Sullivan, Jack Foxworth is getting out. Ben Barnicket taking over. They've done fuel and 4 tires. We've also had the number 11 TDS racing machine in. That's Stephen Thomas getting out. I think that was Mikkel Jensen's helmet climbing aboard. The 25 BMW also into the pits. Fuel and tires. Connor De Filippi staying in the pit lane. I definitely want to grab a chat with him. And Nick Yellowly has taken that car over. And the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren. Brendan Arieb is done. It's now up to Frederick Shandorf, who's taken over, and he'll be sharing with Ollie Milroy, one of our favorites, a little bit later on. Also, Shank is in. The number 60 MSR, that is Colin Brown out. Definitely want to chat with Colin. He was leading this race. That's a position he's very familiar with over the last couple of years. And Tom Longfest has taken over fuel, and are they doing tires? Yes, they are.
At the other end of the pit lane, the FAF Porsche, the number 9, is in for another full service. As we've got the 2 Porsches together, this is the effective battle for the lead as they'll come round this time. Philippe Nasser and Mathieu Jaminet, 7 from 6, and they come across the line almost together as they pass the Lamborghini. Pushing his teammate towards the wall. Play nicely, gentlemen, please. And there's the pass for the lead down at turn 1. Talking about this right at the start of the show. That is the classic Watkins Glen pass. But now the Macintosh BMW is a moving roadblock. They're not doing anything wrong. And the 6 of Mathieu Jaminet pulls to the right-hand side. He's got his teammate right in the draft. They'll go side by side into the bus stop. Nice bit of driving by both. Again, that might have been a little more frantic if it wasn't a team car. So the red and white striped Porsche 963 back to the lead of the race. Nick Tandy led earlier on, now Mathieu Jaminet leading for Porsche Penske Motorsports.
Very interesting at this stage. There's one of the Lamborghinis holding up.
That is how the lead changed, Jeremy. Indeed. Down at turn 1.
Exactly, and allowed Jaminet to get a run on Nasser going down the front straight, and he makes a slices pass on the inside. Job done for the Frenchman.
Again, suspect there would have been slightly more robust defence had that not been another red and white car.
Yeah, and had it been, instead of having 4 hours and 4 minutes to go, somewhat less than that, yes.
Yeah, totally. Totally. It does seem as though the 6 cars got a little bit more pace.
I mean, on lap times, certainly isn't much to do between lap times. I think virtually all of the GTP cars are doing 33s. The only exception is the number 5 car, which done mid-34, but they're still learning an awful lot about that car, so not really relevant, I don't think, at this stage. But all of the GTP cars seem to be really close to the match, John, which is cool to see.
Well, we've been talking about that, haven't we, all year, to be honest. There's nothing to choose between the GTP cars on any given day, on any given stint, on any given set of tyres or fuel load. at any given circuit, there will be a car that has a wee bit of an advantage here and there, but you don't want to get rid of that. If a car's inherently got an advantage at street circuits, you don't want to slow that one down and speed everybody else up. You want to see that play out.
Right.
Battle for GTD.
Just looking at the lap times after. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
No, sorry.
Just looking at the lap times, it's been 3 laps since they pitted, and they're still only in the sort of 36s and 38s for the leaders. It just takes a lot of time to build the heat and pressure into these Michelin tires for the GTP contenders.
The Lexus versus Lamborghini battle continues. That is Vassar Sullivan's Frankie Monte Calvo and Dorian Pan for the lead in GTD. They're just coming over the top of the brow down to turn number 8. Still just on 4 hours to go, which is why I let Jeremy finish his thought there, because it's not as if they were battling to the line. We'll keep an eye on that whilst Shea Adams speaks to some drivers fresh out of their cars.
Connor DeFilippi out of the 25 BMW had a very eventful opening stint, but the first thing I have to know, did they let you go out on both sets of tires, the softer and the harder, or are you just running one of them?
No, we're saving the soft ones for the end of the race. Well, later on, at least, if we start getting some mixed conditions, the soft will be slightly nicer if there's some damp spots and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll save those for later in the race if we need them. Right now, we're just trying to get the tire pressures dialed in, because this is the first long runs, the proper ones we've had of the race weekend. So it's difficult to get those tuned in. So working on that. Obviously, we had the contact with the 01, which wasn't ideal. But yeah, it was just a racing situation. He was trying to get around a GTD car, and he kind of lost the rear and had a tank slapper. And as he gathered it up, like, I was trying to get the car slowed down, but I just couldn't get it slowed down quick enough, and unfortunately hit them. So sorry to damage their car, and sorry to our boys, but we stayed on the lead lap, and yeah, just keep plugging away. Still 4 hours to go, so plenty of action remaining.
It seemed like your first pit stop was a little bit long. Was there something that happened that you could tell from in the cockpit?
Yeah, that was my fault. That was my first time. We did quite a few laps under yellow, and then we came in for a hot stop. And I completely underestimated the amount of grip that these tires would have. Even though I did some laps on them, I thought there would at least be grip since I pushed hard on the track. But I was wrong. I came in, they were like stones, and I couldn't even really stop the car. So luckily no one was hurt there, no damage to the car. So we used a few of our 9 lives in the first stint, but hopefully we don't need many more the rest of the race.
You crossed the finish line first here last year. Does that make you feel like there's even more unfinished business?
For sure, I think we all feel, you know, we have a little something with this track. We've been fast all weekend. Obviously, we wanted that win last year, but circumstances took it away. So, yeah, we'll keep doing our best in everything we can control, and as the weather comes closer, we'll be ready.
It seems like in the dry, at least the speed is there. Where did that come from?
I mean, this was the first race weekend where we had a proper test before, so we got to test several weeks ago, which was good preparation. It also meant Nick didn't have to show up and learn a track in FP1, so it's just little things like that help. You know, you're going against the best in the business here, from teams to drivers, and all these guys have driven here before, so it just allowed us to really start developing and be at 10 tenths from the word go and from the first lap of FP1. So just really, really proud of these guys and girls that have worked hard on this program. We're making steps. Obviously, still plenty more to go, but proud of everybody involved.
Good luck the rest of the way, Connor.
Thank you.
Nice for Connor to speak to us there straight out of the car. It has looked much better at the stopwatch. This here doesn't lie, but the car has looked less of a handful to drive as well. News of a warning for the Cetilar Racing Ferrari. It's the blue and green car, the number 47. It's a warning for blocking. So weaving around or moving in response to somebody behind you. It's Antonio Fuoco who is behind the wheel. He's got Julian Andlauer behind him. I don't think it would have been that. I'm presuming it was Max Root who's just gone past him for Wright Motorsports in the number 77 machine. And so that is something that we'll have to be kept an eye on, because those warnings are for the car, not for the driver. So if you have multiple offences by different drivers, they will be totting those up. So Chetelaar have used one of their lives, blocking something that is very much frowned upon here. Defensive driving is one thing, pick a line and stick to it. So if you want to go to the inside and stop someone diving up the inside into a corner, that's fine, but you've got to get there and stick to it. You cannot move in response to what the car behind you is doing. That's how it is determined here. So still the two Porsches. Mathieu Jaminet from Philippe Nasr. Gap now 1.5 seconds last time around, and as Jaminet crosses the line, that's now 2.5 seconds. So I thought that number 6 car had a little bit of pace. I wonder if they're splitting strategy here, Jeremy. That would be a very Porsche Penske thing to do, and they may have put the slightly softer tyres onto the number 6 when Mathieu took over from Nick Tandy. Oh, now, was that a little bit of dirt or fluid or some kind of smoke from the leading car, from the right-hand rear of the car as he was coming through to the inner loop? That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. It may have been he was just grounding out there, but there was just something that didn't look quite right to me there about that number 6 car.
Yeah, you talk about the fact he pulled away by a second on it last time. I think that was just traffic. I'm interested, particularly interested in watching the gap between the Porsches and the Acura in third place, Philip Albuquerque. It was 6 seconds about 4 laps ago. It's now 3.6 between second and third. And we saw before that round of pit stops, Louis Delatraz driving the number 10 car, and he was definitely closing in on the two Porsches. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on. But who is so? On the other hand, number 60 Acura is falling back quite rapidly. Tom Blomqvist was 8 seconds behind the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac of Alexander Sims 4 laps ago. Last time around, the gap was 12 seconds, and that's gone out steadily to that. So Tom Blomqvist appears to be struggling at the moment for some reason.
Last time around, 3 wide into the first corner. The Arrow Lamborghini, Jared Andretti's LMP3 car, and the BMW number 25 of Nick Yellerly, all getting a little bit close for comfort into turn 1, and it put Yellerly up on the curb there, in from the lead of GTD, the Iron Dames. That was Dorian Pad, and that was a change
last
to
the ones to pit, I think.
Yeah, that Michelle Gatting got into that car. So the Iron Dames out. Let's see where that drops them down to in the battle for GT honours. Let's take a quick look at the positions then, with just under 4 hours to go. This is our VP Racing update. We'll start in GTD. Michelle Gatting has just taken over the Iron Dames Lamborghini, came into the pits in the lead. We'll see where she feeds back in. GTD Pro led by Risi Competizione number 62, Ben Barnicat, in the yellow and black number 14, Vass Sullivan Lexus in second, Jordan Taylor for Corvette Racing in third in the all yellow number 3. In GTD see if Michelle got out ahead of Frankie Montecalvo, and they come round next time. That number 83 car. Montecalvo was 5.5 seconds ahead of Misha Goikberg, who's taken over the Forte Racing powered by USRT Lamborghinis. Lamborghini showing well this weekend.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a balance of performance break coming into this weekend, John, to the Lamborghinis. They've lost a bit of weight, 20 kilograms. They have shed since the last round. The Ferraris.
I wish I could say the same, Jeremy.
The Ferraris got rid of 30 kilograms. And those are the two biggest changes. The McLaren and the Mercedes also lost 20 kilograms. And certainly this weekend, the Ferraris and Lamborghinis and probably the Lexus, which got a slightly larger restrictor here, seem to have the pace on everybody else here. The Porsches definitely seem to be struggling a bit here, particularly on launching out of the corners. They don't have the torque coming off the corners compared to these other cars.
And the answer to my question just went under my feet as to whether Michel Gatting got out ahead of Frankie Montecalvo. Yes, but just managed to hold on to the lead coming through turn 9 last time around, with the JDC Miller Porsche providing a little bit of interference, slowing her down actually, and got, I think, a wee tap from Frankie in the Lexus. But that is first and second. Heading down towards turn 6, the Iron Dames, a brilliant, simply brilliant programme, conceived and organised by Deborah Mayer. Been a driving force for this. Deborah, a long-time Ferrari fanatic and racer herself, putting into place the Iron Dames, Iron Lynx, Prema programmes, and is heavily involved with the Lamborghini GTP LMDH programme, particularly on the engine side. That will see the Iron Dames field a Lamborghini prototype in the IMSA long distance events next year, 2024. Don't want to wish our lives away, but that's going to be a cracker. Another great season, more cars coming in from customers. Down to turn 1 at battle for the lead in GTD. Really has borne fruit, the support of the female drivers and engineers from the Iron Dames. A scary moment for the leader, actually, going up alongside the Risi Competizione Ferrari last time around at the toe of the boot at turn 7. There was a bit of side-to-side contact for our overall leader, Mathieu Jaminet. And that hopefully hasn't caused any damage to either of those cars. Just a bit of a miscommunication. Davide Rigon maybe not realising how close that prototype was. But just back to the Iron Dames for a moment. Lovely to see Rahel Frey involved in that. Such a great career. The stopwatch, the car, and the timing screens proving how good she has been down through the years. Driven everything really in terms of tin tops, including DTM for a number of years. Super competitive driver, and seldom, if ever, in fact, you know what, I'm not sure I've ever seen her without a smile on her face. Always wants to have an interview. She's been on Midweek Motorsport down through the years more times than I can count, and even when she's busy, she'll make time for you. And what a role model, and what a mentor. And well done to Deborah and the rest of Iron Dames for identifying Rahel as somebody who could help drive that programme forward, and she has done.
And she has done, yeah. But all three of those girls, I mean, they are fast here, and they're
all there on merit.
And they're all there on merit, and you're right, they have a great attitude. I've chatted to Michelle and to Rahel this morning, and they were just having so much fun. They absolutely love it over here. They love the opportunity. Of course, they're driving different cars. It's a Porsche they're driving, isn't it, in the WEC?
Sorry, say again?
Porsche they're driving WEC.
Yes, because Lamborghini doesn't have a GTE car.
Yeah.
And a couple of those drivers, Shea Adam, have come up through the Ferrari ranks. I mentioned Deborah Mayer, herself a Ferrari Challenge driver down through the years.
Yeah, but not just Ferrari Challenge drivers, Ferrari Challenge champions. As far as Europe is concerned, the last 2 champions, Dorian Pan and Michel Gadding, very impressive. And especially when you consider Dorian's record, it was something like 9 out of 14 race wins, 10 fastest laps. Incredible.
Yeah, and that has done a lot to change attitudes.
Yeah.
And let's be fair, they needed changing in some respects, but it's done a lot. And we've had them on the podium, we've had them winning races in other series as well. Let's go down to Jordan Pepper with Shea Adam.
He just heard his name on the loudspeaker. Hey Jordan, what's up? How you doing?
Yeah, good. It was hot out there. We planned to do a single, but obviously the way the cautions and stuff fell, was out there for a double, and the heat here just rapidly increased. So it got hot towards the end, but it was a good fight with the Lexus. Early on was a good fight with Loris and the Ferrari behind, so it was fun.
You and Andrea won a championship in North America together. How long have you been waiting to share the car with him up against the best of the best in the world?
Man, it's been a dream weekend, honestly. I think the relationship me and Andrea have, like what we've grown like to come together and stuff like that over the years, has been really incredible. And I think we just complement each other so well. And you know, when you look up and down the IMSA paddock, especially in the GTD Pro scene, all the driver pairings have that similar connection. So it's so important, I think, in this championship that the trust is there, the fun's there, and you know what, we've come here. What better way to enjoy it? You know, we have an incredible team. The atmosphere has been so great. Everyone's having fun, and you know, I think when everyone's having fun, the results come as well. So we'll keep pushing. We'll keep pushing against the Lexus. I think right now with the Ferrari getting a drive-through and stuff, it's kind of a 2-horse battle. But you know, IMSA safety cars are going to come, and everything's going to happen. And right now we have a good car, so let's see what happens.
2-horse battle. It's good when you've got the bull then. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean the Lexus is quick, so we're gonna have to extract everything. But it's gonna be fun, and yeah, let's see. I'm sure it's gonna be good North American racing.
Jordan Pepper with Shea Adam down in the pit lane, live from Watkins Glen. RS2 is IMSA Radio XM202 around the North American continent. And just a reminder for those of you in the UK, just about an hour away from live coverage on Viaplay Extra on the Sky platform and others, on your telly box, to one of the free channels from Viaplay. I know that one or two of you across Europe are already tuned in on Viaplay, particularly in Europe. Just 1 or 2 threatening clouds, but it's just dropped a couple of degrees in temperature. We can feel this, even feel that up here. Just a couple of bits of housekeeping. Checked in with the team and with our good friend Lee Driggers, who's done the base 60 max the hard way. CrowdStrike Algarve Pro Racing absolutely convinced and now confirmed by adding it up from Lee Driggers. Thank you, Lee. Always good to have you having our backs. George Kurtz has done his 90 minutes. He's 1 hour 30 minutes in that number 4 car. We knew it was close. Plus the pit stop made it even closer. But with Jeff Brown on the pit wall, I think we could have probably decided that he adds up better than we do, to be quite honest. Right, Jeremy, how are we looking with 3 hours and 45 minutes to go?
Really interesting, because the top 4 are all closing up. Alexander Sims is much closer now to the race leader Matthew Jaminet than he has been at any particular time. All of a sudden, the last couple of laps, I think Philippe Nasr's had the worst of the traffic, but he's now really under pressure from Philip Albuquerque. Sims comes into the pits. Car number 31 wide. Not expected that. They're obviously planning toward the 3-hour point in the race. That's why they're coming in now. I think all of the GTP cars have got to come in to make a pit stop before the 3-hour mark. So if he comes in now, it's a full course caution, pits are going to be closed, everybody else comes in and he leapfrogs to the front. So I think that's why we're seeing the number 31 car in the pits at the moment.
And sure, Adam was watching that stop. It was a quickie.
Yeah, very close to the car as it came in to stop. They did fuel only, and left side tires, I should say. A lot like we saw yesterday in NASCAR style. But no, this was because they didn't actually have time to do the right sides. The fuel nozzle and the energy replenishment wasn't in long enough for them to be able to change the right sides as well.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have needed much. It's not even halfway through a stint, I think, for the number 31 team. And Tom Blomqvist has picked up his pace relative to the others. That gap has sort of stabilised between what is now third. He's up to fourth place now with that pit stop for number 31 car. Nick Yellerly, though, has been struggling. And he's actually losing ground to Tijmen van der Helm in the Porsche that's behind him. Well, up until the last lap, actually, because Nick Yellerly all of a sudden turned to 135.0, which is significantly quicker than he had been going, John.
Just talking about the French influx of young drivers, and Lila Wadu has just posted the fastest lap of the whole race for the number 88 car. That is the AF Course Oregon, 138.279. That's barely a tenth away from the fastest LMP2 lap. If you were under any illusions of what these young drivers can do from Europe, then there you are. The young lady from Amiens on the way to Paris. Change at Amiens if you are going to Le Mans. You jump off the train there, jump off the TGV and jump back on, so you don't have to go into Paris from the Gare du Nord to Gare Montparnasse and then down. You change at Amiens. Best place to do it. I first saw Lila Wadu in, I think it was the Alpine series with the little Alpine race cars. And she was winning races in that. Johnny Palmer and I at Barcelona watched her destroy a very, very impressive field all in the same machinery, not once but twice that weekend from memory. And she has transitioned into prototype machinery very impressively indeed. So Ben Barnicat leads GTD Pro from Andrea Caldarelli in second. That's Iron Links in second, Vassar Sullivan in first. And they are right together on the circuit coming through to turn number 9 now. The tricky left-hander that brings you off the Grand Prix circuit and back towards the pit lane. It almost feels like that's... There's a couple of corners here, turn 9 and turn 6 actually, that feel like they are tightening on you, and if they are, it's marginal. But what is happening is the outside wall is getting closer to you as you're going to the outside and the exit of the corner. It's quite intimidating. Third, by the way, is Klaus Bachler for Pfaff Motorsport. Remember, the number 9 plaid Porsche went way off strategy early on, but of course since then we've had a couple of or 3 safety cars. If you weren't with us at the beginning, problems early on for number 24 BMW, Augusto Farfus taking a wild ride at turn 1, breaking the front suspension. That car went behind the wall, was recovered behind the wall. We've also had issues for the 01 Cadillac when Simon Pagenaud lost control of the car. Sebastian Brodeur lost control of the car coming through turn 10. He was in behind David Brulé in the 92 Porsche. Just maybe lost his concentration for a moment or misjudged the speed of the Porsche and had to try and tighten the corner, and there was a little wiggle and it looked like he caught it, and then he got sideways. Unfortunately, Conor De Filippi was right up behind him and gave him a bat. I think he was already on his way to the wall, to be honest. I don't think that made much of a difference when the BMW hit the Cadillac. I don't think that's what sent him into the wall. The Cadillac.
No. He was as he was spinning, he was Conor had nowhere to go.
He had nowhere to go.
And damaged the nose. That's right. He had to come in and change the nose cone on that number 25 BMW. Nick Yellerly's taking some good laps now. Took him a long time. He told me earlier on it takes 7 or 8 laps to get these the tires up to temperature, and that's about right from what he was telling me. Now he's fully up to speed, and he turned a 1:34.3 last time around, which was by far and away the quickest GTP time. The bad news is he's already 32 seconds now, but it was 36 seconds behind a number 60 car of Tom Blomqvist.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. Paul Taylor says, any idea why the number 7 Felipe Nasr car has front and rear lights flashing? Seem to start dropping back from the number 6. They're flashing now because he's in the pit lane for that number 7, and they flash a dark purple. I'll check when he goes back out again. It normally means pit lane speed limiter is engaged. However, the LED lights, if you're watching on IMSA TV, oh wow, that car's going behind the wall. Drama for a car that has led the race. This is the Porsche number 7, and straight through to the end of the pit lane, and you have to drive quite a long way round to get back to the paddock here.
Yeah, I thought he was losing ground to the sister car. These last 3 or 4 laps he's been struggling a bit. He's going to release Philip Albuquerque, which is going to be interesting.
Release the Albuquerque. Just to finish off the point about the flashing lights, it's unusual to see that. It's normally the pit lane speed limiter that brings them on at Paul. But sometimes they do get out of phase. The LEDs get out of phase with the cameras. But I wonder if he was getting some kind of issue with the pit lane speed limiter button then, and that's why they were coming on, because that's the time that you normally see them flashing. The rear lights flash when the rain lights need to be on. So here's the first chink in the armour that hasn't been accident predicated for the GTP cars, and it is Felipe Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsports, and the travails of Porsche Penske Motorsports continue with this new car. They were hopeful of some redemption after Le Mans did not go in any way, shape or form how they wanted. Straight through the pit share, Adam, and behind the wall. For what reason?
Problems with the hybrid system. This is very similar to what we saw with the BMW at the start of Daytona at the 24 hours. Remember, there was a very early problem with one of the BMWs. Now it's at the Porsche.
It's been, they've had, I think they swapped a battery pack at Le Mans. Spinner at the last but one corner, and that's Jared Andretti in the black and white number 36. He's straight into the pit lane, and the 36 car, excuse me, was right up there.
Yeah, it was running in 3rd place.
Already dropped down to 5th. New set of tyres for Jared. He's out of the car. Sticker Michelin's going on, and Gabi Chavez about to get in the car. Meantime, Porsche Penske Motorsports. Now, they can't touch that car. Now, this is interesting. Just a spin on his own, I think, for Jared Andretti. The safety light is not on, so that Porsche, as Shea has alluded to, we saw one of the BMWs right at the start of Daytona pull off the track and sit on its own for quite some time. That was the hybrid safety area, the HV high voltage safety area, and that's where the Porsche is at the moment. And the team are being told quite clearly by the AMR safety crew that they can't touch the car until the green light's on. And they've arrived wanting to get that car back to its paddock area to work on it. Well, big drama there. The battery pack in the hybrid is a spec part for all the GTPs. Porsche did pretty much all of the early development on it because they were on the road first just over a year ago. However, the software and control systems that the individual manufacturers use, that that they can do themselves. That's a free item, if you will, to have development on. Still waiting to have clearance for the car to be touched. The driver's door is open. The drivers are told not to get out unless they can do it without touching the car on the ground at the same time. So it's climb onto the side pod and then jump off. And still, that Porsche is sitting there on the pit return road, the paddock return road actually, which I presume is the designated HV safety zone. They're talking to Felipe Nasser to talk him through trying to get that car into a safe state so that it can be manoeuvred back to its pit lane. Its sister car, Mathieu Jaminet, by nearly 7 seconds ahead of Philippe Albuquerque in second for Konica Minolta Acura, the 60 Acura. Tom Blomqvist in third place is another 8.5 back. Then it's a minute back to Nick Yellerly. And the BMW M Hybrid V8, the remaining car after Farfus had a problem. Pit stop now for Tijmen van der Helm and JDC Miller. This looks all pretty standard. Just making sure the wheels have gone on correctly. Fuel still going in. Everything being checked. Tyres being tidied up. And Tijmen van der Helm takes the number 5 bright yellow JDC Miller Porsche 963 back into the fight. In LMP2, it's Pride Strike Racing by some 21 seconds from Alec Quinn in the PR1 Matheson number 52. Ryan DL now is 5 seconds further back in the number 18, the Blue Era. Orica in third. Dakota Dickerson leads Junior 3 Racing's charge at the head of the P3 category. He's being closed down in that Junior 3 number 30 by the AWA number 70 on Nico Varone. 7/10 of a second, 7:47. That's a jumbo battle going on at the head of the field. I'll get the cut. 20 seconds further back, Josh Burton for Riley in the 74 machine. And in GTD, Ben Barnicat has all of a second in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus ahead of Iron Lynx's Lamborghini Huracan. 14 from 63, Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel. In GTD, it is Michelle Gatling still leading for Iron Dames in that Lamborghini. So Iron Dames, Iron Link having a great run. The number 83 car ahead of the 12. That is Frankie Montecalvo in the Lexus at about a second's deficit. So Lexus versus Lamborghini in both of the GT classes, with Lexus leading Pro and Lamborghini leading AM. That's your VP Racing update with 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. Live from trackside. This is IMSA Radio with IMSA TV. John Hindhaugh, Jeremy Shaw and Shea Adam on duty today. 2 weeks away from our Canadian Tire Motorsport Park coverage. Put that in your diary. Next weekend, I'm going to watch a bit of motor racing. And some of the team will be at Classic Le Mans. Saturday and Sunday, live in sound and vision. 52 wins car bouncing over the curbs for Paul Loup Chatham, PR1 Matheson Motorsports. The car that he's taken over from Ben Keating was fully committed through the bus stop. Let's pick up on some other battles. BMW number 96 sitting in a sandwich of 2 Pro cars who are having their own scrap. Robbie Foley in the 96 car, with behind him the 60, that would be the 62 Ferrari, the Risi car, who's battling with the number 9 Klaus Bachler driven Pfaff Motorsports. That's for 3rd and 4th, and Robbie Foley himself 4th in GTD is in the middle of that battle. Off for the Macintosh BMW, the number 95. That's been on the grass at turn 7 and regains the circuit, and there's a slow-moving prototype. It's the number 10. Oh my goodness me, another problem. It's a left rear issue. The tyre and wheel have gone. It's not a puncture, it's a missing tyre and wheel for They haven't been in the pits for ages. Philippe Albuquerque in second place. He's already lost that. Well, he's going to shortcut, and this will lose him a lap. Taking that shortcut loses him the lap. Wow. Bo Barfield, our race director, did ask drivers to do that if they had a problem rather than limping round. So, I mean, this was second place. He was charging, and he hasn't been in the pits for what, 25, 30 minutes, Jeremy?
No, longer than that. He last pitted on lap 55, 1979, so 24 laps.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, where's the tyre and wheel?
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
is it safe?
Is it safe?
Yeah.
That's it. That was exactly my thought, Jeremy Shaw. Oh my goodness! Very close to being picked up. He's right on the fast exit of turns number 10, and there's 3 or 4 cars had to go either side of him there. Something went past so quick that I couldn't even recognise the machine, and it was so close to a huge accident. Nothing Felipe could do. All he's got to do is try and get that car back. A huge story developing here then, with Tom Blomqvist in the second of the Acuras, having gone through into second. Nick Yellowly to third. He is into the pit lane. The tyre and wheel is it's just on the exit of the inner loop, the bus stop.
Yeah, so it's pretty safe there, I think. I don't think they'll need to go get it.
I think you're probably right. I think if there's a caution comes out, somebody will get it.
Yes.
It's in the runoff, actually. I think that's gone on the run in.
Yeah, look,
it's all spinning. There's no wheel nut on the left rear.
Yeah.
And the axle is still spinning around. Shea Adam is down there. So they're going to have a look to see what's happened. They'll be looking at the thread and seeing if they can get a wheel onto there. New Michelin tyre goes on. That didn't sound like it was tightening up, did it? They're putting fuel in. They might as well. That's smart. It's just the one tyre, the left rear. Communication with the fueler. It's all on you. He nodded. He realised. And he's back out, but he has dropped down to 5th, and he's off the lead lap, Jeremy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, no, that's not good news. Look at this note come up on the screens here. Car 62, 78, and 83. They're 3 of the top contenders in either GTD or GTD Pro. Mechanical black flag for tyre requirements. We've seen a lot of that in this race.
This is we think this is about tyre pressures. So this started very early in the lap. How unlucky for Philippe Albuquerque. It was actually off. The tyre had actually, or the nut had fallen off somewhere, I think round about turn 1. Now, we were wondering why the 95 BMW had been knocked to bits, the Macintosh Pro machine, the Turner Motorsport machine, and that was because it was helped off at turn number 7. So close to a big accident when Albuquerque was coming back. Coming out of turn. I mean, there's nothing he can do, Jeremy. He's trying to get it back to the pits, but he was right in the firing line on the exit of turn 10. And something swept past him. And when I say something, I'm pretty certain it was a prototype, but I can't tell you whether it was GTP, P2 or P3. And just missed the back of it. So this is another big turn, another big swing of the pendulum here. Porsche lead from Acura by 10 seconds. BMW another 39 seconds away in third. In GTP, if we know anything, Jeremy Shaw, we know that WTR have come back from worse than this. They have won Daytona a couple of laps down, so they know that they can get back. They'll need a bit of luck, but the fight back started the moment that new left rear tyre went on.
Yeah, Absolutely.
Oh, can you believe it? On the way out of the pits, drive-through for the number 10, pit lane speed violation. That's their second drive-through, +1 on the pit lane speed. It was definitely not on the way in because he wasn't even making pit lane speed. So that's on the way out. I wonder if they've not calibrated their speed.
Yeah, I mean,
pit lane speed. That's twice they've gone through on a +1, Jeremy.
Yeah, they've had 2 practice sessions. They didn't have qualifying, of course, and then the warm-up this morning. I mean, they made a bunch of pit stops during this event, and I don't actually recall whether they had any issues with that during the practice sessions, but to have them in the race is really surprising for a team of that caliber.
Wicked Bill asking on IMSA Radio, why didn't they replace all 4 tyres on the WTR car? They will be working their tyre strategy. You only get so many sets of tyres and a couple of spares normally, so they'll want to keep full new sets for later in the race. That's my guess, Wicket. Answers on a postcard, or more properly on Twitter, please, at IMSA Radio. Now, here are some drive-throughs being served. This is the number 10 car coming back through for Philippe Albuquerque. Also making a pit stop, a yellow prototype. I was about to say that Porsche's been in recently, but of course that was the 85 Decade. Dan Goldberg brought the car into the pit lane for JDC Miller, still running the LMP3 car as well. Now, Michelle Ganning's just been in and out of the pits. That was another drive-through. So Shea Adam was watching that.
That was full service. They had to put tires on.
No, there was a mechanical black flag for the tyre infringement, so they have to change the tyres for ones that have the right pressures. Correct.
Yep.
So it's a penalty, but you are forced to change tyres at that point. And we've still got the number 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari to do that as well. So that's dropped her from the lead down to at least 4th, I think. Maybe, no, it's beyond that. Kenton Cook's gone through, Roman D'Angelis has gone through. So that's going to be a huge, huge advantage, Jeremy Short, of Vasser Sullivan and the number 12, Frankie Montecalvo, in the GTD battle.
Well, it really is, because the sister car is leading in GTD Pro. Ben Barnicott's at the wheel of that car now, just ahead of Andrea Caldarelli in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Those two have been, well, they're separated by 1.7 seconds last summer, and that's about the most they've been separated the entire race, I think. They pulled out a long way over all the other GTD cars. The next one is the class leader in GTD non-pro, as you say, that's Frankie Montecalvo, who's about 6 seconds ahead of Klaus Bachler, who's having a lengthy battle with Robbie Foley and David Arrigon, number 62 Ferrari, who has that same penalty to serve. He's had that same mechanical black flag for the last couple of laps.
You might be wondering, Dave, if you're a listener, what that's all about. We believe it to be tyre pressures. Working with the tyre supplier Michelin, there is a minimum tyre pressure for the tyres when they leave the pit lane, and at this track with the sharp curbs and the high energy loadings in the long fast corners, Michelin come up with what they call their pre-code that advises the teams about some things and mandates about the others. So caster and camber, how the wheel is presented to the ground by the suspension effectively, and tyre pressures. Tyre pressures affects tyre temperature. Tyre temperature also affects tyre pressures. So getting the right starting pressure is absolutely crucial to give you the longevity and the tyre performance that you need. For example, if you pump your road car tyres up too far, it will feel pretty rotten. My hire car had far too high tyre pressures when I picked it up on Tuesday, and I had to guess what I was going to need to do with warm tyres to get it down to a 33 PSI on the cold pressures. And you get it somewhere pretty close, and the handling goes back to decent, and then you carry on from there. IMSA penalising those cars then for incorrect tyre pressures. Renger van der Zande back in, the team looking at tyre pickup on that car and some balls of other people's rubber. Meantime, a significant moment here as Mathieu Jaminet on pace is about to put a lap on the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, which is already
a second lap,
one lap down. One lap down due to its problems with the rear tyre, and Jaminet in full hunter-killer mode is trying to put it 2 laps down. This would be significant with still just over half of the race to go. 1 lap, well, you might get that back with a safety car. 2 laps, you're going to need a bit more luck. Wayne Taylor and the rest of the team at Konica Minolta are well versed in coming back from seemingly completely lost causes. But it's clear to me that Jaminet and Porsche Penske Motorsports have told them, Jaminet, hey Mathieu, you get a chance, you put him a lap down, do it without any major risk to yourself and the car, but if you can do it, do it. Because that's a car that they would have expected Jeremy Shaw to be battling for the win here.
Absolutely right, yes, because the...
Oh, Jaminet's pitting.
There you go.
Jaminet's pitting, so that's the end of that little fight. So from the lead of the motor race, 2 hours and 43 minutes gone. So just over 3 hours to go. And here comes the number 6. Down to the end of the pit lane. Sun shining on the pit lane at the moment. Those threatening clouds have disappeared a little bit. TDS Racing has followed them in the yellow and red car. That will be their pit lane speed violation as the Porsche pulls up next to Shea Adam.
Fuel and tires for this stop. No driver change. It looks like Mathieu Jaminet staying aboard, but they are keeping a new drinks bottle. Very kind of Porsche Penske Motorsport has 4 new tires going on this car. So now is the time of day where it is hot enough where you cannot double stint. You need the fresh rubber on every stop. Oh, windshield tear off for Mathieu as well, as Porsche being extra nice to him. Waiting on the fuel and the energy replenishment, but other than that, very clean stop.
The track a couple of laps ago, I think. The Cadillac of Alexander Sims getting past the Nick Yellow's BMW. He's pulled away a lot too. What happened there? I missed that. I think the BMW's in the pits. That must have been on the previous lap then. So the Alexander Sims has been really charging along here all the way through his he's in the middle of a double stint now. He was the first of the GTP cars to make this sort of kind of scheduled really second stop of the day. Way back on lap 70, we now completed lap 87 for the leaders. It's Tom Blomqvist who goes through into the lead, once again showing good energy saving in that number 60 car for Meyer Shank Racing with Kerbag and Jadin. Yakura out front then, and he says that one more time, so 88 laps in the books now. 135.2 last time around for Tom Blomqvist. His fastest lap of the race was a 33.6. Well, that car's fastest lap of the race was a 33.6. That was actually set early on by Colin Brown. But he's settled into a good pace now, has Tom Blomqvist. And he will be the next of the drivers, I think, to make a pit stop. Along with the BMW Nick Yellowly.
How many laps are the GTPs getting, Jeremy, roughly speaking?
Around about 30, I think.
Yeah. So
30, well, he's done 31, so it'll be 32 if he comes in next time around for Tom Blomqvist. That's pretty good. BMW is in the pits.
That is Nick Yellowly. Shea Adam was confidently predicting that. And oh, I hear the squeak of a BMW brake.
Yes, you do. As they open the door and they are doing a data stick change for Yellowly. That's something else we haven't talked about yet. They have to change the data sticks between hours 2 and 4 in this race to then bring it to IMSA and make sure that they're doing everything exactly by the book. But this is interesting because these are not shiny new Michelin slicks going onto the car. They are scrubbed Michelin slicks going on the car. So they've had a little bit of wear. These potentially could have been the tires that they were looking to use in qualifying at the beginning of the session to send their driver out to get a feel for what the track would be like. They look a bit worn in, but not terrible, just waiting on the energy. At this point, fuel and energy, and Nick Yellowly staying aboard for another go. Oh, I said go, and he did.
They're all listening to you, Shea. See what happens when you say stop. No, don't. Everything's fine. And don't say the R word at all. We're quite happy with a bit of sunshine with 3 hours and 13 minutes to go. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Just on 6:30 in the UK, 7:30 in Central Europe. It's just coming up to 1:30 in the afternoon, Eastern summertime. Few clouds in the distance, but they have been nowhere near as threatening as they were earlier on. It's turning into a nice afternoon. Track temperature settling in to around about the early to mid 90s Fahrenheit. That's 34 Celsius, and a huge penalty. Potentially, this could change the face of the race. The leading Porsche has been given a warning for powertrain parameters, so this will be overpowered. This is measured by by torque sensors on the output shafts, the drive shafts, and the Porsche then overproducing.
Yeah, or possibly they have a maximum amount of energy they're allowed to use during a stint. Is that different to
well, that says powertrain parameters rather than energy limits.
It does.
We've seen this in the World Endurance Championship. Actually, when a sensor failed...
They have a maximum power limit for the combination of the internal combustion engine and the hybrid system. Those are tweaked regularly for the Porsche. It's set at 515 kilowatts, which is actually 1 more kilowatt than they had at the previous round at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
And you make a good point there, Jeremy, because the hybrid here is not a push-to-pass type of operation. It works in tandem with the internal combustion engine in all of the GTP cars, and indeed all of the hypercars in the ACO version of the top class. And you are given that power, that upper power limit. Now that could be coming all from the battery, it could be coming all from the internal combustion engine, and I'll tell you now, the internal combustion engines can make all of that power should they need to. Where the clever bit is that management software that we talked about, which is free for the teams to develop themselves, the manufacturers to develop themselves, and that's the clever bit, how you manage the usage of your battery and the power that's coming from the internal combustion engine, but you must stay under the limit that is given in the regs for each of the events. And that's what I think they've been called for. And it's measured, it's not what goes in. Thierry Bouvet told us this, it's what comes out. In comes the number 60 car, keep an eye on that. So it's what comes out at the wheels. So your gearbox losses, anything through your electric motors, all of those losses, that's not taking into account. It's exactly what comes out of the wheels to the wheels via the drive shafts. And there's a torque sensor from the series on the drive shaft, and that must be operational all the time. Toyota lost a race at Portimao when a sensor went down. They had to change the drive shaft and get that information back to the series. Let's go down to Shea Adam, who's watching the 60 Acura, the Meyer Shank car.
Fuel, tires, energy replenishment, windshield tear-off, but possibly the most important part was a water bottle handed into the cockpit for Tom Longfest. I'm wondering if maybe he's having some kind of an issue because they did put another water bottle in. If so, it's a very warm day to not be able to have water straight to you in the car. We also had another very significant pit stop in just a couple moments ago. One pit box further up, that belongs to Corvette Racing. Fuel, tires, and the King of Spain is behind the wheel now. That's right, Antonio Garcia, 2 times a pole winner here at this track. He is now in for what I believe will be to the end of the race.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. You can only do 4 hours in any 6, so we're well inside of that. So we have less than 4, 3 hours and 9 minutes. Hello to Steve Tarrant, who's on holiday in France at the moment. Thank goodness, he says, you're soothing my nerves. I can watch the IMSA 6-hour Watkins Glen on my iPad. Nice to hear Gearbox Girl. Shea Adam for the first time in a wee while. Say hello to Steve, Shea.
Hey, Steve.
There you go. Steve, I know it was the anniversary a couple of days ago. We were thinking about you, mate, and your colleagues, particularly then, after that horrible accident at Goodwood a few years ago. Glad to know that you're in Syria, out enjoying yourselves on holiday. It looks idyllic where you are. 3 minutes and 3 hours, 8 minutes and 30 seconds is what I was trying to say there for the Sahlen 6 hours the Glen. So around about 5 laps before we have the first set of points, the interim set of points for Michelin Endurance Cup. So before something else happens, let's give you a VP Racing in-race update.
Yeah, well, before you do that,
No, go on.
Okay, fine. Well, the number 31 car now leads. That's the car that made that stop very early on.
Correct.
Alexander Sim, relative to everybody else in this sequence of stops, in order to be out front now, well, in 7.5 minutes' time, that's the plan. Alexander Sims, he's been turning some really good laps. We talked about him, haven't we, fairly regularly over the last hour or so. He's been turning really good laps, and he becomes, that's the 6th lead change during this race, and the 4th different leader we've had inside, not yet to the 3-hour mark.
So that is the leader of the race. Whelen Engineering, that tactic might have worked for them. BDO knows strategy. We'll be looking for that in the next 3 hours and letting you know which of the teams amongst our 57 who started have done the best job. Whelen putting themselves in position to take the 5 points at the half distance for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Second, now almost a minute behind, Mathieu Jaminet, Porsche Penske Motorsport. Will they have to turn that car down a bit? Is there something that Mathieu can do on the steering wheel with the controls? I bet there is, because there's a 32-page manual for the steering wheel there. Third is Tom Blomqvist, another 5.5 seconds back, and then it's 50 seconds back to Nick Yellerleaf for the BMW, the remaining BMW. P2, Nolan Siegel in the 04 CrowdStrike leads by about 11 seconds from Paul Luchata in the PR1 number 52 wins car. Then Ryan DL for Aero lurking there, 20 seconds further back in third, but Guido van der Garde is pressing him. He's in the number 35 TDS racing car, just half a second back from the Scotsman. Josh Burden for Riley, the 74 car, leads in LMP3. 2 Ligiers and a Duquesne in the top 3. Junior 3, Dakota Dickerson in second, has just come into the pits, and Nico Varon, AWA, in third. The Argentinian and Italian flagged driver wears both of the flags on his race suit. He's in third. GTD Pro, Vassar Sullivan Lexus from Lamborghini at 5 seconds now between Ben Barnican in the 14 and Andrea Caldarelli in the 63. Within third, Klaus Bachler for Pfaff Motorsport a bit further back, around about a minute or so further back. GTD, Vassar Sullivan now has Turner Motorsports hassling them. They got the lead, remember, when the Iron Dames were penalised for tyre infringement and had to do a drive-through. So it's the 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus from the 96 Robbie Foley driven Turner Motorsport BMW. Then it's Roman De Angelis for Heart of Racing Aston Martin, the 27 car in third, another 12 seconds further back with 3 hours and 5 minutes to go. That's your VP Racing update live from Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and Alexander Sims leads then, and not far ahead of him on the racetrack at all is the number 25 car of Nick Yellerleaf. So
yeah.
Yellerleaf, he wants to try and stay on the lead lap at this stage. He's the Cadillac is looming looming behind him here. So we had Porsche leading the race, we've had Cadillac now leading the race, we've had Acura leading the race, not yet BMW, but they've been fast this weekend, just had no luck at all yet. But if you can stay on a lead lap, then it's still very much in this contest, so that 25 BMW.
Well, I like what you said in our Porsche Keys to the Race, Jeremy, and in Michelin Countdown Agreed, that in a lot of ways, this is 2 3-hour races. And actually, you're quite right with that, because there are people who are looking for the points for Michelin Pilot Challenge. Problems for the or Porsche, the number 80. This is the T-Rex, Rexy, as it's affectionately known. And the right front wing, the fender, around the tyre and wheel arch has worked its way loose, which gives it a slightly odd look on the face of that car. That might need a mechanical black flag, because there's quite a lot of carbon fibre there and a headlight all together. Looks like the rear fixing has come loose. Now, I mentioned earlier that there's been a lot of revisions to the 993 GT3, the 992 GT3 car, and one of those was making the panels easier to replace, fewer fixings, as Shea Adam has got the Vassar Sullivan number 14 Pro car in the pits. That's the Lexus. Shea?
Ben Barnicat staying aboard. Fuel, tires, and data stick change for the 14 Lexus. And I've got a science question. Technically, dinosaurs, would they be reptiles? Because then maybe Rexy's just shedding her skin.
Yeah, absolutely right. Cold-blooded. Well, T-Rex. I'm going to have to look that up now. But yes, okay, I see what you're saying. Fuel is finished from the Sealmaster supported Lexus, who has to just lift for a moment, as there was another car coming out. It's the Inception McLaren, and there was just a, it's not the Inception McLaren at all, it is the other Ferrari, wasn't it, that was just coming out of the pit lane. The Triasi Competizione car with Onofrio Triasi behind the wheel, the 023. Just had to lift then from Ben Barnicat as he was exiting the pits. Now, have we had that pit stop and drive through for the 3 Corvette? I think we have, as it's now dropped down. Mentioned earlier on, we've got a full house GT3 version of that car coming shortly. Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
Time plus 1 lap for all of our teams if you want to score the Michelin Endurance Cup points.
That's a good point.
I've just seen a team jump up on the wall. That would be the 27 Heart of Racing. They lead the Michelin Endurance Cup by a lot after their great performance at the 24 Hours of Daytona, which they came away with some new Rolexes. They've gotten up on the wall, and I went over to the guys and said, "You're coming in at 3 hours elapsed plus 1 lap, right?" Yeah. And they went, so let me ask Phil. And then all of a sudden the discussion went on. So guys, you're welcome.
Thank you, Shea. Just a quick run then as we come into half distance of those cars that had problems. Augusto Farfus for the BMW team RLL machine had an issue right at the very start. Oh my goodness, hang on a minute. Shea Adam, what have you just been talking about? Look who's in the pit lane.
I know, and I told them not to. I said time plus 1 lap, guys. This means they're going to score the minimum number of points, which will be 2 at the 3-hour mark. Now, as I said, they do have a very healthy lead, but cars chasing them in those points include the 32 Team Cawthorpe. This is going to move them up a position, meaning that they're going to gain 1 more point than they would have. That's valuable. The 44 Magnus Racing Aston Martin and the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. Wow, sorry about that, Paul. But that means that those 2 cars already scoring only 2 points. It's going to help the 32 more than anyone else, and that's 5 points that Heart of Racing has just given up. Also into the pit lane is the number 12 Lexus. Looks like fuel and tires for them. I did not see a driver change for Frankie Montecalvo.
There might have just been. I saw the door net and the driver's door open, but sometimes they kid us with that. It is Parker Thompson who took that car out. Let me quickly, as these pit stops are coming, we'll get the results at the end of the third hour through from IMSA as official in a moment, because as Chase rightly said, it is +1 lap. Augusto Farfus, lap 1, turn 1, Nick 1, Pearl 1, and that 24 car was out for BMW. He's got a little bit Larry on him and squared into the wall. Eric Lux had problems with the number 51 Rickware Racing Orica. That was accident damage. Russell Ward retired the 57 Winward Racing Mercedes after 32 laps with an overheated engine that did the AMG lump no good at all after he felt he was brake checked. High Class Racing, Ed Jones and the number 20, a number of incidents for the High Class Racing this car this weekend. Eventually it cried enough and the car went behind the wall. We've not seen it since. And most recently it was after 74 laps, so 16 laps ago, Porsche Penske Motorsports, Felipe Nasr, whilst in a dominating position with its team car at the front of the field, that car with, we think, hybrid problems, that's what the team have tweeted out, and had to sit in the high voltage isolation area for quite some time before the team could even get to it. They couldn't get that car to a safe mode. Those are the cars that have had problems. In and out for the 96 BMW for Turner. Shea Adam.
Fuel tires, driver change. Robbie Foley is out, and I think that was Michael Dinan getting in, but I'll have to double check. Oh no, it couldn't have been. It would have been Patrick Gallagher. But I am going to try and climb over the wall and see if I can find Robbie Foley. So listen out for me.
It was Michael Dinan, actually. Came in from the lead. Guido van der Garde for TDS LMP2. Ryan DL for Era Motorsport, number 18. They were both at the front of the field. They both come in to the pit lane. We'll give you the points for Michelin Endurance Cup in just a few moments' time. Remind you that you are listening to IMSA Radio live from Watkins Glen. Good to have your company this afternoon. So Jeremy Shaw into the second half of this race now, and we've had a nice period where we've seen the relative performances of the cars, and still I'm not prepared to put my neck on the block and say who I think's doing all right and who isn't, because we don't know, particularly in GTP, about these new tyres and when they might get used and when they might be effective. But some cracking scraps going on in GTD Pro, GTD, and both of the other prototype categories. Really interesting stuff.
Yeah, it really has been a fascinating race, and the number 31 team's been kind of flying underneath the radar screen a little bit, but way out in front now. 38-second lead over Matthew Jaminet in number 6 Porsche. We haven't done anything more about that warning that they had. Here comes the number 04 car into the pits. That's running as a leader in LMP2. Should get the maximum points at that halfway mark. That's the car that won at Daytona. So they've played a strategy really nicely here. Just been overtaken, by the way, by number 10 car. That is a GTP car, of course, not for position in class. And now a whole bunch of pit stops with this 3-hour mark having been made in this race. 100 laps now completed by our race leader. That's Alexander Sims.
Fulbert, as you're affectionately known, Robbie Foley. How were the tacos last night?
Very good, yeah. Good to celebrate. A team won 2 yesterday. Great for the points, and now we're fighting again today, trying to do it again.
Robbie, what did you learn in yesterday's race that's helped you with the pace here today?
I think the track is evolving. As obviously we've had a lot of rain this weekend and stuff, so now it's been dry for a while. People are putting rubber down. It's changing the balance of the car a bit, but yeah, so far so good. We made a few changes in the pit stops, what we can do, but trying to keep up with the track. We'll see what the weather does the rest of the day.
Turner Motorsport and BMW have a phenomenal record at this venue in the 6-hour race with 3 wins in the last 9 years, and we haven't raced every single year. What is it that just clicks about everything?
I think First off, our BMWs are always very strong here. We love these high-speed, flowing tracks, and yeah, the team knows how to get around here. It's not our home track per se, but we're not too far away. We're one of the only teams based out of the Northeast, so we get here pretty often, and yeah, our cars love it.
How long of a break for you before you get back in?
Not so sure. Probably a couple hours till maybe the last hour or two. So the other guys will get going and do a good job and try to keep us at the front, and then I'll jump in for the end.
Good luck at the end of this one.
Thanks.
I'm looking for shrimp and chicken tacos, by the way.
Sure, we'll do it.
Ooh, yes, please. 31 Whelen Cadillac in. That is from the lead. Alexander Sims, and the strategy worked, Jeremy. They split and came in on a short run about 40 minutes ago to get them through the 3-hour mark and get the points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Tick, mission accomplished.
Yeah, but what's interesting, particularly interesting about that is before it made its stop kind of out of sequence with everybody else, it was running in 4th position, and it was about 6 seconds behind the leader. Now everybody else has made that same stop, and it's 40 seconds almost ahead of everybody else. So that was a great effort there by Alexander Sims. That stint, whereas he's coming on lap 101, he made a stop on lap 70, so that's 31 lap stint for him. That's interesting because the number 60 car did a 34 lap stint on its during its last pit stop. It was 34 laps, which is 3 laps. That's quite a differential. It's been staying out longer than everybody else all the way along. Really interesting, this race, how it's unfolding.
Right turn lover in the centre of Europe in Switzerland. Is the hybrid management software homologated, i.e. cannot be changed once submitted, or is that something the manufacturers can still fiddle with, and could a customer team write it its own? They can still fiddle with it. Joseph97 rightly remembers that BMW made some changes to the software before Long Beach and continue to do so. And that is a huge part, talking to the guys from Acura and HPD, it's a huge part of what these guys are learning about the cars in the early parts of their development. These cars barely a year old in some cases. The Porsche, the oldest, if you will, of the GTP cars, they were out in January 2022 to do their testing and did the lion's share of the testing for the batteries and the motors, which are spec parts. Now, the question about the team software is very interesting, because we were debating this at Le Mans, and whether a customer team to a Porsche, for example, because that's the only customer GTPs out there at the moment, LMDHs, and whether they, if they've got somebody who knows what they're doing, can tune the software or make some differences to the software. I think the answer is yes, because of the fact that it isn't homologated. In the same way as a customer team doesn't have to run the same shock or spring settings or tyre pressures or wing settings or fuel maps as the factory cars would. Now, whether anybody will do that, particularly at this stage of the development of these cars, now that's a different question. But whether they could do it, I think yes. But it's something that we decided we were going to try and follow up on at Le Mans. And I have to say, having been busy with the Flywheel Festival last weekend and then straight out here on Tuesday, I haven't had a chance to sit down. But I know exactly who I'm going to speak to about it, and I will get an answer about that. But my feeling is that it is something that can be changed, improved by the manufacturer and possibly by the teams as well. My interest is piqued by looking out the window and seeing the number 60 Sirius XM Acura coming back in. Shea, Adam, that's too early. He's only been out a few laps.
Yeah, I feel like it was just a few minutes ago. I was calling this stop right after calling the Corvette racing stop. Right rear tire is the only one that they've changed so far. They are topping him off, and the energy replacement is taking longer than the tire change. Now he's free to go, right rear only.
and back
Yeah,
out
we need to
again.
find out what that was all about, because that was only the previous lap was 34 laps. This one was just 11, 12, I guess, for number 60 car. So dropping out of second position. The pit stop for number 31 car, of course, will make things a bit more comfortable now for number 25 BMW, that's solidly on the lead lap now. It's around about a minute behind Matthew Jaminet, who leads the race again in car number 6. That's our 7th lead change, with the number 6 Porsche regaining the lead on lap 102. Lap time for the leaders, 1:35.7 last time around for our race leader. That seems to be the average regular pace for the GTB cars. They can go quicker than that. The fastest laps, pretty much all of them being in the 33s, but 35 is about the kind of the average, if you like. Yeah, I mean, there's not many laps in the 34s when I look back through a year, because they encounter traffic just about every lap. They don't really get any clear laps here.
Another penalty.
Best lap of the race in GTD Pro, John.
Yep.
By Andrea Caldarelli in the number 63 Iron Lynx Lamborghinis, running in second position still. And about a couple of seconds now behind Ben Barnicut, who continues to lead for Vassar Sullivan in the number 14 Lexus.
Another tranche of penalties, one quite serious here. The number 42 car, I'm afraid, has made contact with a member of the pit crew. That's the NTE Sport machine. Lamborghini. Shea Adam saw that one, I think. It wasn't one of their own crew, Shea.
It was MLT Motorsports, one of the crew guys from them that was ultimately hit, and he is still being attended to by the medical personnel. Leg pain for him.
That'll be a drive through there, and another penalty for Wayne Taylor Racing. Minimum fuel refueling time. Broken out of the bracket there. That's going to be a stop and hold for 10 seconds. Stop and 10-second hold. This is not big. This is one of the races that, even by Wayne Taylor's long experience, he will want to forget. They've done so well down through the years, and they've managed to pull results from all sorts of weird places. It may not be their day today. I'm still not calling it over. Oh, here's another one. Leader in GTD, Patrick Liddy in the 78 Forte Racing, powered by USRT. Another tyre requirement, mechanical black flag. This again will be tyre pressures going out of the pit lane.
That's the second one for that car, unless it's already served it. Well,
no, so that's just
the cars that are running first and second have both had those penalties already. The first and second now in GTD. The two Lamborghinis, Patrick Liddy is just ahead of Michel Gatti. They're together on the racetrack.
So amazingly, after Michel Gatling served hers and dropped down to, I think, 6th, with everything else that's happened and the pit stops, she's now going to retake the lead when the 78 car that they were fighting with before manages. Sorry, no, it was the Vassar Sullivan Lexus, wasn't it, they were fighting with before? So she will go back into the lead of GTD. Extraordinary. This, as I was explaining before, if you are just joining us, this comes down, effectively, this is a safety call for tyre pressures. I'm absolutely certain this is what this is about. This is not the wrong tyres going on the cars. And here comes the black and green number 78. They will have to stop at their pit. They will have to change onto a new set of correctly pressured tyres. It's a brand new set of Michelins that are going on there. They are allowed to fuel, I think. Yes, the fuel hose has gone on. So basically, it's not ruining your race, but it's taking you off strategy, Jeremy. It's not a drive-through with nothing happening, because you've got to change those tyres. And you might think, oh, well, you're giving them an advantage because you're making them change the tyres. No, you're changing the tyres because IMSA thinks that you have, IMSA is saying that you have broken the tyre requirements, and therefore, I suppose, you're out of kilter technically.
Yeah, really, really frustrating for those teams that are having that issue. And yeah, I mean, we're kind of speculating, aren't we, that it is the tyre pressure.
It's got to be.
But I don't think there's much else that can be done. And you know, they have the same information that IMSA has. And I've never seen this many penalties of that ilk during a race.
I know. Well, we have somebody here.
Right, you can have the right answer.
You see, ask and thou shalt receive. We'll get to our guest in just a moment. 2 hours 43 minutes and 35 seconds, and we have our very own Michelin man at the moment. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. How are you, John?
I'm very well. It's been a bit of a challenge for you and the Michelin Tyre Techs this weekend. The weather and the heat wasn't playing. Let's take that first of all. The thought of overnight that you would add another tyre compound, which is very unusual. We haven't seen that since Daytona.
Yeah, that's correct, John. You know, our team was dealing with quite uncertain temperatures and variable conditions here at Watkins Glen this weekend. So, in collaboration with IMSA, we decided to add a soft high temp tire, which is our medium compound tire, in order to have a different tire solution for the teams. Based on the variable conditions we've been seeing here at Watkins Glen.
The teams didn't have a lot of time to try it, so there were extra tyres available for them in warm-up this morning, I believe?
Yes.
This is GTP only, we should say. So.
Yeah, that's correct, John. GTP only. In fact, we didn't have the tires here on site, so we started this process yesterday morning with IMSA, and we got the tires here, driving all through the night to get the tires here for first thing this morning to be available for the warm-up.
I don't think anybody used them in the morning, though, did they?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone went with the MHD tire.
Yeah. Can you tell us? Well, do you know who has used the softer tire during the race so far?
I don't believe anybody has, but I'm not 100% certain on that at this point in time.
Well, you've been away from the data. The other thing, can you let us know? We're seeing a lot of drive-throughs and tyre changes for tyre requirements, black flag, effectively a mechanical black flag. Is that tyre pressure infringements that we're seeing there? Yeah,
that's correct. It appears that some of the teams are having some tyre pressure system issues or concerns. New regulation that IMSA put in place, the stop and repair. So yeah, teams are unfortunately having to deal with that.
Well, how did you manage to get the tyres here so quickly for the GTPs, by the way? Were they literally driven in overnight?
They were literally driven in overnight. Thanks to our trackside partner, Jackson Motorsports, and in the collaboration, we were able to get them out of the warehouse on some trucks, driving throughout the night. I think they arrived like 3 a.m. At the track, 6 a.m. waiting for us to open up and get them mounted. So a lot of collaboration, a lot of work.
We're about halfway through the season now. The GTPs in particular, brand new for this year, gathering data all the time, and that, working with IMSA, you were bringing in a slightly more durable tyre for this race. That was effectively the third compound that we've seen this weekend. We expected only to see one, as we said. Is that all coming from the data that you're getting from the races?
Yeah, exactly. So of course we capture a lot of data during the race activity, but we look at historical temperatures and conditions of any racetrack, and based upon what we know, last year it was very hot here, high track temperatures. This weekend, lower temperature conditions. And so we had the right solutions for what would be normal conditions here at Watkins Glen. And in fact, you're kind of seeing that right now. It's very hot out.
Track temp 41 Celsius. That's more what you were thinking about, wasn't it?
Correct, yeah.
You weren't thinking about 25 and 26 that we saw yesterday.
Not at all. And I think I joked last time when I was here, we're working on trying to control the weather. We just haven't figured that one out yet. So we have to go based upon our expertise and what we think will work best for the teams.
It's a huge undertaking for Michelin to take on not just this series but everything else in the IMSA paddock, and clearly it's a work in progress because things do change, and when you've got a single tyre, you have to be pragmatic enough to say, well, that's not necessarily going to work exactly right the way through the season, and that's the attitude you and IMSA are taking.
Exactly. Again, strong collaboration between IMSA and us to understand the situation, how to adapt in a very dynamic situation. We made the right call, right decision based upon what we were seeing here in the variable conditions, and so we made it happen. Whether or not we needed it in the end, that remains to be seen, but we made the right choice.
And where does all that information come from, Jason?
Yeah, so we have performance analysis people here on site and working in France, collecting all the data, analyzing the data to see what works best and what we need out of the tire. We locked this spec for GTP for the next 2 years, but we're in that development cycle already, trying to think about what that tire needs to look like for 2025 based upon what we're seeing right now.
You'll have had a huge amount of information from the WEC at Le Mans, including some IMSA teams as well in the hypercar class, which includes LMDH, which are GTP cars. They use 2 of the same compounds as you do here. Is that transferable information?
Absolutely. What we see in the WEC is translatable to what we see here in IMSA, and we constantly collaborate with our colleagues in France and the team that handles the WEC.
And what are we getting out of this as motorists, and what are you getting out of this as Michelin tyre in terms of street, in terms of road tyres? I know, for example, the new Pilot Sport 5 has just come out. Elements of that you've learned from the track?
Yeah, absolutely. Why we race, one of our core messages is really using racing as an innovation lab and testing new technology in the most grueling of conditions, driving technology, learning from here, taking it and putting in our street tires for maximum grip, maximum durability. Those are all things we're trying to achieve here, and learning, again, in the most grueling of conditions and putting into street tires that consumers can buy every day.
This is a pretty big event. We've got 57 cars here. We've had Pilot Challenge, we've had Porsche, we've got, Bridgestone, partner company to you for Mazdas as well. So how many tyres have you had to bring this weekend?
Yeah, for the Glen, we brought 6,000 tires. So it's been a strong undertaking by our team and our trackside partner. So that was 3,500 slicks, the 2,500 wet tires. We're always prepared. We're always prepared for the conditions at hand. Yeah, we had to pull an audible and drive overnight to get some different compound tires. But again, the team's always up to task. Good collaboration between IMSA, our team, and our trackside partner.
I'm really pleased you remembered the wets this weekend, because it was particularly wet. We couldn't even go out. It was that wet. Those wet weather tyres, how do they differ from the slicks? Obviously, the visual is the sipes, the grooves that are in there. But how do they differ in terms of compound and construction?
Yeah, the compound is going to be specifically designed to handle wet weather conditions more than the maximum grip type compound that we would have on a GTP or on a commercial tire in GTD. So yeah, certainly the compound is going to be different. The construction of the tire is going to be different, and of course the look is going to be different. It has actual grooves in it for wet weather conditions.
Next we go to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park up in Canada. It's only 2 weeks away. How's the planning going for that? And what is your long-range weather forecast say? Because you guys have got to make these calls right now, haven't you?
Absolutely. We would generally say that what we see in Watkins Glen is going to be very similar to what we see in CTMP as far as the temperature is concerned. Yes, all bets are off on rain. We can't really forecast that too far in advance, but we come to the Glen prepared to support CTMP. So everything we need for CTMP is already here generally, and we've crossed the border. We're prepared to set up and race. So for us, it's really about being efficient with our logistics approach going across the border.
Jason, always good to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the time.
Jason Danzalone from Michelin Motorsport. Nice to have your company in the IMSA Global broadcast booth. And a problem for the Canadian car. There's been, I think, been contact. It's a right front issue. Welcome to those of you joining us on Viaplay UK back in Britain. Viaplay Extra joining us a few moments ago for the last 3 hours of this race on their free-to-air service on the Sky and other platforms. We're just over halfway through this race. 2 hours and 34 minutes to go. Hearing there the voice of Jason Danzalone, the man at the head of Michelin Motorsport. There have been tyre concerns this weekend because we thought it might be slightly too cold. It's come up nicely, the temperature. They brought in some new softer compounds for the GTPs that haven't yet been used. I bet they are by the end of the race. Now, that front right looks locked on the Pfaff Porsche. Shea Adam is watching on from the pit lane.
Just trying to get down close to it, had to wait for the TDS stop to complete so that I wasn't walking through that situation. But as the Porsche drove past me, the right front wheel was not turning at all. Now they have changed all 4 of the Michelin tires. They've pulled off a rim, only a rim, from the Pfaff Porsche. Tiny little bit of rubber left on it, but not much at all. And now they're going to put a new right front tire on, but first they have to make sure the suspension is okay. And more critically, none of the rubber wrapped itself around the upright that holds it there. Didn't damage any of the suspension. Car drops off the air jack. They're telling him to go. Helps if you put it in gear. Let's see if it'll go in gear. Oh no, struggling to get it. There we go. All right, no driver change. So who was it who had that issue? Is it Klaus? Yes, because I just see Patrick up on the box.
Yeah, it was. They were putting a fairly strong run together. They went off strategy early on, but the safety cars have pulled that back. Just on 2.5 hours to go then, wherever you're watching on our free international TV feed, the global feeds, at IMSA.tv, plus IMSARadio.com, sound and vision there. RS2 for the sound. Hit listen now and select that from the player, or handy if you're moving around or your bandwidth challenged. If you want to watch the very, very pretty pictures this weekend. And thank you to all of our camera operators who've braved pretty much every season this weekend already. The little hamburger index on the top left of IMSA Radio, and the first thing in that menu is live video, as well as our syndications around the world. Good to have your company. Jeremy Shaw, Shea Adam and me, John Hindhoff, into the home stretch now, under a normal IMSA race. 2 hours and 40 minutes. It was past 8.5 minutes ago. Here's how it stands with our VP in race update. At the top of the show, it is Porsche, Cadillac, BMW, Acura, your top 4. In the shape of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, driven by Mathieu Jaminet. Alex Sims has put a great first stint now into his second spin. They came in off kilter, the 31 Cadillac from Action Express Wheel and Engineering, to grab the 5 points for the Michelin Endurance Cup at 3 hours. Jeremy's going to just check the rest of those numbers for us. Nick Yellerly in third for BMW Team RLL. If you've just joined us, the 24 car was pretty much out of it at the first corner. Augusto Farfus in the wall hard on driver's left at turn 1. Then it's Tom Blomqvist in 4th position for the MSR, the number 60 Cadillac ARX06. Those 4 on the lead lap. Everyone else has had some issues. The 0-1 was in the wall earlier on. Renger van der Zande starting the fight back, and they've had two pushed down. In fact, they're 2 laps down now. Mike Rockenfeller for the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche, they're also 2 laps down. I'm not sure they've actually had any problems, Jeremy. They're just running at a very conservative pace. Jeremy nods in agreement.
I think that's about right. Yeah, I think that they've nothing major certainly. I'm not quite sure how they've fallen 2 laps off. But yeah, other than that, it's been pretty clean for them. And I did. The unofficial results have been posted now for the 3-hour lap, so we can do those points.
I'll rattle through this then. Philippe Albuquerque in the number 10, Cunningham and Honda Akovic not been there, dear. They've lost a wheel. They've had a couple of drive-through penalties for speeding in the pit lane. I think they had one for under pressure tyres as well. It's not been a good day for WTR in the number 10. However, they have come back from worse, although not perhaps with only 2.5 hours to go. LMP2 has been a great battle, and it still is, between CrowdStrike Racing by APR, Nolan Siegel leading in the 0-4. 13 seconds the gap back to the number 52. This is the wins car, Alex Quinn, behind the wheel of the PR1 Matheson Motorsport. Both of the bronze drivers in those 2 cars, being George Kurtz and Ben Keating, have already done their 1.5 hours. Their 90 minutes were done right at the start of the race. Christian Rasmussen for Era Motorsport is in 3rd place, another 16 seconds further back. And then it's Josh Pearson for TDS Racing in 4th position. In LMP3, Dakota Dickinson and Junior 3 Racing at the top by 8 seconds over the Riley number 74. That's 2 Ligiers. Then the best of the Duquesnes, which was leading until it's just made its pit stop for Nico Varone, the AWA number 17. That will drop down somewhere near its team car, the 13 Lars Kern. That's the 2 Duquesnes together on the track. Yes, they are 3rd and 4th. Trent Nestep for Ave Motorsport and Glenn von Berlo is in the 36 Andretti car. They've had some issues, a couple of spins that we saw, actually one spin that we saw from those guys. In GTD Pro, it's been a street fight for the street-based cars. Ben Barnicat and Andrea Caldarelli are the latest drivers for Vasser Sullivan and Iron Lynx in respectively the 14 Lexus and the 63 Lamborghini Huracan, who've been duking it out. Elbows out, fists gouging each other, whatever they needed to do. I'm only joking, it's been very close but clean racing. But you get the point, and whoever's been driving those cars, there's been barely a second between them. 3rd place Davide Rigon is about 24 seconds in arrears in the racing competition 296 Ferrari GT3, that's the 62 car. In GTD, Michelle Gatting is back to the head of the timing screen for Iron Dames and the Lamborghini Huracan by about 2 seconds from Parker Thompson for Vasser Sullivan and the Lexus. Now that Lamborghini and Lexus have also been at it for several hours now, with really a decent gap back to the recovering heart of racing team, Aston Martin Vantage. They've got almost 100 seconds. No, they haven't. He's just gone through now. They've got about 11 seconds between themselves and Roman De Angelis. They got a drive-through for hitting the Corvette tyre earlier on, and then another 6 seconds further back is Turner Motorsport in the 96, the Macintosh BMW M3. Now, all of that has been influenced, Jeremy, by a rash of these mechanical black flags, as we were talking to Jason Anzalone about, for incorrectly pressured tyres. And there's been at least half a dozen, including the top runners in GTD, who've all been affected by that. Yeah. Running very close. The margins are so close here that everybody is trying to find those 1%.
Yeah, and tire pressures are critical to getting the best out of these Michelin tires, or getting maximum pace out of them at least. So, yeah, but Michelin doesn't want you to exceed their recommended specifications. So if the teams are doing that, they're going to get pinged. That's the way the rules are, and that's what everybody has to abide by.
Yeah.
It's a safety issue.
That's your VP Racing update with just on 2 hours and 26, just under 2 hours and 26 to go. We'll get more from Shay Adam in a moment. She's working in a very warm pit lane where the air temperature is 26. Track temperature is 43 Celsius. That's 79 Fahrenheit in the air and 109 on the track. And a big off, and that is the 0-1. There's 4 cars involved in that. 2 Lamborghinis, the NTE, the 63's in there. That's the 42 and the 63. Also the 0-1 Cadillac, the gold-fronted car. And is that the CrowdStrike car as well in there? Surely it can't be the leader. And that's all down at turn 6. It's a huge samorsel. It looks like the number 0-1 is going to pull out of that for Renger van der Zande in the gold-fronted machine. Driver door is, that's damage to the LMP3 car, but it does get moving again. And the 2 Lamborghinis are left on the side of the track. That's been a heavy impact. Andrea Caldarelli and Jordan Pepper's car, the Iron Lynx. The good news is that although the driver's doors come up for Andrea Caldarelli, he is moving in the car. So it was the 2 Lamborghinis, I think, that got together.
No.
Mistake then by what was the 8th place machine in. So that was the Performance Tech car then?
I think it might be.
Alex Kirby? I just saw the red and white.
He just nailed it way too deep, got into the back of the 2 Lamborghinis together. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the number 38 car, isn't it?
Yeah, Performance Tech, the red, white and black car. And the 2 Lamborghinis battling for the inside line into turn 6. That's fine, but Kirby comes in too hot and manages to get both of the Lamborghinis. Well, we've got a bridge here, walkover bridge, which is Go Bowling, and he's got the spare there, hasn't he? Gone through the lot of them. Yeah, his cannonball storage on the side of that is somewhat ironic, isn't it? Because
bizarre.
he's absolutely nailed those 2 Lambos.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
Did he just miss his braking point, Jeremy? I'm not sure.
Maybe
Something not right.
His mirrors. Sebastian Bourdais was looming, or whatever, 0-1 car, Renger van der Zande was looming in his mirrors, so perhaps he just got distracted by that. It's his first race at this level for Alex Kirby. He's a good youngster from California, and he impressed the team in the testing that he did before cementing this ride. But it was he that clearly hit the back of those. Both Lamborghinis took him out, and at moments, and there's so much going on in these races. The concentration levels are absolutely immense, and to hop into a race like this for the first time, it's a really tall order, particularly with all these different classes out there.
So 2 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds just passed by.
Oh, well done. I was just about to tell you that, except for the second.
And it's not an exact run to the finish for the GTP car, so there'll still be some strategy to go. The BDO knows strategy awards to be given before the end of the race, and some very lovely trophies as well to go out today. So contact originally between the number 38 Performance Tech and the 2 Lamborghinis, the 42 NTE car, the 63 Iron Lynx, the green car. Those 2 cars still having to be separated. Driver's door, I don't even know where the driver's door's gone from the Andrea Caldarelli's car, but it's not there.
Van der Zande did a good job to get out of that one.
He did.
I don't think he hit them. I think he got on the brakes and was able to stop.
No, there was a touch on the front of the Performance Tech car, but it was nothing, as of nothing, compared to what's happened to the 2 Lamborghini Huracans. Right, the pass around will start first while this is going on the far side of the circuit. Who does it, right, we don't like to say this, Jeremy, but who gets the benefit from this? Who's going, ooh, that's handy? Anybody?
It depends who makes a pit stop. The number 6 car for sure will be in the pit, so yes, this will give the number 0-1 and number 5 an opportunity to get one of their 2 laps back. We've got 4 cars on the lead lap at the front, number 6, 31, 25 and 60. They'll say number 0, 1 and 5 are 2 laps back. Number 10 car is 3 laps back. Van der
Zande in the pits. It was a closed pit, but this will be emergency service again for that car. Now, they can fix anything that is material to be safe, and they can top off fuel if they need it, and they can change punctured tyres. I suspect they'll change the nose here, because I think that's what took the damage. Yeah, well, they've had a look. And yes, I can see a nose piece there. Now, has that just come off, or was it not used? Looks fairly shiny and nice. Maybe it wasn't used. We'll check with that when Shea gets down there. I suspect the two Lamborghini drivers will be saying, well, that wasn't me. Was that you? That wasn't me either. What happened there? Tyre wall needs a bit of reconstruction as well. That probably is going to take as much, if not more, time than recovering the two stricken Huracans, to be honest. Shea Adam down in the pit lane with some news whilst we're still under caution and packing up behind the safety car.
For my dear friend Dakota, and I wish you were here, and I know that you're listening back at home, Andrea is okay. The team has confirmed that.
Well, that's good news. Very scary to see the driver's door not on that car, but of course the driver's door is not what gives the protection to the driver. It's the roll cage and the sidebars. The driver's door you can pick up with one hand. It is so light, and actually they are made to be able to, when you open the door to its fullest extent, lift it straight off and it comes off the hinges. That's often the quickest way to change a wing mirror, for example, or door mirror, should I say. You unplug anything that needs to be unplugged, and then you drop it down, drop the new one back down on there. So the good news is that Andrea Caldarelli has been talking to the team. Did see him moving around in the car. So that's the first big tick there. Only 2 weeks to go, of course, before the next race. Now, that said, not all of the cars involved there are full season entries. This is a Michelin Endurance Cup round, so therefore it does tend to attract more entries. Already Track Services getting the stricken Iron Lynx green car. Race to Inspire. They were having a half-decent run, more than a half-decent run, weren't they, Jeremy? They were right at the sharp end of the field, that number 63 car.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
Jordan Pepper and Andrea.
Yeah, the number 14 Lexus and the number 63 Lamborghini were tied together pretty much through this whole 3 hours.
And they were going through that traffic. They were passing the purple number 42 NTE car when it all went wrong.
Yeah.
The Lexus wasn't that far ahead, to be honest. The pits are open for prototypes. Shea Adam, go ahead.
Alrighty, let me just climb back over the wall. There we go. All right, we got the signboard down for the 25 BMW, but Connor DeFilippi is not taking back over because he is adorned with a pink towel with frills on the top of his head. He looks like an old Yenta waiting for his opportunity, but that will come a little bit later. We have a driver change going on for the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Alexander Sims, brilliant stint. I'm going to actually go talk to him because he's deserved that over the course of that. And now, double stint, yes, very rightly pointed out, John, in my ears, Jack Aiken has taken over, and a driver change for the number 6. That means that Nick Tandy is clambered back aboard, and Mathieu Jaminet gets a slight opportunity to breathe. Fuel and tires, windshield tear off for both of those cars. The 01 is back in, Renger van de Zande out, and all of a sudden Sebastian Bourdais has clambered back aboard. And for the 60, wow, great pit stop for Meyer Shank Racing. 31 Cadillac was the first car back out. The 60 was the second. Then we have a couple of P3 cars, a couple of LMP2s. Then goes the Porsche, very slow stop for them. I'm gonna have to check on that. Then the BMW, and no surprise that the last car on the pit lane, at least as far as the prototypes is concerned, is the 01 as the 92. Kelly Moss with Riley Porsche is down the pit lane. Pits were not open for them this time by. Very confused on that. That will be a subsequent penalty.
Emergency service, presumably.
Yeah, presumably. 92 entered a closed pitches pit.
That's one. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you said Riley. My apologies.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yes,
Kelly
of course. Kelly Moss with
days.
Riley. Of course it is. I was looking for a prototype at that point.
Exactly.
Sorry, Shea. Well done. 992 GT3R for David Brulé, Alec Udell, and Julian Andlauer. Is Julian here this weekend? I've not seen his name next to the car.
Yes, yeah, he's driving number 92.
So they've swapped him round. So Jackson Evans has been put on.
Yeah, that's what they've started off at. Julian's switched around between the two cars last couple of races because Jackson wasn't available.
Got you.
Yeah, generally it's Julian there with 92. Well, David Bruley didn't do the last couple of races, so Julian opted to join Alec Udell for those races.
Hello to Tom Davies, who's been marshalling for his first time at Linden Hill, home of British Rallycross, as well as a cracking little sealed circuit down there, right down to the south of England. They've been listening on the journey home and now is watching back in the UK. Thank you for the kind words at IMSA Radio. Hello to Arden Viekend as well, who is listening and watching wherever you are around the world. Good to have your company with 2 hours and a quarter still to go. And if you are in the UK or heading back home to the UK at what is it, nearly 7:30 in what's been a very lovely weekend, I hear, weather-wise, back in the UK. I'll get home to a scorched garden and lots of pollen on the cars, no doubt.
Doesn't get much better than we've got right now here.
No, this is as good as we've had, Jeremy. Air temperature 26, lovely. Lexus heading towards Shea Adam in the pit lane. Lexus leading GTD Pro and second in GTD AM, and they're both coming in, Shea.
They are. They're both coming towards me. We've also got the Iron Dames on the pit lane once again. That's the 83. Rahel Frey is getting ready to take over that car. And the Corvette is in again. We know it'll be fuel and tires only for the Corvette. As the 14 Lexus hits its marks, fuel and tires, that's another stint for Ben Barnican. Wow, he's doing Ironman work today. They're saving Jack for the end, trying to keep him nice and fresh. Fuel and tires for the number 12 Lexus as well as Parker Thompson stays aboard. But fuel tires and a driver change for the number 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes. That is now going to be Danny Juncadeo once again as Jules Gounon has gotten out of that car. And away goes Ben, nearly running over one of his crew guys, actually cleaning the front grille. We've got the red exit light on at pit lane exit. There we go, the 16 Ray Motorsport Porsche, second car off the lane. Then the number 12 Lexus, 96 Turner Motorsport BMW, 23 Aston Martin, 3 Corvette, 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes, 27 Aston Martin, 78 Lamborghini, 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari, 66 Gradient Racing Acura, 32 Cawthorne Mercedes, 83 Lamborghini, 95 Turner Motorsports BMW, 93 Acura, 44 Magnus Racing Aston Martin, and finally the TRC Ferrari 023. Whew, that was busy. And I got the answer for you on the Porsche, and the reason that the stop was so long, they had to change the data stick as well as the driver bottle and do the windshield tear off, and there was just a lot to do. And of course, you're limited as to how many people can go over the wall and do a certain number of things. So that, on top of the tire change, meant that it took them a little bit longer than they wanted.
However, they were able to do that under yellow flag conditions. Has cost them the lead. Everybody has to do those data sticks, so don't think that IMSA are picking on Porsche, Penske, Motorsport. AO Porsche, Rexy going back out with a repaired right front wing, or right front eye, whatever. Heads back out onto the track. And
so that the number 31 and the number 60 car, they came in a good bit later than the number 6 car, which needed kind of full service there.
Yeah, so that was fuel time then.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Okay. Yeah. Whelen Engineering Cadillac, Jack Aiken has got out in the lead. He actually had to pause for a moment because there was a red light on at the end. That's how quickly they turned that Cadillac around at Action Express.
Yep. So that's
we know MSR decision. Well. Yeah.
With what, 2 hours and 50 minutes into the race has really served them well.
Yeah.
And now everybody's back on the same schedule as top 4 are, and yeah, we're gonna.
So those two, it's interesting, isn't it? Because often you look at how many times cars have been down the pit lane and say, well, you know, well, MSR been down 6 times, so they'll be out of it. No, they're second. Nick Yellowleaf for BMW, they've been down 7 times. Well, they'll be out of it. No, they're 4th. And out of the top 4, we've got 4, 5, 6, and 7 pit stops made, or down through the pit lane made by those cars, and effectively they're going to be separated by nothing now as we restart.
Yeah.
As they're behind the safety car.
And the fact number 01 car had to come in and do that emergency service or whatever it was has meant that they have not been able to get back one of their 2 laps. However, number 5 car has.
Yes, that's the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963 that Jeremy's talking about, the all-yellow number 5. Mike Rockenfeller, Rocky, back in. Here's the number 1 car in, again, the 01 car, excuse me, Sebastian Bourdais. So I presume, Shea, this is to finish off what they were doing.
Well, let's take a quick look at this when they actually come in, and I'm keeping a pit box, 2 pit boxes back actually. No, they're just topping off with fuel for the 01. So that will be a little bit of energy replacement, but a little bit more actual liquid gas in the tank. And oh, one of the cars just ran the pit exit light. Is that the number 18? I believe it is. Now he's backing up on the pit lane. No, don't do that. Engaging in the reverse gear on the pit lane is a massive no-no. He had run the light, stopped just beyond the Michelin RFID readers. Now he has stopped in between them after reversing. That for sure is going to be a penalty. The 01 is the second car back out. Then the 33 for Sean Creech Motorsport. That's a team that we haven't really talked about very much today, but they always deserve our affection. We are waiting for the 10, the Konica Minolta Acura, to come down the pit lane. First time today, Ricky Taylor's helmet is up on the pit wall, so Philippe Albuquerque is about to get out. I'm sure he's going to be fired up after that stint.
And by energy replenishment, when Shea's saying that, there's an element of actual gasoline going into there. If you've watched the WEC, you will have seen that there is a little graphic to show how much energy the cars, the GTP cars, have used during the stint. The hybrid cars have used it. Hypercars have used during the stint. As we were explaining before, the engine can produce all of the allowed energy that the car is allowed. The battery can produce all of the energy that the car is allowed, and therefore it's the mix within the stint that is being measured. And you can get ahead on your energy if you see what I mean in terms of your fuel, depending on how you use your battery pack. So to level it up when you come into the pit lane, you fill your fuel tank to what you are allowed, and that has a certain amount of time, and then you have to wait for an appropriate amount of time to offset the amount of electrical energy that you've used within the stint, and sometimes that will be longer than others depending on how far through the stint you are. Now, it's not like you're plugging it into the mains, I should say that. So it's not actually being recharged, but that is an amount of time to offset the fact that you have used less gasoline than perhaps you might have. Hope that makes sense. It's basically just to make sure that the idea of having the hybrid is not to give anybody an advantage. It's to make sure that everyone's running efficiently. So it's not about having an advantage. It's a bit like changing the fuel flow on the GT cars. For those that consume fuel at a faster rate, you have a larger restrictor, so that the 40 seconds is always enough fuel to give you a certain amount of energy, calorific energy, if you will. And it's exactly the same with the GTPs. You stand still a little bit longer to offset that electrical energy if you've used that more than your gas. Let's go to Alexander Sims, just out of the just out of the Cadillac, excuse me. There's me falling through a hole in time. And an excellent double stint here.
That was something very impressive, Alexander. We talked this morning, weren't sure what to expect from the race, but all of a sudden you guys started going off kilter. You were looking at the Michelin Endurance Cup points, and you found yourself at the lead too. Was that just a double whammy?
Yeah, no, I mean, good strategy by the team. To be honest, I didn't really know a huge amount what was happening in the car. I was just trying to put the laps in. And yeah, I guess the way the pit stops worked out were yeah, as we'd hoped, that we'd be leading for the 3-hour mark. But yeah, no, pace seemed decent. all felt quite nice out there. It's yeah, probably the first race this year where I've felt like my pace has been reasonable actually. So yeah, no, all good.
Did they allow you to use the softer tire?
I think we've been on the same tyre the whole way through, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think tyre strategy is something that we've been looking at too much. So, yeah, we haven't had a massive issue with switching this tyre on. It seems like others maybe had a bit more of an issue at times. So, yeah, it is what it is. And race is going okay so far.
As someone who's been roaming the pit lane, your box is significantly cooler than anywhere else. How have you guys felt as if that's almost an advantage, keeping you calm, cool, and collected before you get in the car? Because nobody is on fire from your crew.
Well, I mean, it's just, you know, all the personalities in here, they're all such cool guys, you know. So it just, we rub off on one another, you know. No, I get it. It's a white tent, which obviously helps, but we try and keep it as ventilated as possible because these guys have got to work the entire time. And so, you know, even sat at the stand, if you start to get dehydrated and start to just let your brain not quite work clearly, then it affects the whole operation. So, yeah, everyone's being smart.
Last endurance race was good for you. Good luck making it 2 in a row.
We'll try.
Great stuff from Alexander Sims after a double stint. He was super quick there. Let's quickly rattle through the Michelin Endurance points at 3 hours, which have come through provisionally.
Yeah, that's right. So we're adding them up now in GTP. Wheel Engineering Cadillac number 31 car, they led already and were leading at the 3 hour mark. So extend the lead. They've got 5-point edge now over Wayne Taylor Racing, the Konica Minolta Cadillac, Acura. In LMP2, the CrowdStrike Racing by APR number 04 car was leading, so gets maximum points, and will now be tied on 25 points with PR1 Matheson Motorsports in car number car number 52. 1 point behind them will be TDS Racing number 11. Back to green.
With just on 2 hours and 3 minutes to go, live from Watkins Glen, around the world on IMSA Radio RS2. We are back to green flag racing, and it's a pretty decent jump away by Jack Aitken, who's behind the wheel of the Whelen Cadillac at the front of the field. Colin Brown and Nick Tandy in pursuit. Now there's a trio, and add Nick Yellowly to that. They are separated by under 2 seconds across the line, although all of a sudden, after a good start, Jack Aitken, little bits of a tiptoe through the inner loop, and he has got Colin Brown right up his tailpipes as they head down to what has been one of the problem areas, turn 6. It's not normally an action area, it's been a problem area. The NTE Lamborghini's been off there twice this weekend, and the most recent one has ended its race. Here comes Nick Tandy in third, top 3 now within about a second. Still trying to switch on the tyres after the restart. Heel of the boot, turn 8. Jack Aitken nowhere near the apex there. So he's still clearly slightly struggling to get those Michelin tyres up to temperature and pressure. Interesting to hear that the BMW wasn't struggling as much as everyone else. Excuse me, the Cadillac wasn't struggling as much as everybody else.
Yeah.
So there's the first lap of green since the restart. Tymon van der Helm just going through. He's the first car off the lead lap and just 1 lap off the lead. So still an opportunity for that JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche 963 to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, in LMP2, a change for second position. Christian Rasmussen gets ahead of Alex Quinn, so that's number 18 car ahead of number 52. Both of them now behind Ben Hanley, who's taken over from Nolan Siegel, who drove a really good stint in that CrowdStrike by APR car number 04 that leads in LMP2. In LMP3 is Nick Overon, who had made his pit stop shortly before that caution period. He now retakes the lead in car number 17. Followed now by Garrett Grist in the Junior 3 racing, car number 30. It's been a good run for them, ahead of the Riley Motorsport car number 74 that won this race last couple of years, I think. Made a habit out of winning, but also on the lead lap in LMP3, number 13, 36, and number 4 car with Trenton Estep at the wheel of the RV Motorsports entry. GTD, it's the number 16 car, made an extraordinary jump during that round of pit stops, came from not nowhere necessarily, but certainly about sixth position out of all the GTD cars to run second. It's just been overtaken by number 12, Lexus Parker Thompson. So we've got Lexus at the head of that GTD train. Ben Barnican in the pro car leads from Parker Thompson, then Jan Halen also in GTD, then Patrick Gallagher, Turner Motorsports in the BMW.
Couple of penalties. I think, well, let's do the pass under yellow first, because that's the easy one. That's pretty much cut and dried for JDC Miller. Their LMP3 car has been pinged for a pass under yellow. That will be a drive-through. And however, something a little bit more serious for Performance Tech Motorsport. And that was the car that started the incident with the two Lamborghinis and with the 01 Cadillac that ultimately led to our less full course caution. That will be a drive-through for that car. It did drive away, so it'll be a drive-through. However, additional penalties post-race. I suspect points on licence or potentially probationary period there. I'm not prejudging that. I'm just trailing ahead. We've seen IMSA at the last race, in fact, at Detroit for Michelin Pilot Challenge, put Robert McGuinness under probation effectively after he made a mistake and ended somebody's race. Could have been even worse than it was, to be honest, as could what we saw there with the Performance Tech car taking out the two Lamborghinis.
Yeah, right. 4 race probation for Robert McGuinness. In actual fact, it wasn't so much for causing the incident, it was for compounding the problem by driving away from the incident and spewing fluids all the way around the rest of the racetrack to ruin the race for everybody. We had to spend about 25 minutes under yellow cleaning up the mess he'd made.
I think this one will be for the accident,
yes.
However. Side by side, two yellow cars, 96 BMW, 3 Corvette. They're not battling together, they're in different classes because the Corvette is having a go at the Turner BMW ahead of it. Meantime, the Turner BMW behind it is fighting a rear guard action at the moment. Antonio Garcia, it was in the Corvette, and the Aston, ahead of it was the Alex Riberas car. And they're separated by half a second at the line, and the third place car is Daniel Hunkadea for WeatherTech Racing. So that's your top 3 in Pro, fighting the way through the GTD fields.
Yeah, all sorts of battles here. A new best lap of the race, not the fastest lap of the race, a best lap of the race for Jack Aitken in the number 31 car that leads this race. Also a best lap of the race for Ben Handley, who leads in LMP2, and a best lap also for, not both the Lexus, the Lexus of Parker Thompson, car number 12, who's running right behind his teammate, who's in the GTD Pro category, as number 14, Ben Barnican.
And the 16 Wright Motorsports Porsche, who is 2 seconds back from that car. Jan Halen also putting that car's fastest lap of the race in. New fastest LMP2 lap for Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa. That car in 4th position in class and off the lead lap at the moment. Everybody's going quicker now. Nico Varone from AWA and the Duquesne leading P3 car. A 1:41.003. Everybody's finding a bit of space. These are the opening laps before the traffic begins to slow you down. Also, the track probably in as good a state as it has been. We had some overnight rain in the early part, but it stayed dry last night, crucially. So we did get some rubber laid down yesterday evening with the Michelin Pilot race, and then all through today. It has stayed dry, so the track will just be developing and improving all the way through. The track temperature now a toasty 44 Celsius, that's 111 Fahrenheit, but still pleasant in the air, 26 Celsius. If you are just joining us, maybe just coming in from a Sunday at 8:45 in the UK, 8:45 in Europe, and here on the East Coast at 2:45 in the afternoon. Iron Lynx out, the Andrea Caldarelli driven Lamborghini taken out along with the NTE Sport car of Rob Ferriol, another Lamborghini. That was the last big incident we had, caused by the Performance Tech car taking them out. Felipe Nasr and Porsche Penske Motorsports 963. Number 6 out with a problem with the hybrid. High Class Racing, accident damage and more problems. They're out as well as Rick Ware Racing and Winward Racing, who boiled their car. Little bit of close quarters action in the pro categories, and through goes the 79.
Yeah, having bumped the 62 Ferrari out of the way of David Arrigon. He won't be very happy with that one going into the bus stop. Gives him a little bit of a nudge, pushes him off the road and goes on through. So that was in the memory bank. 4th and 5th position, that's Jeremy. And they've got the Patrick Gallagher driven Turner Motorsport car in that little fight as well, just a little bit further up the road from them, about 2 seconds. That's who they're trying to chase down for class position. Ben Barnickett's way up the road from them. They're slowing each other down because there's GTDs in there. Parker Thompson just 1.4 seconds away from his teammate. The 2 Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF GT3s. 14, the pro car from 12. They are the 2 leading GTs, if you were to look at them in that respect as one class. Big clump of cars heading over to the far side of the circuit with the... Oh, wow, Brian Sellers has just gone by AO and the Iron Dames in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. That's a nice opportunist manoeuvre. Now the leaders are in traffic. Our Porsche keys to the race. Traffic, track limits. Haven't seen track limits, he says. Looking for something to knock on wood. Strategy and tyres. Please.
Oh, big penalty, Jeremy. Big penalty. Wave by procedures have to be done properly in the JDC Miller Duquesne. The Le Mans prototype didn't do it properly. They'll have to stop and read a book. Might as well get the papers in. Do a soft-boiled egg. They'll be standing still for 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Ouch.
Yeah, it's Rasmus Lind who's driving number 85 car. He's a lap down to the leaders in LMP3, and unfortunately should have been 2 laps down. He'll probably now be 3 laps down after this lengthy penalty.
Yeah.
Should we run through the rest of the MEC points?
Yes, if you would.
Well, we don't really have a spare moment, do we?
No.
We did LMP2.
Yeah.
In LMP3, it's out front at the 3-hour mark was number 74 Riley Motorsports car. No surprise there. So they get maximum points. The Sean Creech Motorsports entry, number 33, led coming in here, still has 26 points, with Riley Motorsports 74 on 25. Also the AWA number 17, also on 25. The GCD Pro, it was the Iron Lynx number 63 was out front at the halfway mark. They're not in the points chase. They've done all races, but they're not close to the points lead. The WeatherTech Racing's number 79 car leads by 4 points still over the Corvettes Racing number 3. So 31 to 27 there. They're well clear of everybody else. In GTD, Turner Motorsports BMW got maximum points. They're on 21 points now, tied with Magnus Racing's number 44 Aston and Paul Miller Racing's number 1 BMW. They're on 21 points, but ahead of them still are Team Courthoff Motorsports in number 32 Mercedes, who was second at the halfway point. So now on 26 and 27 for car number 27, the Harter Racing Team Aston Martin. So they still lead going into, well, at this stage in the season.
And Harter Racing should have had all of those points, Jeremy. Remember, they came in a lap earlier than they really needed to or should have done.
Yeah, it was a non-pro car, wasn't it?
Yeah. And
yeah, so they would have extended their lead. Instead, that lead has been trimmed from 3 points to 1.
That was Jeremy Shaw. Shea Adam is in the pit lane. We're down well under 2 hours now. 1 hour, 50 minute and 21:20 to go. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, live, free, no blocks, and outside the US as well. Outside the US on audio, that is. No breaks. If you are here in the US and are moving around, XM 202 is where you'll find us. Still leading, 0 track limits reported in the race. We have had that stop plus 3 minutes 20 that we've just had. The number 85, Lee Triggers informs me, is the 39th penalty so far. 8 of those have been for mechanical black flags. Thank you, Lee. And 26 of those 39 came in the first 90 minutes, the first hour and a half of the race. Did seem as though I couldn't keep up with what was flashing up in orange on the screen. So Ricky Taylor now behind the wheel of the number 10. They haven't had the greatest of days, but they'll keep fighting. Still in 7th position, of course, in GTP. And it doesn't matter how many laps are down, they'll still be in 7th position. They're actually only 1.2 seconds behind the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, who's back behind the wheel of the 01. So there is a battle going on there. 2 laps off the lead, Jeremy, for 5th and 6th.
Yep, yes indeed. And
6th and 7th, sorry.
We just had the 2 Nicks exchanging places. Nick Yellerly finding a way past Nick Tandy. So the BMW car number 25 up into 3rd position now, ahead of the number 6 car that's led for the majority of this race thus far.
That's interesting.
Yes, it is.
That's very interesting.
It's really, I mean, a Cadillac, an Acura, a BMW and a Porsche all on the lead lap. And there clearly doesn't seem to be much to choose between them. Look at each car's fastest laps of the race. Looking down in order, 33.7, 33.6, 33.5, 33.7. So they've all got it pretty much equal pace. And as we heard just right after the restart, the race leader, Jack Aitken, turned his car's best lap of the race, 33.71. The following lap, by the way, was a 133.74. So good, consistent, fast pace from Jack Aitken. Really good run for him.
A lot of people tuned in Europe asking about the experience here. It's outstanding. This area of the world is beautiful, Finger Lakes, and they love their racing and they understand it here, and they'll welcome visitors with open arms. It's a big tourist spot for the rest of the year as well. Plenty of places for, I would think, for every pocket, and some great lakeside places to stay as well as the hotels. Huge battle in GT. Turner, BMW. 2 of them now side by side. They've just mugged the Ferrari, the 62 car. That was a nice run. Here's the Macintosh car coming through. That's the Pro car going past the AM car. Tower Motorsports prototype, the orange and black car coming around the outside of the final corner. Gradient in there as well. Catherine Legg, by the way, up to 5th position now in the Gradient car. I haven't dared mention them today. They had a horrible, horrible start to the weekend with a misfire. They had to replace the injector rail, and they were really behind the 8 ball. Sheena Monk did a very good job in her first stint. She started 16th, got up to 8. Catherine Legg has continued the move forward. Yeah. And they've just quietly gone about their business. We've not seen their numbers on the penalty. We've not had to talk about any issues, and they're doing their job. So I'm going to leave it at that right now for the JG Wentworth car. Yes, back on the pit lane, the number 7 Porsche that had the hybrid problem earlier on. It'll come back to its pit and then presumably top off with fuel before it goes back out again. Shea Adam is watching.
Yep, they're not going to do tires on this car. I'd assume that whatever tires they put on it back in the garage were the ones that they wanted to take out onto the racetrack, and just topping it off with fuel and energy. And then it's Felipe Nasser behind the wheel now.
It was Felipe, I think, who brought it to a standstill when they had the problem of that car. So just a confirmation, by the way, Iron Lynx and NTE Sport, those two Lamborghinis involved in the last incident are officially retired. I think we sort of guessed that, but it has just come up on the screen. So if you're watching along with the results at IMSA, then you will have seen that as well.
The Nick Yellerly, having got past Nick Tandy, just set that car's fastest lap of the race. A 1:33.342 on the previous lap. This next lap was a 33.5, so Nick Yellerly is absolutely flying at the moment. I think he's on the softer tyre. Keep an eye on that, see how that develops. But
we could ask Shane to ask. I'm not sure they'll tell us.
No, they probably will.
Well, yeah, they might do, yeah.
There's no point in not doing. It's not hiding from anybody else.
It's on the car now, anyway.
IMSA is going to give us that information. Ultimately, we hope in any case.
That's right.
The other thing, that huge, massive long train of cars in GTD with Catherine Legge and Patrick Gallagher, Patrick Liddy and Michael Grenier, and it goes on and on. I mean, there's a dozen cars, aren't there, pretty much nose to tail. Fabulous.
It's like the start of the race all over again,
really
isn't
is.
it?
It
Yeah.
really is.
Nico Varone, another fastest lap of the race in LMP3 as Nicholas Nielsen pits for AF Corsa. So Varone and AWA, the 17 car, now 5.8 seconds ahead of the field.
Yeah, and there's been a change in LMP2 a lap or two ago. Also, Christian Rasmussen has found a way past Ben Hanley. So it's number 18 car now that leads for Era Motorsport. Ben Hanley in second place. Alex Quinn's about 4 seconds back in third in car number 52. And then a little bit of a gap back to Josh Pearson in the number 35 TDS car.
The light blue right Porsche working its way back towards the start and finish line. That's Jan Halen, second place for Wright Motorsports. They've again stealthed their way up in the ranks. By far the best placed Porsche. Jan doing a great job in that number 16 car. That light blue, black and white machine just goes under our feet now, down towards the first corner. In behind it is Alex Riberas for Hartnett Racing Team. Aston Martin Vantage GT3, but that of course is a GTD Pro car. They are about 9 seconds behind Parker Thompson, who is 3/4 of a second behind Ben Barnicoat. Those are the two leaders in the two separate GTD classes. However, at this stage of the game, I'm pretty certain that it'll be pro drivers to the end, Jeremy. So effectively these cars, yes, there's GTD Pro with the red numbers, the red number squares, and GTD with the green, but effectively they are the same class right now in terms of performance potential, BOP, etc.
Yeah, indeed so, absolutely right. The Lexus is, like we mentioned this early on, the Lexus has got a slight break in the balance from performance coming into this weekend. I say slight, they've got a slightly larger restrictor by 1 millimetre, which is supposedly giving them 6.3 kilowatts, which I think is about 8 or 9 horsepower. And they're using that to its fullest effect. The Lamborghinis and the Ferraris also had a BOP break coming into this race with the loss of some weight. 30 kilograms for Ferrari, 20 for the Lamborghini, and they were running strong too. The 63 Lamborghini, through the first half of the race before being taken out at turn 6, that was the car that was taking the race to the Vasser Sullivan Lexus team.
Just
a string of laps here from the leaders. Jack Aitken, 34.8 again last time round. The pace is certainly a good bit quicker than it was, let's say, in the last hour.
Just had the 0-1 Cadillac in for a stop and hold penalty. Now I've got a feeling, in fact it's still there, look down to my left, I've got a feeling that is the penalty that we had earlier on for that car, that they just haven't been able to get it served with all of the yellows, etc. So we'll just check, Shale just check that with our pit lane officials and find out what that one was for. It's a lengthy hold for Sebastian Bourdais, who's just left the pit lane. I reckon that might have been a 30-second or more hold down there, and we'll give you the reason. I'm unfortunate. Oh, hang on a minute. I'll try the other screen. Shea's beaten me to it. I was going to scroll down the screen, and Shea's just done the sensible thing and asked a friendly pit lane official.
Our birthday boy, Johnny Knotts.
Happy birthday, Johnny.
Yeah, happy birthday, Johnny. I don't think he can curse right now because it's hard to hear out here. But the problem was that the 01 came down, took emergency service, and 6.4 seconds worth of fuel as measured by IMSA on IMSA's telemetry. The 01 argued it because it's close, but the max you're allowed to take is 5 seconds, so that's why they had to come down and sit in the penalty box for 60 seconds.
Oh, 60 seconds. Wow. Thank you, Shea. Well, it's been a day for them, hasn't it? Sebastian Bourdais, Cadillac Racing, Raymond van der Zande. They've been in all kinds of issues out there.
Also birthdays today for Pietro Fittipaldi, who's one of the drivers in the number 51 car. That's unfortunately had problems very early on. And Roberto Lacorte's got a birthday today as well. He's driving the Cetilar Ferrari. They're still in the mix in that big, long train of cars. They're running sort of, they're running at the moment in the 17th position, but still on the same lap as everybody else.
We've got about an hour and 40, so 100 minutes to go. Our Porsche keys to the race: traffic, tyres, track limits and strategy. And strategy, of course, means BDO as far as we're concerned. The BDO No Strategy Award will be nominated by us before the end of the race, and we have trophies for the BDO No Strategy. And the one from Sebring that went to Paul Miller was delivered the other day, and I've spoken to the guys. They're very happy about it. Very nicely designed. Mechanical black flags again, and these are significant cars, Jeremy, again.
Both of the harder racing team Aston Martins, both of them, 23 and the 27. Currently running Alex Ruberas in number 23 GTD Pro cars, running in the second position in the class. And Marco Sorensen's driving number 27 car at the moment, third position in the class in GTD.
Just after 3 o'clock here at Watkins Glen. That's just after 8 in the evening in the UK. Look to James O'Donnell, who's moved into the garden for an evening barbecue. Been a nice weekend, apparently, back in the UK and Europe. Hello to Bert Kevelethian. Bart, sorry. Enjoying the programming as well. XM202 here in North America, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and of course live in sound and vision via IMSA.tv and on Viaplay UK, Viaplay Extra this weekend, right the way through to the end of the race. The battle for the lead, heading to the top of the hill at turn 4 between Jack Aitken and Colin Brown, with Nick Yellowly just another 2 seconds behind that, and the Porsche of Nick Tandy just pulling out a line, another 1.5 seconds there through the inner loop, added in the mid-1990s to slow cars down. Doesn't seem to be slowing them down that much nowadays with the Michelin tyres, the downforce, and these extremely sophisticated racing cars. They might be a little bit longer and a bit heavier, but my goodness, they go quickly. When you are trackside, it is absolutely extraordinary. Top 3 are together in the toe of the boot now, Jeremy, and with a bit of clear track ahead. Who are they going to hit next? Oh, actually, they're going to hit the battle at the front of the GTD field, where Parker Thompson and Ben Barnicat, the two Vassar Sullivan Lexus, are right ahead of them.
Yeah, and Nick Tandy's not far back either. He's only another
1.3 seconds,
as they came across the line it was, But wow, this battle is really heating up at the front of the field. Fascinating. A little bit unlucky there for Nick Yellowly. Got caught up behind Parker Thompson going through turn 10. That cost him a little bit of time, but look, it's ebbs and flows, isn't it, in traffic?
What do we say, Jeremy? Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and it is ever thus. No difference here. Yes, we've had some retirements, but still getting on for 50 cars circulating out there, and still neither of the Aston Martins from Heart of Racing have come in. They have, I think it's 4 times past the start-finish line before they can come in. Remember, this is tyre requirements, mechanical black flag. Jason Anzalone saying earlier on, that was all about minimum tyre pressures. The man from Michelin Motorsport. Leaders now heading to the far side of the circuit.
LMP3, by the way, Nico Veron made a pit stop couple of laps ago, gave up the lead then for AWA. Wayne Boyd now driving the number 17 car, likely will stay in for the remainder of the race with an hour and a half to go. They'll need another pit stop. So that hands the lead to Garrett Grist in the Junior 3 racing entry, that by, well, nothing basically, over Felipe Fraga, number 74 car. Matt Bell, another 8 seconds back in 3rd place.
Let's go down to Shea Adam. Standard green flag pit stops coming through. Who was the last one past you, Shea?
This is the number 61, of course, Ferrari, running in the GT Pro category, fuel only. I haven't seen a fuel-only stop for a GT car in a very long time, John.
Okay, interesting. So with an hour and 34 minutes to go, they'll still need one more stop. So I wonder if they've left the tyres on because they're going to do half a stint and then come in and do their full last stint. Oh, it's gone behind the wall, I'm hearing now. This is the number 61 Ferrari from AF Corsa. What a day it's been for attrition. And that was Ulysses de Pau, who has taken that car behind the wall. Now we have one of the Astons coming in it's Marco Sorensen and Harter Racing 27 for its mechanical black flag. I suspect they won't want to bring both of those cars in together so that they can service them, because they do have to change the tyres, remember, for this mechanical black flag for tyre requirements. So I expect the 23 to come in next time around. Confirmation from race control on the screens that 61's gone behind the wall. Leaders still battling at the front. Top 4 still together, coming through to turn 10. Look across to my right in the sunshine. High cloud, white fluffy cotton wool clouds. Picture perfect day here at Watkins Glen International as the leaders stream across the line, pretty much equidistant. First to second, second to third, third to fourth. Cetilar Ferrari, the blue and green car, just ahead of the leader. Well, it's the number 17, the green and black AWA car that's in front of the second place car for a moment, because Colin Brown dealt with that very quickly and has a little speck on the horizon, and that is 0.8 of a second up the road is Jack Aitken. Aitken, who will be desperate to make up for hitting the wall at Le Mans a couple of weekends ago. And he's lost none of his paces, Jack. He was a little bit slower through the traffic that time around, but you've always got to be a bit careful as the leader. Coming down to an hour and a half to go. Here comes the second Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That will be a change of tyres as well. They'll put fuel in that. That won't get them to the end. Alex Riberas bringing that car in.
That's right. They can do about an hour, the GTD cars.
Well, they had no choice but to come in now because of that black flag for the tyre requirements. I will be very interested to hear the chatter after this race from the teams. But it's not every team. So obviously some of them are getting it right.
Seems to be spread around, doesn't it? Which is curious.
Well, that's 10 mechanical black flags I think we've had now. Yeah, we had a RAF because we had 4 of them all at the same time. Right, there's Nick Tandy just getting held up, coming through turn number 9 behind a couple of different cars.
Well, it's Garrett Grist who's leading the LMP3 field, just ahead of Felipe Fraga. In fact, Fraga rounds it out, so what a great move that was. They were both bottled up behind the number 16 Porsche of Jan Halen, And Felipe Fraga, that was a brilliant move around the outside. Wow.
It wasn't Tandy, it was the delayed number 7 Porsche, which was coming through there. Flick to the left-hand side, and thank you very much. We'll do the old 2 for 1. Buy one, get one free. Round turn at number 11. It's really steeply banked, turn 11. If you haven't walked to the inside here, when I was coming back from a late-ish breakfast after morning warm-up this morning, once again, the Bear Community was fantastic down at Apex. Thank you, everybody there, for looking after us this weekend. The cars were just coming round to the grid, and there was quite a lot of people standing there as I walked up towards the bridge, and I sort of looked to the left. And it was only then that I realised I wasn't looking at a wall, I was actually looking at the track. It is really highly banked through there. Leader, fastest lap of the race last time around. Jack Aitken being asked to put the hammer down and responding. Pulls out now 2.1 seconds between himself and Colin Brown in second for the Acura ARX06. Number 60, then Nick Yellerly. 1.4 seconds, 1.2 from there back to Nick Tandy. Top 4 on the lead lap. What about JDC Miller Motorsports? Kept their nose clean so far. Yes, they're a lap off the lead. They've got 1 lap back. They were 2 laps down. 5th position for them. And Timon van der Helm given a couple of stints here in the middle of the race, and he's doing a cracking job.
That's seriously impressive by these two. His last lap, by the way, was a 1:34.7, which is less than, well, it's just over 1/10 of a second away from that car's best lap of the race. So the young Dutchman really getting to grips with that car again. No testing. It's a pretty remarkable effort. Jeepers. Some close action there. The Cadillac number 01 was trying to go around the number 17 LMP3 car of Wayne Boyd, and he had to check up, and I think that was the number 10 car that swept on past.
Hello to GT Cork, who is now watching on Viaplay Extra. Good to know that you're tuned in all the way to the end of the race, the next 1 hour, 28 minutes and 20 seconds. Viaplay supporting IMSA in the UK and throughout Europe. In the UK, it is on Viaplay Extra, which is a free-to-air channel. Right, pit stops. 3rd and 4th in together. The 2 Nicks have pulled off, and Tandy has pulled right up to the back of the BMW before it peels off. Shea Adam is watching the GTP stops.
Driver change. I really hope Connor De Filippi took the frilly towel off his head before putting the helmet on. As Nick Yellerly gets out of the car, looks up toward the sky like, okay, now I can breathe. And that is exactly what he has earned. We are doing fuel and 4 tires for the BMW. Fuel and 4 tires for the Porsche as well. But John, I couldn't see if there was a driver change there. It's about that time to put Mathieu Jaminet back into the end of this one, or do you keep him fresh for just a little bit longer?
And that's certainly earlier than I would have anticipated. An hour and a half to go. They can do about 55 minutes on fuel. They were only in, not that long ago. They were last in just before we went green. So 2:25 to go. No, maybe there was.
Connor De Filippi stayed, got in the BMW. Nick Tandy stayed in the Porsche.
So just over half an hour ago.
For both of those cars?
Yeah, curious.
Well, what are they doing? They're splitting it in 2 to the end. 1 more stop after this?
Yeah, I think you're probably right, and probably using the softer tyres.
The softer tyres, yeah. Shane might be able to go and ask if they're chancing the softer tyres. 43. Tell you what, that's 43 Celsius on the track. Maybe that's 1 more double stint, or just under a double stint. 27 in the air, 43 on the track Celsius. That's 109 on the track and 81 Fahrenheit. Turner BMW in and out, Shay.
That's the number 96 Turner Taco Machine. This one is getting fuel, tires, and a driver change as Robbie Foley is back in this car to the end of the race. Robbie Foley has won this race with Turner Motorsports before, and Turner has got the job done 3 times before, as mentioned, twice coming in the GT3 era of things, just waiting on the fuel. Perfect stop by Turner's boys and girls. I'll tell you what, they've had a pretty good weekend so far. Can they make it a Turner perfect weekend?
That'd be a huge party. Huge party, wouldn't it, this evening?
Finish yesterday.
just on the question earlier on, by the way, about software for the GTP teams and manufacturers, and it was asked, the question was asked whether individual teams can tweak the software. Yes, they can, is the answer that I've now had. I'm going to check it up and make sure that I'm not dropping anybody in it by saying that. So I'll say no more, but it is our understanding here at IMSA Radio and Radio Show Limited, RSL, that that is available. And I'm for obvious reasons, not going to say how and why, but I told you I knew who to ask, and I didn't have to ask. The answer has come through by other means, as we've been saying a lot this weekend. Not setting grid by other means, getting information by other means. Thank you for that.
By hook or crook.
Say again,
By hook or crook.
Yeah, but indeed, yes, indeed. So the age of the software engineer in GTP is very much here for tweaking that control software for hybrid and ICE control and integration. So we've had well, we haven't had a BMW still. We've had 3 of the 4 manufacturers in GTP lead this race. At the moment, it's Cadillac by a second. Colin Brown just closing in a tad on Jack Aiken. Jack had a little sprint away, but now he's caught some traffic and he's lost a couple of tenths here and a couple of tenths there. He got it up over 2 seconds, now down to exactly 1. Waiting for Di Filippi to come across the line. With Nick Tandy now 3.2 seconds behind. Top 4 on the lead lap. Best of the rest, JDC Miller Motorsports. John Churchill take that. 5th place for Timon van der Helm. 2 laps off the lead for Ricky Taylor in the Connington Minolta Acura number 10. Not been their day. Not been Cadillac 0-1, the gold-fronted car day either. Also 2 laps. Make that 3 laps down now.
Second and third positions, second, third and fourth in LMP2, all into the pits. Ben Hanley, Alex Quinn and Josh Pearson, car numbers 04, 52 and 35. Christian Rasmussen, who had gained the lead from Hanley about a dozen laps ago, still out front. He has not yet made his next scheduled stop in the Era Motorsport car number 18, coming up towards turn 10 now. Wouldn't surprise me to see that car coming in to the pits, and they will need round 22 remaining. 40, yeah, they can just about get to the end. Yeah, here he comes now. They can probably get to the end with just 1 more pit stop from here.
Into the pit lane for the number 18 Era blue, super looking car. That into the pit lane. Christian Rasmussen, so the top 4 from LMP2 in. We're keeping an eye on Garrett Grist and the Junior 3 Racing Duquesne, Ligier in 2nd place. The number 30 this is of LMP2. Keen-eyed viewer, Epic, has spotted a right side dive plane broken. Keep an eye on that. Really slowing him down, to be honest. 1:43.3 last time around was barely a 1/10 of a second slower than the leader. Shea Adam is down at Porsche. The number 6 Porsche and the number 25 BMW came in with pretty much 90 minutes to go, and we were speculating on what tyres they might have slapped on for the last 2 stints, yeah?
I asked the question, and thank you so much to all of the hardworking people with Porsche Penske Motorsports, because it took about 7 of them to get an answer. They just put mediums on the car.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, and last couple of laps, he dropped back a bit from Colin Di Filippi in the number 25 BMW. I fancy they might be on softs. I think Nick told us earlier on, didn't they were planning to use softs towards the end of the race.
So maybe just bringing those in a little bit carefully. There's effectively a medium and a harder tyre here. And so nobody was sure. They didn't really have time to try the SLTs. SLTs and MLTs is what they had this weekend. And 80 minutes to go now. And here we go into the business end of things with potentially one more pit stop only then to go for those 2 cars that have stopped. This is the strategy side of things, Jeremy, that we talked about in our Porsche keys to the race, and we'll be looking forward to BDO no strategy. 3rd and 4th position with presumably, you know, nothing to lose. They're half a minute away from the leaders, and they're thinking to themselves, we might as well try something different. Let's split the race up into 2 slightly smaller chunks, and maybe that means we spend less time on pit lane, and you know.
Well, I mean, I think everybody's going to need. No, I think the 25, number 25, number 6 car have got one more stop to make.
Yeah.
The number 31, number 60 have 2.
31 coming in next time around.
It should be in very, very soon.
Yeah.
And the 60 car has been doing longer stints in the past. So
we had this, you know, we've had this here before, where we've been building up to a really interesting last 90 minutes or thereabouts, 2 sort of stints. And it's not always played out. We've had yellow flags, or we've had bad weather or whatever, and it hasn't always played out. But at the moment, Connor De Filippi is pushing on, so is Nick Tandy. They are not out of it. Here comes Jack Aitken, the penultimate stop. 1 more to go for the 31 Whelen red-fronted Cadillac. He's rolling down the pit lane. Shea Adam is standing by to watch what their strategy is. Will this put them in the fight, keep them in the fight for the victory and for the BDO No Strategy Award?
With Ian Watt on their pit box, absolutely it will keep them in the fight and very much put them at the front of our BDO No Strategy, because that's just kind of what happens when Ian Watt is in charge. All right, they have already changed the left front and the right rear Michelin tires. Now they're doing the right front and the left rear Michelin tires. And oh, by the way, they've installed their secret weapon behind the wheel. That would be one Mr. Pippo Durrani, who spent quite a bit of time this weekend back in the motorhome with the doggy Vader, who's been keeping him company. So I think he has been learning how to channel the dark side of the Force.
I was about to say, did you say Vader? He's got a dog called Vader.
He was spending time with a dog called Vader. I don't know if it's his dog, but I did see that Vader very much liked him and was using him as a bit of a pillow. So that's great. I mean, what better way to prepare to get into a race car than to spend some time with your 4-legged friends? But that is Pippo Durrani out and gone already that fast. That's 1 more stop for the 31 Whelen Engineering.
Go and ask them the same question. Have they put the harder or the softer of the 2 compounds on, the hotter or the cooler of the 2 compounds on? The boot is in shadow at the moment with the passing cloud. The rest of the track pretty much in bright sunshine. That will make a huge difference to the track temperature. 45 where the official measurement is. Air temperature is 27. That's 81 in the air and 113 in on the track. Here comes the number 60, so they're scored as the leader. Now, will the BMW team RLL car come around and get back to 2nd place? That's the question. We'll watch where they are on the track. Shea Adam watches the Acura pit stop.
Colin Brown is out of the number 60 MSR Acura. There is fuel going into the race. There is energy being replenished. There's a windshield tear-off for Tom Blomqvist. They do spoil that young man. And they have done 4 fresh Michelins. Now, I'm going to have to ask the question of them as well, whether those were the medium compound tires, but that's exactly what they did for Pippo Durrani. Smoke out of the right front brake disc. That's how hard Colin Brown has been working. Let's see where the BMW is. There he is. And there goes Colin, but the lead has changed.
Lead has changed as Connor De Filippi goes through. I think he's ahead of Pippo Durrani. He is, and I think he's ahead of Tom Blomqvist. BMW, the 4th manufacturer of 4 to lead. That was the early pit stop. They've done what is called in other forms of racing, they've done the undercut.
Yeah.
What they've done is they've changed the pit strategy, and they've got the advantage. Oh, side by side with the Porsche as well, with Pipo Derani and Nick Tandy going into the bus stop. Here's Tandy down the inside. This is a battle for position. Tandy with tyres up to temp and pressure, and Pipo Derani not quite probably. So this is a real opportunity for Tandy to get back onto a podium position. He came in at the same time as Tom Blomqvist, left just behind him, and he's found Connor De Filippi and Pipo Derani in between them. Brilliant strategy from BMW. Porsche tried the same thing. They are definitely closer now. The top four separated by nothing at all as they go through traffic. And what we've seen happen there is Team RLL, they've pulled the pin early, got in their car, put on a new set of tyres, and taking the performance advantage for, what was it, 5 or 6 laps, Jeremy, that they had out there, and that was enough to overtake the cars when they're pitted. Often called the undercut, doesn't really explain what was going on, but that's what they've done. Used the extra performance of the tyres now rather than saving it for later. It will mean that there's still one stop each for all of those cars, but they've now got track position. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
They do, but at the next round of pit stops, they're probably going to need a little bit more fuel than the other guys. So, can Connor De Filippi stretch this lead? 8.2 seconds it was that time around. So, this has been really strong from Connor. And that battle for second and third, they're together. Tom Blomqvist is the kind of loser there. He comes out a long, long way behind in 4th position.
So we are into the final laps of the race, 1 hour and 13 minutes. This has been an absolutely outstanding race. Nick Tandy has nipped through on the 31 of Pipo Derani.
Has he? Yes.
Sorry, I was untangling the cord on my headphones. I turned the wrong way twice and nearly managed to strangle myself. So I had to spin back the other way. So Tandy onto the podium now for Porsche. BMW, Cadillac, Porsche, Acura. Tymon van der Helm in from 5th position in the number 5, a lap off the lead for JDC Miller in the private Porsche. Ricky Taylor, Cunningham and Alta Acura in 6th, also into the pits. They'll have one more stop to go. They could go a long way into this race and do a little splash and dash at the end. What I suggest will happen now, it will be all down to BMW, and when they decide to pit for the last time, once they pit, they'll set everybody else off in motion. Nick Tandy, I said, was going for 3rd. He was for 2nd, of course, and it's now BMW, Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, and Colin Brown is talking to Shea Adam, or at least he will be when she asks him this question.
Le Mans winner, Colin Brown. That sounds really good next to your name. Race is going well so far. You guys always thrive in the endurance races. Do you think that the heat is actually helping your Acura?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit. It seemed like it was pretty good this morning, and then, it's been strong all day. I think a lot of different strategies in play, I think, now to sort of get to the end of the race. So we'll see what happens, but obviously these Marushenk guys are super good on the strategy side, and, we've got a fast car, just kind of managing our strategy and trying to stick to our own race and not get sucked into racing everybody else, which is always a tough deal in these things, and the traffic's been crazy, so a lot to be gained and lost in the traffic. But yeah, excited so far. It's going well.
Now, you guys like the competition. Have just put the medium tires on. How difficult is that going to be for Tom to try and come up to temperature basically in the middle of the race with tires that are unknown?
Yeah, I think the good thing about it is the temperature's up. The ambient's up, track temp's up. So I don't think it'll be too bad. I mean, it's always a big gain potential and also really big potential loss. So, and you got to be a bit careful on what you're doing. But yeah, Tom's been doing a great job, and we'll see how it shakes out.
Is this race more physically tiring with the demands of the track, or more mentally tiring with the demands of traffic?
And it's tough with these GT cars. I mean, we catch them in a clump, and it's just chaos, and you're just threading the needle, hoping they see you. And so in a way, it's a little bit mentally tasking, but in another way, you just kind of got to go and keep your fingers crossed that they see you. And, you know, so far all those guys have been doing a good job. So, yeah, it's wild for sure.
The adrenaline rush has to be insane.
Yeah, I don't know if it's adrenaline or you just close your eyes. I'm not sure, but it's a mix of the both, maybe.
Good luck the rest of the way, Colin.
Thanks, appreciate it.
I wonder if he'll be keeping an eye on what his dad's doing down at CrowdStrike, the team with which he got that LMP2 AM title at Le Mans. Great run for him and for George Kurtz and the rest of the team. Last hour and 10 minutes to go at RSL, at IMSA Radio. Just remind you, we've got Michelin post-race tech to come this evening, because whilst the checkered flag ends the race, it's only the start of our conversation. So let's hear from you. It is a great battle going on between the Court of Mercedes, the number 32. Here's the Iron Dames going, oh, there's a touch going into the bus stop. That was forceful, elbows out in this great GTD battle, and very, very forceful indeed. The pink Lambo going through. Wow, that was Rahel Frey on Michael Grenier, by the way. Not sure that how race control will look at that one, but Rahel was not to be denied and has gone through. That was the battle for 5th and 6th position. Catherine Legg in 4th, Brian Sellers in 3rd. Catherine and Brian, by the way, have been having a brilliant battle between them. Two teams that we know very well in Paul Miller Racing and Gradient Racing. Cat was ahead of Brian for a little while. Brian's just sneaked back through, I think. Now, remember, these two teams battled for the 2018 championship, and they're back at it on the track now. It's BMW versus Acura. Cat was in an Acura back then as well, if memory serves me right. They're battling for the final step on the podium of GTD. Wright Motorsport have almost stealthed their way up into 2nd place in the 16 car. It's the bright blue, light blue Porsche. And it's still the two Vassar Sullivan Lexus who hold sway both in Pro and AM of the GTD. Antonio Garcia has Corvette after a bit of a torrid day for penalties for them, back up into 2nd for the Pro, and Davide Rigon, Risi Competizione, in 3rd for the Ferrari 296.
These different strategies are really interesting. In the number 60 car, Tom Blomqvist is he's slipping back a little bit from that battle for 2nd and 3rd. He was, of course, running in 2nd position before this latest round of pit stops. Now in 4th is number 60 car, with Tom Blomqvist having taken over from Colin Brown. And he was in the 34s that time, 34.3 for him. So a good clear lap there, but 15 seconds of deficit between the 2nd and 3rd place cars and the 4th place car. Gap between 1st and 2nd sort of hovering around about 8 seconds. It's Conor Di Filippi's lead. 159 laps in the books now, an hour and 7 minutes remaining.
Just time for complete carnage to break out again, Jeremy, to be honest.
In LMP2, Randiel holding off, well, it was 3 seconds. It's now down to 1.9 between Randiel in car number 18, the Era Motorsport entry, and Ben Hanley in the CrowdStrike by APR 04, which is in 2nd place. They're about 20 seconds ahead of Paul-Luc Chatin in the number 52 PR Matheson car, and then the surviving TDS number 35 Guido van der Garde is about another half a minute back in 4th place.
VP Racing in-race update with Jeremy Shaw there.
And we had a penalty just a few moments ago. That was for the number 47 Cedlar Racing Ferrari. It was their 2nd drive-through penalty for too many crew working on the car during a pit stop. But this is a bit unusual. The driver change assistant doing his job, helping change out the old driver for the new driver. And no age discrimination there, by the way. There's nothing wrong with being of a certain age, but I'll stop digging myself in that hole and give Johnny O'Connell his shovel back. It was for the driver change assistant, then putting the door back on the hinges when it fell off when the car was dropped off the air jacks. that is considered an extra person over the wall working on the car. It's happened to them twice now.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Shea. Down in the pit lane.
Battle for the lead in LMP2, heading around toe of the boot. Not too far behind them is the battle for second and third overall.
Still, the BMW Conor de Philippi has pulled out a 6-second lead. So the strategy at the moment is working. That 6 seconds is a big fuel advantage. Jeremy saying earlier on that they'll have to put a wee bit more fuel in than the cars that are chasing them. Actually, it's 20 seconds. 7 seconds back to Pipo and 20 seconds back to Tom Blomqvist. Those are the two cars that need fewer seconds stationary of fuel. So Nick Tandy and Conor de Philippi, those two early stoppers when they decided to split the last 90 minutes into two shorter stints, that may just be working for them here.
Well, that gap from first to second, it was 8 seconds, it's now 4.8. So certainly Nick Tandy has got the hammer down here.
But remember, Nick Tandy started off quite conservatively on those tyres, and he's built pressure and temperature into them. And now, maybe, as he's coming round to the last 15 minutes or thereabouts of his stint, maybe a little bit more. He'll be about halfway through his stint now. So maybe he can start to lean on it a little bit more. Hello to Brittany, to Eva and Felix as well. They might still be up. It's 8:30, 20 to 9, back in central England, in Bedfordshire. Been a beautiful day here today. I know it's been nice over in Europe. 27 still in the air here. That's 81 Fahrenheit, 115 Fahrenheit, and the track is 46. This is bang on where we thought it would be earlier in the week. And actually from Wednesday and Thursday, it was like this. But by the time the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship cars got on the track on Friday, it was 15 to 20 degrees Celsius chillier on the track temperature than that. And that makes the difference with the tyres, of course. And into the pits for a couple of significant GT cars. Shea Adam has a Turner BMW and a Porsche. Was that the right Porsche came through?
It is, and out of second place, it's fuel and tires for Jan Halen for the number 95 Turner Motorsports BMW. Fuel and tires as well. They will go to the end from here, all of these GT cars, as well as the Ferrari, which sits just 2 pit boxes up from the Turner BMW. That's fuel, tires, and a driver change. I think it was Davide Rigon who got out, so that would make Daniel Serra into the end. Very speedy and capable Ferrari driver. Anybody that you would want to have. Now, who is in the 95 Turner Motorsport BMW? Is that Bill Oberlin, or is it John Edwards?
It was Bill Oberlin who brought the car in.
Then it is Bill Oberlin who is taking that car to the end of the race. Now, the service is done for the Wright Motorsport Porsche, and it rolls down the pit lane, but it is well behind the Turner Motorsport BMW, and it came in ahead of it. So that's an interesting turn of events there. We also have the number 91 Kelly Moss Porsche into the pit lane. That, too, is a driver change, so Kai von Berlo is out, and I think that would be Julian Andlauer taking over to take that car to the end. And, ooh, I see a Lexus. Now, which one is that? Ooh, the 32 was just in. That is the Cawthorne Mercedes. Fuel, tires, Mick Grenier staying behind the wheel. That's the 14 Lexus. So now, finally, Jack Hawksworth is being allowed to go back to work, or back to play, I guess you would say, knowing Jack Hawksworth and how much he loves driving a race car around this track in particular. That'll be fuel and tires and the driver change. And then for the sister car, Parker Thompson, the Canadian, has done his job perfectly. Fuel, tires, and the driver change. Aaron Thielen's taking it to the end, which is kind of appropriate because the last time the Lexus won at this track, it was in the 2-hour contest that we had back in 2021. The Lexus that won was driven by Aaron Thielitz and Jack Hawksworth. Also into the pit lane, the number 3 Corvette. Let's see, is that a driver change? No. Antonio Garcia staying into the end. Fuel and Michelin's. We've got the 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes. Fuel and tires for them as well. Danny Juncadea brought the car in. I believe he is staying in. It was Jules Gounon who qualified the car. Right in front of me is the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. Brian Sellers, great job to get that car back up into third. I have no idea how he did that. Final stop for this crew. That's Madison Snow's helmet, who has been back installed behind the wheel of the BMWs. So now the tire change is done, with Justin on the front, Richie on the rear, G carrying the tires around the side, waiting on the fuel. A little further back, ooh, our LMP3 leader is into the pit lane. Sorry, it really is just so exciting for me to see all these cars, because the last time I looked down there, they weren't there. The 74 Riley, that is Felipe Fraga staying aboard, windshield tear off, fuel and 4 tires. The 23 Heart of Racing has Martin into the pit lane. That should be a driver change over to Ross Gunn. Number 66 Gradient Racing. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on. Catherine Legg brought it in. Catherine Legg takes it out. 4 tires for that crew as well. And finally, the number 83. This is the Iron Dames machine. Rahel Fry is the driver to the end of this one, but she's just got some sticker Michelin tires.
Interesting that all of those came in at the same time, because of course they were all in at the last yellow, of course.
Plus, it's just about an hour to go, so they can get to the end from here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, with the number 16, 62, and 95 leading that charge, they came in a lap before. Everybody else following in, they don't want to get caught out by the potential of a full course caution.
Hello.
Would be catastrophic.
Hello to Belgium, all of it, but particularly Sven, who says that Lexus is getting better by the year in IMSA. It is, and there's a new one coming as well. Possibly not quite as soon as we'd hoped. We were hoping for it for last year. Close call on the coming out, the Triasse Ferrari and the Heart of Racing 23, that Pro car, Aston Martin, pretty close together as they had to filter through the RFID chips. Hello to Chris Suku as well. This racing is absorbing in all classes. Great to see the cars moving around. And what a great track Watkins Glen is. You get the chance to come here, Chris. I said it earlier on, it's a beautiful area. The people here love races, they love race fans. There's lots to see and do. And it's a great racetrack. Pit exit order under review.
Well, if you're in the fast lane and you have any sort of an overlap on the car coming out of its pit stall, the car coming out of its pit stall has to give way, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I'm not sure that happened there. I think the car on the outside, in the fast lane, kind of let the other guy go through, which because it was awfully close, I think he realised the other car wasn't going to stop, so he kind of had to do that, and I think that might be a penalty for the car that was on the inside. I can't remember which one was which. Car 32 penalty, failure to adhere to the minimum full refueling time, which is
the court of Mercedes, isn't it?
That was running pretty well, right up in the top half dozen anyhow.
Brian Sellers, that was an incredible stint. You went from being a lap off the lead and well out of contention to bringing the car in a podium position. How in the world did you do that?
I don't know. Things went our way in that stint. We got super fortunate on that last yellow. We were in the right position to be able to get a wave around and then a pass around, which got us our 2 laps back. And sometimes you have a good car underneath you, and the guys have done everything they can, and then it's your turn to see if you can hold up the end of the bargain. And still a long way left, but I feel like a win is probably far away. But if we can come away with this with the podium, I think that it's an overachieve right now. So I'm really proud of everybody. Regardless of what happens, you can't quit. You got to keep fighting, and that's what we try and do.
Was it a bit of deja vu for you fighting Cat Legg out there on the track when she's in an Acura? Felt like 2018?
No, she was nicer then. She wasn't that nice this time. Yeah, it's a good battle. I mean, it's a podium position. You don't expect anybody to give you anything. So we had a couple pretty big contacts a couple times, but it's part of it. You just it's racing, and like I said, you were going for third, so
you just keep collecting points. You guys know how to win championships. That's the goal for the rest of the day.
Well, no. I mean, the goal is a result. I mean, I think that we kind of all look at this and think that we just want to achieve the best we can, and whatever comes from that comes from that. And I know it sounds super cliche, but I don't think you can ever just go chase points. You have to go race. And if we race to the best of our ability, and someone like the 70 or the 27 or whoever it is still comes out on top, then so be it. But we'll just do the best we can, worry about us, and then if in the end it's good enough, it's good enough.
Great job out there, Brian.
Thanks.
John, it was 16th to 4th in half an hour, the crew tells me.
Pretty impressive. Slow stop for which of the Lexus, Jeremy? Did you say the 14 car? The leader dropped now behind the Corvette in GTD Pro, so we'll find out what that is all about. Marty saying a lot of black flags for tyre requirements with tyre pressure. Looks like the teams are having problems dialing in the pressure on the new tyres. No, the tyres aren't new for anybody other than GTP. We've spoken to the people who matter, and they're telling us that people are just cutting it very, very fine. The Michelin pre-code, as they called it, specifies that. They work with that with IMSA. There's a safety implication to it, and all of that information is passed through to IMSA and to Michelin. Remember, there was some controversy at Daytona about the Meishank racing car messing about with that data. There's been steps taken to avoid that happening again. I think it's just people who are cutting it close to the edge, Jeremy. That's what we've been told.
Pushing the envelope, that's what we've heard from behind the scenes. I mean, it's not as if they're big discrepancies on what the regulations call for, but every little bit counts for a lot. Is basically all it boils down to, and they're just pushing the envelope a little bit too hard. Look, we're now, I reckon, within the window for the final pit stop of the day for the GTP cars. Any time now, they would be able to make their final stop and get to the end from here. The question is whether they kind of more equalize their stint, stay out a little bit longer to make sure their tyres are fresher toward the end. But if you come in now, you made your pit stop, you stay on the lead lap, which all of the 4 leaders would do quite comfortably, then anybody else has runs the risk of there being a full school caution and the pits being closed, in which case they would cycle behind the other cars after they've made their stops, because the other ones have already made what should be their final stop. But there's still strategy to be played out even with 53 minutes remaining.
Jeremy was asking a moment or two ago what happened to the Lexus, and we have an answer here, Adam, and I have to say I didn't see this come up on the Race Control channel.
Neither did I, but thank you, Ryan Smith, who is keeping me honest. It was a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding for the 14 Lexus, and now he's all over the back of Antonio Garcia.
For the win in GTD Pro. So apologies for that. So pit lane speeding and a extra pass down through the pit lane. 52 minutes to go. Who jumps first? How long do you want to make your last stint? That's the question for Connor De Filippi. How many laps has he been out there, Jeremy? Connor and Nick, because they came in at the same time in the leading pair of cars.
21 laps now. They're on the 22nd.
So they can go for another, probably another
7 or 8 laps.
7 or 8 laps, okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant battling in all the classes all day has been noted by a lot of our viewers and listeners, and a big moment there for the 74. This is the second place car in class. No, it's the leader in class. They've just gone through into the lead, because that is the former leader, Garrett Griston, the Junior 3 car behind him. So Felipe Fraga has taken the lead.
Yeah, he's been in the lead for a little while. He took that. Remember, he took that lead around the outside of the final corner.
Well, Garrett Gris was leading at the last lap,
was he?
and he's got number 1 written on the side of the car, Jeremy. So that's changed this lap around. So that must have happened
during the pit stops.
Yeah,
the pit stops.
So the pass has happened down towards the bus stop. It was a little bit of hip and elbow and shoulder there by both of them. That was the change of the lead through traffic. as they went round the outside of Catherine Legg in the green and white 66 JG Wentworth car. So with a wee bit of damage on the right rear of that blue and orange Felipe Fraga car, that is scored in the lead this time. Garrett Grist for Junior 3 Racing second. Matthew Bell has just pitted for his last pit stop from third position from AWA. Are they working the strategy? Has it going to work out from both of the AWA cars, actually, with Wayne Boyd straight out? Penalty for the number 32, and that's their opportunity for a good finish in the race, having disappeared. Team Korthoff car, they want MEC points. Again, minimum fuel. They've just come down pit lane to answer that. Let's check in with GTD. Aaron Tielitz leads for Lexus. He's got the first 5 GTD pros behind him, then Jan Halen, Madison Snow, Robbie Foley, Catherine Legg and Rahel Frey are all in behind, battling for the last 2 spots on the podium. And at the moment, Madison Snow is 3 seconds behind Jan Halen, trying to close him down. BMW, the red, white and black BMW, in elegant isolation at the moment as he comes towards the end of the lap. Not often we've seen a bit of free air for anybody in any of the classes. Under 50 minutes to go now. IMSA Radio live from Watkins Glen with the TV around the world and Viaplay. Extra in the UK and across Europe on the network. And of course at IMSA.tv, live and free, no subscription required. XM202 if you're in the USA or North America and are suitably equipped and travelling around. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhaugh, Shea Adam, and what has been an enthralling Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen so far, with 49 minutes to go. Started dramatically for BMW, and at the moment they are still holding sway. Oh, Peepo's come in. So now this is interesting. This is a change of tactics, isn't it, from Action Express, because they're trying now to do the quick pit stop for track position, and Connor De Filippi and Nick Tandy will have to respond to this next time around. Shea Adam, last pit stop for the number 31 Cadillac and the 60 Acura.
Pipo Derani is in, and they are giving him 4 new Michelins, as well as topping him off with every bit of fuel and energy they can possibly squeeze into this car. And also following him in, the number 60, that's Tom Blomqvist for MSR. So we have Ian Watt for the number 31 Wayland Engineering Cadillac. As far as the brain is concerned, we have Gary Davis on the box for the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, who is going to win the battle of the brain at the end of this day. As far as the strategy goes, there goes Pipo. I now turn back. There goes Tom. Fuel and tires for both.
Right, interesting. So they are rolling, and I think the next lap, you've got to now. You cannot be hung out by a potential safety car here. So Connor De Filippi and Nick Tandy, maybe they're being caught slightly napping here. I don't know.
No.
They've got a decent gap, Jeremy, but remember they came in first before. That's a very short run for the Cadillac 31 and the Acura 60.
Correct. That's the thing here. The number 25 and number 6 are trying to equalise the length of their stints more so than the other two
Which is about
contenders.
perfect, 45, 46 minutes of each stint, 45 and 47 perhaps, something like that. The question will be, did they build up a big enough gap to put the little bit of extra fuel in? Last pit stop for Mike Rockenfeller, JDC Miller Motorsports. The action is in the GTP pit lane. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in GTD with Tonio Garcia and Jack Hawkes with 0.6 of a second away from each other at turn number 8. The pure yellow car and the yellow and black Lexus sitting in behind. Shea Adam was watching the stop there for which car, Shea?
I just confirmed with the 60 for Meyer-Shank Racing. It was fuel and a sippy cup that went into the cockpit for Tom Blomqvist.
So no
fuel
tires?
Only, no tires. Fuel only for the number 5 JDC Porsche as well. So it was fuel and tires for Pipo, fuel only for the Acura.
Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. How is that going to play out?
Well, let's watch their next few lap times. That's going to be the critical thing here, because the drivers have all been saying all week long, all weekend, that it's really difficult to get these tyres up to temperature. It's a good bit warmer now. The sun is shining as well. That is certainly going to be a big factor in the favour of the drivers in terms of getting these tyres up to temperature and pressure quickly.
Leader is in the pit lane, and Nick Tandy stays out. Nick Tandy stays out, and therefore will lead the motor race. Porsche back to the front, but they've put themselves in a dangerous position here. If the safety car was to come out now, they would lose it all. So this is the gamble for Porsche. They're going a couple of laps longer, so they don't need to put that much fuel in. Shea Adam is watching the final stop of the BMW number 25 in Connor de Philippi.
Guess what extra sound you're hearing in the background, John? Air guns, fuel and tires for the number 25 BMW Connor de Philippi staying aboard as expected. And for the number 10, the Konica Minolta Acura, they have always done, they've also done fuel and Acura. Now we're waiting on the fuel for the BMW, so a perfect stop as they have a completely clean exit. Pipo is coming into turn 9. BMW's gone. That should be a clean lead for the 25 BMW.
That's impressive. Tyres on that car. Staying on the mediums, so they've gone medium to the end, and Pipo Derani and 60 of Tom Blomqvist are only on the front straight now. Tandy's got to come this time. Tandy has got to come to the pits this time. Nick Tandy's coming out of turn 9 right now. He's got traffic in front of him, and it's GT traffic, second place car, Wright Motorsport machine. He'll peel off into the pit lane for his final stop with just on 44 minutes to go. Here's the motor race right here. Look at the gap. BMW have absolutely nailed the strategy. Now, can Porsche do the same thing?
But they did change tyres on the BMW, right? And that's going to be a critical thing now, is the out laps. These next couple of laps, how fast can they go?
No tyres changed on the number 60.
It's number 60 car, correct?
Correct. And Nick's gone through. Tandy's gone through. He's on the back straight, so that's another lap for Tandy.
Yeah.
He hasn't made the stop. Wow. So they are really rolling the dice. The second BMW into... Second BMW into the pit lane. That wasn't the second BMW, was it? No, it's the high-class racing car, sorry. Coming back out from behind the wall. I saw a red and white car, and that's going back behind the wall again now, actually. Nick Tandy then, down at the toe of the boot, has the Riley number 74 ahead of him. Felipe Fraga, the leader in LMP3. So he cannot afford to lose time here. He's got to get around and make these laps count. Last time around a 35.4. Pipo Derani a 37, but then a 33 for Derani. Here's the danger for Nick Tandy. He's losing time now in traffic and with the new tyres for the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac. 36.7 for Tom Blomqvist last time around. Maybe the gamble of no tyres has not worked, certainly not at the moment for the number 60 car. Tandy still leads the motor race. Derani chasing down. He's 11 seconds behind Connor de Philippi. Philippi will come across the line with a considerable lead. Connor de Philippi going into the toe of the boot now as it's just exiting turn 6 now for the 31. Shea Adam in the pit lane.
I've just spied the secret weapon for Porsche, John. Mathieu Jaminet, helmeted, waiting very eagerly to get in his car. They're going to do a driver change and have a very fresh Frenchman in for the end of this one.
That's interesting. And presumably a new set of tyres as well, Shea.
Sticker.
Side by side for GT battles, and it's the number 1 against the number 16. That's for second place. Paul Miller Racing BMW against Jan Halen Porsche. And Madison Snow takes Jan Halen and goes to second. What a drive through the field it's been. 2 laps down, and they've worked the strategy. There's going to be some difficulty for us in the next 40 minutes in picking the BDO Nose Strategy Award. Paul Miller Racing won it at Sebring. And they're putting themselves in a good position again here, but you've got to say at the front of the field, BMW and Porsche are right there as well. Don't forget that Jan Halen was one of the original driver coaches of Madison Snow. They're still very good friends. That was a clean pass. And just hearing as well that the 61 Ferraris come out from behind the wall to finish the last 40 minutes of the race. Here's Tandy in the pit lane now, Shea. This, for Porsche, is a chance to do something extraordinary. Can they pull this one out?
Well, they certainly hope that they can, and every single crew member up on the wall poised as if this was the first pit stop of the day, not the last. Nick Tandy nails the marks, actually stopping exactly on the tape on the ground to perfectly set up his crew for this tire change. Nick actually jumps up onto the wall. He's still got quite a bit of energy. Connor DeFilippe is coming through turn 9 now and then into turn 10, so they will lose the lead on this stop, but they have 4 fresh sticker Michelin tires. Windshield tear-off for Mathieu Jaminet, still waiting on the fuel. Now comes Connor DeFilippe onto the front straight. The fuel nozzle still attached, smoke coming out of these brakes, but the Michelins are getting a little extra warmth from them. There goes Jaminet, and he is right behind an LMP2 car, watching Connor DeFilippe drive through turn 1.
And now he's got to get those tyres up to temperature. And it's already well behind him.
Here's people coming into turn 1 now. This is the battle for second and third. This could make things even more difficult for Mathieu Jaminet. He's in second place at the moment. He's just crested the rise. And as they go down the back straight, where is the number 6 car? Just going into the bus stop now. And here comes Pipo Derani with heat in the Michelin tyres. Build up over a couple of laps. These top 4 cars have swapped the strategies around. The BMW of Tom Blomqvist did not take tyres. And that may have cost them here a 35.6 for Pipo, a 35.6 for Tom. 36.5 for Connor DeFilippe, getting his new tyres up to temperature. And what's Jaminet going to be able to do? Will he drop back into the clutches of Pipo Derani? Derani trying to get through the traffic. And there goes Tom Blomqvist taking no prisoners down at turn number 7. I think that was 2 different categories of cars. It was the AO Porsche and Sean Creech in the Motorsport in the LMP3 car. Derani hoving into view behind the Porsche. Derani can see the number 6 Porsche in second place, just ahead of him now. He's got to try and pounce before the tyre temperatures and pressures come up. It's just 3 cars ahead of him. Coming to the final corner with 38 minutes to go, live from Watkins Glen. The end of a thrilling and enthralling and engaging Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. The top cars in LMP2 have just done their last pit stops. Paul Loop Chatham for PR1 Matheson, the 52 win cars, and Rasmus Lind in the Era Motorsport, the light blue, the very nice light blue number 18 car. They're still battling it out. Half a minute between them as they left the pit lane. That could go in a moment with a half spin or problems in traffic. Derani held up in that traffic. Coming through the inner loop, which way does he go? Round the outside of turn 5, the outer loops, my betting on that with a little bit more downforce. Now he's got to throw it down the inside of turn number 7. Have the other cars seen him? Yes, they have, of turn 6, excuse me. Onto the laces of the boot and down to the toe. Round the outside of the number 17 prototype. Oh, goodness me. Track rubbering up, still great track temperature. 44 Celsius is 111 Fahrenheit. Just what these Michelins need to be switched on. That's good news for Mathieu Jaminet. He's only 5 seconds away from the leader. But Connor DeFilippe has been out for a couple of laps more. 9 times through the pit lane for BMW M Team RLL. But they've made it work, Jeremy. They've dictated the strategy in the last third of the race. They pulled the pin and came in early with about an hour and a half to go, and that has set the tone for the end of this race. It's really worked for them.
Yeah, this is a fascinating motor race. It's absolutely superb. And that was a great outlet by Mathieu Jaminet on fresh tyres. A 136.4. That's pretty darn good. Who's a spinner there? Not sure who that is.
It's coming out of turn number 9, there is, or 2 turn number 9, there is a bit of runoff there, and it's the number 10 car again. It's been an awful. Ricky Taylor spins. I'm not sure I've had to say that before.
He'd been closing in on Mike Rockenfeller. I don't know how close. I'm not sure how close he was a couple of laps ago. He was 7 seconds back, so I don't think he would have closed that down completely. But he was certainly closing on Mike Rockenfeller for that 5th position. That'll be gone again now. So that last lap by Conor De Filippi, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps on his tyres, so they're up to where they need to be. A 34.4 last time for Conor De Filippi. Jaminet getting that car up to speed of 36.4, so he lost a couple of seconds on that last lap, and he's running a similar pace to Pipo Derani. He's about 3 seconds behind him in that 3rd position, and Tom Blomqvist just hasn't got the pace yet. He said it's been the same in each of their stops. Afterwards, they haven't picked up speed very quickly at all.
Michelin post-race tech to follow. The checkered flag will keep the conversation going. Very close indeed with the right Porsche there, and the prototype going down the inside. That was far too close for comfort for Pipo Derani. He's pushing it all. He's only 4 seconds now behind Mathieu Jaminet, who's dropped to 7 seconds back. But last time around, he was quicker than the leader. He was the quickest prototype, 1:34.1 for Mathieu Jaminet. Is this the start of something special for the young Frenchman and Porsche Penske Motorsports?
Car number 95 mechanical black flag tyre.
That's fourth in GTD Pro. Turner Motorsport had a great day yesterday with 1st and 2nd in Pilot Challenge. That has taken the shine off. Undoubtedly, Robbie Foley in 5th in GTD. Oh my goodness. This is the race that just keeps giving. Wheel and Engineering 31, the Action Express car continues to charge. Of course it does. It's got Pipo Derani behind the wheel. De Filippi coming to the line. How close was he to taking out the Wright Motorsport car? It was coming down into the final corner, and again the closing speed through turn number 10, just catching people out. We saw he did hit him. He did hit the back of the car, and he's locked up all 4. Now, has he flat spotted the tyres? That was really interesting. We've seen those closing speeds before. It caught out Sebastian Bourdais, didn't it, earlier on, and that's what put the 101 car into the wall. No damage, it would seem. No really large visible damage on the front of the Whelen Cadillac. Jaminet takes time again out of the leader, 0.8 of a second, 6.3 now.
Yeah, this is nail-biting time now. 33 minutes remaining in this race, 180 laps completed. And Mathieu Jaminet has the bit between his teeth. He's got good momentum here, and he's scything past the traffic, just goes past that battle for 2nd position in GTD Pro. The Corvette still able to hold on ahead of Jack Hawksworth in 2nd position. They ahead of the Lexus and Garcia, doing a super job at the moment, leading in GTD Pro with that drive-through penalty for Jack Hawksworth. Costly was that. They were way out in front, had been pretty much all day long.
Ricky Taylor makes the last stop for the Cunningham and the Acura, and he's been in for a while. It's not been their day. Sometimes you're the windscreen. Today, Cunningham and Alta Acura were the bug, no doubt. Still charging. Pipo Derani. 34.8 last time around for Conor De Filippi. He got a little bit of clear air, and he's got a bit more now as he's cleared the Sean Creech Motorsport LMP3 car and heads up to the top of the S's. Where is Mathieu Jaminet?
Still another 0.4 quicker.
Wow.
Jaminet.
And that's Conor's fastest lap for a wee while, that. And still Jaminet has found time, down to 5.9. We've got ourselves a finish here, Jeremy. 31 minutes to go.
Yep, less than 6 seconds between the first two. Similar margin back to Pipo Derani in third, and Tom Blomqvist, who's not gaining any ground at all, in that fourth position, car number 60, that looked so good earlier on in the afternoon.
Hello to the team at Joe Tandy Racing JTR in Bedfordshire, rooting for the boss's car, so they'll be cheering on Mathieu Jaminet at the moment. It's a 10th here and a 10th there around the circuit, but it's adding up for Mathieu Jaminet, and he's putting together some stunning laps. BMW, Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, top 4 within 20.5 seconds after 5.5 hours. News from the pit lane. There was certainly the fly today, and they have been squashed. The number 10 WTR Konica Minolta Acura has a little help to get behind the wall. Wayne-Taylor Racing. Dear me. WTR with Andretti Autosport to give them their correct title. That has not been good.
Good lap from the race leader, Colin Di Filippi there, 134.259. That's almost the same as he did about 3 laps ago. Almost identical, actually, 34.2. And he pulled out a couple of seconds that lap over Jaminet. So that ground that Jaminet had been making up over the last 3 or 4 laps, gone in 1 lap.
And in GTD Pro, Antonio Garcia, Jack Hawksworth and Daniel Serra for Corvette, Lexus and Ferrari are fighting their way through traffic, and the top 3 are just cresting the rise at the top of the S's now, and they are together. Risi have come to play here, and they've come to win with Daniel Serra hoving into view behind Jack Hawksworth and the black and yellow Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Antonio Garcia is another half a second up the road. They are absolutely together now, going through the outer loop with traffic ahead. Looks like the Triazzi Ferrari is the next car that they will hit. Yes, it is. Now, this could be interesting. Down towards the toe of the boot. Does the Triazzi car see this top 3 battle for the honours in GTD Pro? Under half an hour to go. Shea Adam in the pits. Should not have any stops to call now. So she now goes into her role as clinical psychologist and behavioural specialist as she starts to watch the body language of everybody there.
I'll tell you what, John, I'm down by Vassar Sullivan because both of their cars still very much in contention, and everybody looks sick to their stomach. They are so nervous for this one. As was pointed out on the Zoom call just a couple weeks ago, the only time we've ever had a double victory, I mean a team winning in more than one category, that was a year ago here for Heart of Racing. Now Vassar Sullivan is in the position where they could make that happen as well.
Good point.
But look at Daniel Serra all over the back of Jack Hawksworth. Risi Competizione, as we heard from Rick Mayer the other day, comes to this race for one reason and one reason only, that's to win. And the 296 still looking for its first win on North American soil. And also Corvette Racing. When was their last win? Answer, Sebring 2022. So yes, they've won them all. Yes, they've won a bunch in WEC, but in IMSA, it's been almost a year and a half.
Yeah, and they've closed the gap of about 3 seconds over the course of the last 6 laps or so. I think Jack Hawksworth is certainly a little bit quicker, that Lexus, than the Corvette. Not much, but a bit. But he can't find a way past. And Antonio Garcia doesn't exactly open any doors for anybody, does he? Because he wants another win. He wants to score that marks. What did it be? 100 and how many wins? 122, I think they've had so far. It's, as Shea Adam was just telling us, it's been a while, so he wants to get back to that top step of the podium.
No, I was just about to say something's happened at the front of the field, but well, it has, because it's again another half a second taken out of the lead by Mathieu Jaminet. It went out to over 8 seconds. It's now back down to 7.5. This is traffic playing its part. The leader, as we keep an eye on this GTD Pro battle, the BMW number 25 will come up actually to the Triazzi car that the GTD Pro battle has just passed at the toe of the booth.
that Triazi team, running in 6th position with Alessio Rivera at the wheel at the moment. He's ahead of Patrick Pilet, factory Porsche driver.
Yes, absolutely. And down to the toe at the heel of the boot for the leader, and a huge gaggle of GTD and LMP2 cars. But at the same time, Mathieu Jaminet got a couple of cars to pass as well, including Patrick Pilet. He's picking his way through them. The leading GTD cars, for a moment, are in clear road. Can't imagine that will be the case for long. Actually, they've got a decent run before they come up on the 0-1 Cadillac. They won't come up on him, so they'll be following him through the traffic. So it's going to be the number 96 Turner BMW that this battle for the lead in GTD comes to, and that is already down at turn 8 as they exit turn 7. And that's a car with very similar pace, of course, so they won't catch it quickly. So now can one of these drivers use passing traffic to help them out? That racing competition Ferrari with a little bit of dirt on it. Darker red looks good. Has to go and pinch the corner as the LMP2 comes through them. That's the 0-4 of CrowdStrike Racing, who at the moment are leading the race. Ben Handley, it's been a good run from them, backing up their Le Mans victory in LMP2 AM.
Been a great battle. Christian Rasmus is only 6 seconds back in 2nd place for Era Motorsport, and then Philip Chatin for PR1 Matheson rounding out the podium at the moment with 24 minutes to go.
Porsche keys to the race in Michelin Countdown Agreement was traffic, tyres, track limits and strategy. Track limits
and
has...
patience.
And patience, yes.
Yeah.
Track limits...
was lacking on a few people, wasn't it, today?
It was. Track limits has not been a feature, and I'm absolutely stunned considering we had a million and billion-ty calls earlier on in the race week itself. Traffic, yes. Most of the guys at the front have done their bit through traffic. I think that's fine. Tyres may yet play out.
True.
We still to see it. Down to 6.3 seconds now for Jaminet. And he has to go through that same bunch of traffic, though, that the leader has just cleared. The leader being Connor De Filippi. It is so evenly balanced here between the Porsche and the BMW.
Yeah.
Porsche have had a win this season on the streets of Long Beach, and that was tyre strategy. Oh, change at the front of GTD, turn 8, and through goes the number 14 car. That's a pass for the lead. Jack Hawksworth goes through. Daniel Surra trying to follow him through, has followed him through. So the Tonio Garcia Corvette may be struggling at the end of the race. He's dropped back to 3rd position. And now the battle for the lead and therefore the win at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen is between Lexus and the new Ferrari. The Lexus, a much bigger, taller car. The Ferrari svelte. Oh, Hawksworth tries to block the wrong car there. He pulled in front. Well, it was an AF, so that he probably thought it was the Ferrari. It was the AF LMP car that he blocked going down at the
what he was trying to do was get a car between himself and his pursuer, I guess, wasn't he?
Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Hawksworth's going to be difficult to pass. So was there a mistake, or was it just an awesome move? Answer,
wow.
Awesome move. Late dive to the right-hand side at turn 8. Oh, just about stayed on the curbs, Hawksworth. That'll be being looked at. But it was clean, it was decisive on the brakes, and then pulled out to the right, off the brakes to get alongside and basically block pass.
Yeah.
There was no way that Garcia could turn to the apex, to the middle part of the corner, the pointy bit. That was impressive. It was hard, it was fair, but that was Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was
right
perfect.
there.
Absolutely perfect. I mean, there was no second guessing there from Jack Hawksworth. This is my chance, I'm going to go for it. He did. Perfect pass by Jack Hawksworth, absolutely superb. But that Ferrari is fast. It's been fast all weekend, all week long. and certainly Daniel Serra is not going to give up. He's going to go for that win as well. They're both, of course, behind Aaron Thielitz, who's a GTD non-pro leader. They're about 12 seconds behind Aaron, and that number 12 team have just done a great job. I mean, Frankie Montecalvo and Aaron Thielitz are two regular drivers, and Parker Thompson, the young Canadian who's really impressed that team since joining them this year.
Well, and it's always hard to jump in as the third driver, Jeremy. You hardly get any laps. You're expected to jump in and do your job without that. And he's been buzzing all weekend. We had a quick chat with him earlier on in the week. At a breakfast when he was going to go out and do the early session. You get all the sessions that nobody else wants. Oh, I'm not going to be out on the track at 8 o'clock in the morning, thanks. I'm going to have another cup of espresso to have an extra 40 minutes in my pit, thanks very much. But no, he was there, ready to go, had his muesli, his Berker muesli. Brilliant stuff, and good stuff from Hawksworth. It will surprise you not at all to know that moments before he made that pass, the team had just said, Jack, your fuel numbers are good, you're good to go at the end. Turn it up. And it's exactly what he did.
Thanks, lad.
Aye, all right. Belter. That was proper Yorkshire passing, that.
It was
no compromise.
Yep.
No muss, no fuss, no nonsense. Brilliant stuff. Leaders just passed them. It's still hovering around about 6 seconds, went down to 5.5, but last time around, Jaminet hit the traffic. This is what we're seeing. This is the tenet of the race, Leader coming down to turn 8, and in fact, just off the back of the traffic that he's just passed is the second place car, Jaminet. He'll not quite be able to see the leader on this part of the track. He's coming through that battle for GTD Pro on us. Hoves up the inside of the Ferrari, big flash of the lights. Hawksworth lets him go through 10. That was smart moves. You see, that's really good from both of those GTD Pro drivers. They're in their own battle and they're thinking, I don't want this guy to get in my way, so let him go. And he has done.
Proper professionals, all these guys.
And he's another leader coming through as well. So we've had the overall lead, the lead for GTD, and here's the P2 leader coming through as well. Ben Handley, there's another young driver who is impressive. And actually, no, it was Paul-Loup Chatan coming through behind third place, I should have said, for the PR1. Here he comes. Ben Handley had already gone through there a moment or two earlier.
Yeah, and Christian Rasmussen, the young Dane, in second position. He's last lap around, he whittled that down a little gap down a little bit to Ben Handley, who leads. It's down to just 5 seconds between first and second in LMP2. Number 404 car ahead of the 18.
Just a couple more retirements official now. The AF Corsa, number 61, the Miguel Molina, Ulysses de Pau, and Simon Mann car, and the Chettilar Ferrari, Roberto Lacorte, Giorgio Siena, Giotto, and Antonio Fuego. They are official retirements. Just cross them off your list if you're doing the marker pen of doom on the Andy Blackmore Spotters Guide. Hello, Andy. I know you'll be tuned in. Great work this weekend on all the series that you've been looking after, and a couple of wins for your liveries I noticed yesterday as well. All down to your liveries, mate, they were. 190 laps completed. BMW lead by 5 seconds. It's been a good couple of laps for Mathieu Jaminet. Only a 10th last time around. Pete Motorani only 8 seconds further back. The top 3 within 13 seconds. There's no room for error here.
Yeah.
13 seconds is nothing. That's a half spin. That's getting checked up behind a couple of GT cars, going on the grass, having to run through the bus stop chicane opt. Also hearing now high class officially a retirement from race control. Here comes the Ferrari for the lead in GTD Pro. Daniel Serra was half a second away at the line. Absolutely on the rev limiter going into turn 1 last time around, reports Shea Adam from pit out. The Ferrari that was, not Shea. Sorry, Jack Hawksworth, that was. Shea's always on the rev limiter, we know that. Wow, what a race. Hashtag Michelin PRT for your questions. Points are rising. It is the original user-driven content show. You drive the editorial, ask the questions, make the points. Points are rising. And we'll be on the air on RS2 via IMSA Radio on the Listen Live button. Extra content once we've wound up the TV, international TV portion.
New best lap there for Matthew Jaminet.
Oh,
that
when you
gap
needed
is
it.
now 2.4 seconds. He more than halved it last time around.
He is, generally speaking, just starting to pull it back. There's only, I think, a couple of cars now between the 25 BMW of Conor De Phillippi and Mathieu Jaminet. There's enough time to do this if he can keep it clean and he gets some help from the traffic. He doesn't need much. He's going past the second place LMP3 car now, and that's Garrett Grist for Junior 3 Racing. That was decent. Oh, the leader gets caught up behind Rexy. That was a monster moment for Conor De Phillippi as he went past the AO Motorsport green car, went to the right-hand side, coming out of turn 6 into 7, and then had to chop right across to the left. And was very lucky to hold on to that.
Yeah.
That could have been a disaster right there.
All sorts of cars and all sorts of classes he's got to get past at the moment. He's got the number 33 Sean Creech Motorsports car shooting 7th place in LMP3. A whole bunch of GTD cars. He had to back off there going into the final corner. That's going to cost him momentum. Jaminet, by contrast, had a nice clean run through that corner. But he has got four cars to pass before as he goes down to turn 1, gets past 2 of them. Just a couple of GTDs now between himself and the leader. He goes past 1, goes past the second one.
Wow. Now we're on. It is on. As Lee Diffie, I'm sure, is seeing roundabout now on USA. Nothing between the two leaders. There's one car. No, there's not. There's no cars between the two leaders into the inner loop. Now the Turner Motorsport, the Macintosh machine, has to be dealt with quickly. 2 BMW side by side. Nice move by Conor De Phillippi. Got to the inside, used the banking, and he's got one car between them, one car cover, but traffic ahead. And here comes Jaminet. Jaminet will steam past the Turner BMW. He's got his prey in sight. Target acquired for Mathieu Jaminet in the 963.
And he's had the luck of the traffic the last lap or 2, but things could change just as quickly the other way. There goes De Phillippi. He doesn't quite get past the last one, which
The
is
Pfaff Porsche. Now he does.
Cost him a lot of momentum there.
And here comes Jaminet. He's got to do the same thing. To the right, to the left. Oh, gets caught behind the Aston Martin. He'll dive past these two before we get into turn 10. Goes down the inside, the left-hand side, now turns into turn 10. Again, nothing between the front 2 cars. Through the final corner, highly banked. Jaminet leaning on it, goes all the way out to the wall. Across the line, 13 minutes to go. What's the gap? 1.3 seconds. Are you entertained? That's all I'm saying. Are you entertained? This is after 5 hours and 16 minutes.
Yeah. What a race this has been. Absolutely sensational motor race.
Now they're hitting the traffic, Jeremy, at roughly the same time because there's no gaps between them. And there's actually quite a bit of free space now to the Wright Motorsport Porsche number 16, which is just going into turn 6 now. In GTD Pro, we'll skip back to that because there are other battles going on. Coming out the final corner now, the first 2 are separated by maybe 4 cars lengths. Maybe 4 cars lengths. That's about all. They're being passed at the moment by Mike Rockenfeller, who'll finish the race for JDC Miller Motorsports. They're still sitting in 5th. Let's not forget Tom Blomqvist and Maishank Racing, the number 60 and 4th. They've dropped away. Their no tyre stop at the last stop did not work for them. I think that's fair to say that. They've dropped 10 seconds to Pipo Derani.
Yeah.
Derani, though, himself is 12 seconds away now from Mathieu Jaminet.
He's falling back, he's lost 10 seconds in the last 15 laps as Pipo Derani to Mathieu Jaminet.
Jaminet, the man on the move.
Ferrari right on the tail of the Lexus going through the inner loop.
Meantime, in LMP2, Ben Hanley has a 6.5 second lead. Crowd strike by APR to Era. That's not over. Again, that's one slip, one missed braking point. Felipe Fraga for Riley 74, Junior 3, Garrett Grist. That's 8.5 seconds. A little less scary, but not much.
No, 1 minute 33.6 there for Conor De Filippi, the race leader.
Needed it.
To the 133.9 for Jaminet. He did indeed. That'll settle the nerves a little bit, I think, if he's feeling it. 11 minutes now on the clock.
Number 54 will be the next car that the lead battle in the overall comes to. And that is the MLT Motorsports car. They're not long out of the pits. They've just made a pit stop, actually, last time around. There's cars between the GTD leaders, the yellow and black number 14 Lexus, and the dark, almost blood red Ferrari 296. I just see loads of old 1960s Ferraris queues in that car, particularly from the rear three-quarter view. I said earlier in the week, I'm not a mid-engine Ferrari fan, never really have been. Every time down into turn one, that Lexus is on the rev limiter for quite some time, and the Ferrari is closed up through the S's, climbing through to the top of the hill. No quarter asked or given here. There's a chance here, and Hawksworth knows that he stays right across to the right-hand side. He's going to make the Ferrari go around the left, around the long way, pulls back into the middle of the road for the braking area. He'll have to be careful doing that, particularly if the Ferraris move first. Can't move in response to what's going on behind you. Traffic coming up. That looks like the Tower Motorsport car. It is. Coming down the inside. Now, the Ferrari will not want to let him go there. He's pushing him offline, and that is a disaster for the 296 and Daniel Serra.
Up at the front, meanwhile, 133.6 last time for De Filippi, 133.5 for Matthew Jaminet. The other two, Pieper Durrani and Don Blomqvist, into 36s.
Class of the field, the BMW and the Porsche, the German marks coming back to the front of the field, and that is the battle for the lead coming through turn number 8 and turn 7 into turn 8. Sorry, got that the wrong way round. My brain is a bit fried at the moment.
There's only about 10 or 12 car lengths between them.
Yeah, that's barely 3. And the AWA number 13's gone off in turn 1. Drama at the first corner, right in front of the GTD leaders. Now, can that car regain? He pulls out. Here come the leaders down the front straight. They'll be right there in a second. That could have been really nasty. And that was Matt Bell in 4th position. Very unusual for Matthew Bell, the lanky Geordie, man from Newcastle originally in the northeast of England. Very unusual for him to make a mistake. The leaders through there now. 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go of this. That's what? It's probably 6 laps, isn't it?
No,
5.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Both cars clear
yeah.
traffic through the inner loop. It's under a second now. 0.8 of a second. We think probably 5 laps to go, maybe 4. It will depend. Flash of the lights now by Mathieu Jaminet to the overall leader of the race. Meantime, in GTD Pro, at the toe of the boot, turn 7, the Ferrari again is right there, but again there's prototype traffic, and that is the CrowdStrike car going through. The 04 hasn't really upset the apple cart there. Era Motorsport still 5.5 seconds back from Ben Hanley and that CrowdStrike Racing by APR. What a couple of weeks for them if they can pull this off. Stuart and Sam Cox for Algarve Pro Racing winning their class at Le Mans, and then the 6 hours here. This is as close as it's been, and this is the battle for GTD Pro that the overall leaders are with. Daniel Serra has to have his wits about him here. Here comes the Porsche round the outside. There was half a chance there, and he'll get a really good run onto the front straight. There's an opportunity for a bit of drafting here from Jaminet here, but the BMW punches off the final corner really well.
He gave himself a little bit of space through the corner, did Philippe? He judged that
smart.
Absolutely beautifully and got a good, he wasn't really held up on the exit at all. But going through the S's,
oh, this time Chamonix doesn't get the best of the traffic, and all of a sudden it's out to 10, 12, 15 car lengths again. Was there half a chance, a quarter of a chance maybe coming to the final corner? But Chamonix is closing in, under-braking quite significantly into the inner loop area. That's his part of the circuit, from the inner loop round to the end of the lap, but it seems the BMW punches out the final corner really well and gets down through the front straight in the first S's. Now, 3 cars wide on the track. The leader's got nowhere to go. Here comes Chamonix. He'll have to pick a side. Left, right. He can't go through the middle. He's got alongside. They're side by side for the lead, and Chamonix's got the lead. He's got the lead for a moment. He's got the leads and kept the lead. Extraordinary stuff. A roadblock in front of Conor de Philippi. He had no choices. That was the GTD leader that they were going by, and with 5.5 minutes to go, Porsche Penske Motorsports are ahead in the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. Traffic, our #1 Porsche key to the race, has worked in the favour of Porsche, and a mistake by de Philippi miles off the track, at turn 10.
Yeah.
And he's got dirt and rubbish on his tyres now, and that's it. It's over. De Philippi is weaving left and right. He knows he's made a mistake, outbrakes himself into turn 1 and locks it up. He's got all kind of clag on the tyres there. He was really off into the marbles. It was all down to the traffic jam ahead of Conor de Philippi. Nothing he could do unless he had a snowplow or a battering ram. It was the leader in GTD that was being passed by 2 of the prototypes. A really smart move as they went either side of the GTD leader. Didn't know what to do. Steer straight, steer straight. And I think Philippi was on the grass for a moment, and Chamonix needed no second invitation. Got his foot in the door, and then through he went. And with 4 minutes to go, there's still another battle in another Pro class. This is for the lead in GTD Pro, and it's between Lexus, the yellow and black car, and the Ferrari, which is, of course, as it's Giuseppe Risi's car, dark red. Through comes Pipo Derani. Oh, there's an off! It's the Turner BMW, the Macintosh car. Coming out of turn 10 into 11, the race will finish under yellow unless that car can move. Porsche are going to win. Porsche are going to win this race if that car can't move. Incident. It is a full course yellow. It is a full course yellow. We started on the first lap with a full course yellow, and it looks like we will finish under full course yellow. Oh my goodness. Mathieu Chamonix could not have left it any later. He would not have known what was going to happen. The penultimate green flag lap, and it was the pass. The good news is that out of the 96 car, now was there another vehicle involved? Oh my God, it's been over. My goodness me. So the car had actually been on its roof for the 95. Bill Oberlin has got out on his own. My goodness me. Well, Bill Oberlin is talking to the officials there. Bill Oberlin doesn't do small crashes in BMWs. How did it start? He was on his own, and I think he's hooked the curb and flipped the car over, and we're seeing the bottom of the BMW, which we don't normally see.
Nor do we want to see.
Well,
that was bizarre.
That's an odd one. I wonder if something broke on that car. Maybe the right rear suspension. Now, it was deranged, but of course that could have been effect as much as cause. Bill Oberlin out of the car under his own steam and able to get out. My goodness me. That was a violent incident. These cars built with the FIA roll cages, of course, in GT3. Safety is never compromised. Well, we started with drama and Augusto Farfus in the wall between turns 1 and 2. We've ended under yellow with no less drama. Turner BMW, who was celebrating wildly yesterday, a 1-2 in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, seeing one of their cars upside down and rolling over. And Roger Penske will see the second victory for Porsche Penske Motorsport. After a disappointing Le Mans, Porsche have bounced back here at Watkins Glen. Mixed fortune for the team, with the number 7 car once again having to go behind the wall for lengthy repairs on the hybrid system, and that will be a continuing worry. But it's the 6 again, Mathieu Jaminet and Nick Tandy, once again, who bring home the trophy back in Bedfordshire. I know that Felix had stayed up. Felix, your dad's won. You can give him a bit of a cheer now at home, son.
Just wait a couple of seconds, but unless something really bizarre happens.
Well, they can't be short of fuel, surely. It will be CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Ben Handley will take that car to the end that he shared with George Kurtz. And that's been a great run for those guys. Nolan Siegel, of course, the third driver there. The white flag is out. Too. That's a great drive for those guys. Yeah. BDO, moment of the no strategy. Well, surely it's got to be between the BMW and the Porsche. Jeremy and Shea.
BMW for me.
BMW came from further back. Shea Adam, from your point of view, BDO, no strategy. Any
GTP.
Of the classes?
Oh, any of the classes.
Any of the classes?
I'll go for the BMW for GTP. Paul Miller going from 20th to 2nd.
Only one for the whole. So which one? 20th to 2nd is pretty good. I like that.
20th to 2nd, I mean, that stands out.
Right.
All right, Porsche's going over the pit wall, so I'm going to have to keep stalking Nick.
Weekend.
Yeah. What? So, Jeremy, you saying the BMW over the Porsche?
Yes.
Right. CrowdStrike did well. I've got a casting vote here, looking through who's done a good job. Well done to Gradient. Catherine Legg coming up through the field. They were up to 3rd at one place. They're going to finish 5th.
Tell you what, Jan
as well.
Halen, that Wright Motorsports Porsche. The Porsches have been struggling this weekend.
Correct.
In GTD. That's a heck of an effort by Wright
Only
Motorsports
their
to get that
second podium in GT3 this year. So at Watkins Glen as well.
Yeah.
That goes all the way back to 2016. It is going to have to go to a tie break then, because we've all nominated different people. Don't forget, hashtag Michelin PRT. BDO Nose Strategy Award is going to the 25 BMW M Hybrid V8 team. Couldn't hold on for the victory, but they put themselves in there with a shout. The cars have been quick all weekend at the front of the field. There's definitely been a step up, but they owned the last third of the race. Porsche have pipped them at the end. They've followed them around. My goodness, what a race it's been. But the 25 BMW squad then taking the BDO No Strategy Award, and they will get the big trophy. And just got the thumbs up from Felix back in Bedfordshire. He's been allowed to stay up to see his dad's car win the last time he was there on the wall at on the bleachers rather at Long Beach. Other class winners, Jack Hawksworth and the rest of the team of Vassar Sullivan, number 14, and it is going to be a double win for Lexus. Very unusual that, 2 different classes, with the 22nd place number 12 car taking GTD. And well done to Riley, the 74 orange and blue machine, for taking LMP3. Shea Adam is on the wall with Porsche. It's their second win, and after a fairly glum Le Mans 24 hours, they've come back. The next endurance classic was here at the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen, and they've won it on the second to last green flag lap. The VP Racing checkered flag falls for the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen 2023 to Porsche.
That's about all the music that you need to hear to know how happy Porsche Penske Motorsport are. Their second win in 5 races so far this season. They came in as the points leader, and that's only going to be extended for Nick Tandy and Mathieu Jaminet. All the celebration at the pit wall as Lexus is partying just about 10 feet further down from us. Nick, you've won this race before. You did it in 2019. Now you're an overall winner. Your son Felix is watching. I know that you want to say hi to him. Yep. Give us the thumbs up back at home. What's it feel like to win this great race overall?
What's a race, you know? What a drive at the end by Mathieu again, you know? The guy is on fire and the team just working so well here. Mega, just mega. It was hard work, but yeah, I'm glad my boy got to see me win another one, and I'll come and bring the trophy home to him soon. Okay.
And now it's time for him to go to bed, right?
Yeah.
All right, Felix, now you've heard it from your dad. Congrats, Nick.
Sitting up watching it on his laptop. Young Felix Tandy, double thumbs up. He's already sent me the picture. Let's go to a double party. We saw it yesterday for Turner BMW. Today, it's Vassar Sullivan Lexus. 2 class victories, GTD and GTD Pro.
And Ben Barnicat, this place last year, 1 step from being on the podium. Well, now you're on the top step, and it doesn't get any better because for the Vassar Sullivan crew, having the Lexus people here for you, you got 2 wins.
Yeah, you know, we got some seriously important Lexus individuals with us this weekend, and to go and get a double win like that in front of them, you know, we couldn't have dreamt of anything more. You know, I'm so lucky and fortunate to be a part of this Lexus race and Vassar Sullivan team. You know, I get a bit emotional, you know, like obviously it didn't quite work out for us really. I had a big lead, and then Jack got the drive-through penalty for speeding the pits, but that's why I love driving with him. He's in my eyes the best guy here, and there's no one else I'd rather drive with. And for him to get that win back for us today, and this win for the organisation is phenomenal, and just what we needed for the championship. I'm just so happy.
You should be emotional. That you just won the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen. Not very many people have that on their resume. Now, looking forward, you mentioned the championship. You came in as the points leaders. You're only extending that. What is the secret that's keeping this momentum going?
I'd have to say family. You know, we're one big unit. Everyone knows their role on the team, and we just keep on doing what we do week in, week out. And the 12 guys have deserved that for so long, that win. I'm so happy for them to see that. And, you know, on our side, on the 14, we've just kept on killing it. And here we are, winners, extended the championship lead, and we're just got to keep doing what we're doing all the way through to the end and see it out.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, it's a bit of a run down to the victory circle, so I'll give you a head start. Ben, congratulations.
Thanks, Shay. Thank you.
And you want to talk about consistency? That's 11 podiums in a row for that duo. Of course, Jack missed some of the races last year. They didn't finish on the podium without him. But you know what? They've done it again. And here I've got Frankie Montecalvo. Frankie, it's been a long time since your last win, Road America 2020. Is there anything better than getting it done here at the 6 Hours?
No, it feels amazing. I mean, the 12 car's been in contention for seasons now. We've just had the worst luck from leading races to getting taken out a couple laps from the end. So it feels great to do it, and to do it with our sister car, you know, in both classes. I really hats off to the team. The cars have been great, rolled off the truck fast. So I'm speechless. I'm just so happy to finally get this win again.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that's an extraordinary race, and I'm almost left speechless by that, because frankly, if you'd written that as a script, it would have been turned down as being unrealistic. We were talking about this in racing movies last night at dinner. You start with a yellow flag, you end up with one of the most experienced drivers rolling his car at the end of the race to bring out a yellow flag. I think that the race was won, if I'm honest, by the pass from Jaminet, but then I think more importantly, when Connor had gone wide at turn 10, he clearly had a lot to pick up there. There was bits as big as tennis balls out there, and he was trying to clean off the tyres down the front straight, but he locked it up again going into turn 1, so I'm not sure he would have been able to fight back. But my goodness me, the bits in the middle were fairly enthralling as well, Jeremy.
Fabulous motor race, absolutely superb motor race. I mean, that was anybody would deserve that victory. Great to see 4 different manufacturers leading the race, all 4 finishing on the lead lap. certainly interesting how the number 31 car faded towards the end, and the number 60 car. Didn't expect that, to be honest.
Didn't take tyres, the 60 car. And we maybe discussed that in Michelin post-race tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. We'll hand the PA back to our colleagues shortly. But that was an interesting one. They did fade at the end. And I think we'll find out later probably which tyres people were taking and how they'd work them. But quite clearly, Porsche and BMW did what they needed to do. We said the BMW, Jeremy, had a step forward. They looked good all weekend, and they're very nearly converted there. Very nearly is not a win, but surely they've got to be taking something out of this and saying, wow, what a step forward we've made.
They'll take a huge amount of this. I mean, that was a tremendous run for them. Yeah, it'd be heartbreaking to get so close and not get the win. But look, this is the first track they've tested at before they're able to come to, other than Daytona, of course. But they learned so much about the car during the test here. They came here and they applied that. That's the key here. They applied all the knowledge they'd gained.
Tested with all 3 drivers as well. Yeah, that was the other key point.
Yeah, exactly right.
Not as if somebody's got to jump in and not know the track.
Right.
As well. So that, I think that was the key.
Yeah,
it was
preparation.
Really
cool.
proper preparation for the BMWs, and that was quite. I mean, it was absolutely stunning for both drivers. Sorry, not all 3 drivers. For both drivers, tested here, Conor De Filippi and Nick Yellow.
All 4 drivers, both cars.
Yes, correct.
And the other
all
car was just really
well.
unlucky. Such a shame for them.
2 bullets in the gun might have worked even a little bit better. He could have split strategy. You never know how that is going to work. Let's get back to Shea Adam, who's trying to find some more victims for us in terms of our other class winners.
I found our P3 winners. Gar Robinson, we talked before the start of this race about the fact that you have an incredible record at this race. You've only extended it a little bit further. And now, all of a sudden, you're a 3-time winner of the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen.
Yeah. I like to, I mean, it's all of them. So we're, I don't even know. I think I'm going back to the Daytona time. I don't even know what to say. It's, this was the hardest one, I think, out of all of them. Everyone was on a fuel strategy mode, and we just had to keep pushing to the finish. We had numbers that we had to meet, and Felipe and Josh did an awesome job. I think Felipe had the coolest, one of the coolest passes of the race this week or today, and he even after he got done with it, he radioed in and he goes bye. Like we all cracked up in the motorhome. But no, it's I can't be more proud to be a part of this team and for these guys. This is one of my favorite events, and I'm sad to say that there won't be any more in LMP3, but we do have all of them in LMP3, so we're more than excited, and we're definitely probably have some celebrating to do at Seneca. So
that sounds appropriate. And hey, next year you get to come back and just try and win in P2.
That's the plan.
Congrats, Gar.
Thanks, Jay.
I never want to hear drivers apologise for being emotional and finding it difficult to talk after winning a big race, Jeremy. Whether they're pro drivers or non-pro drivers, I want to hear that it means something to them. And everybody we've spoken to so far, even the highly professional Nick Tandy, there was a little wobble in his voice there when he was talking about bringing the trophy home to Felix, who shouldn't be listening now, Felix. So if you are, you should be in bed, please. We only need CrowdStrike now, and the APR team. What a couple of weeks it's been for them. A win at Le Mans in the LMP2 AM class and wrapping up the LMP2 victory here in 7th position overall. Jeremy?
Beg pardon? I have whatever points.
Right. We'll do that in post-race tech as soon as we've heard from George Kurtz from CrowdStrike. What a couple of weeks for the man who's been, well, we talked about it at Le Mans, Shea. We said it's taken him 10 years to be an overnight sensation.
Exactly. Yeah, you're an overnight sensation, but it's been a little while coming. George, your last victory was the 12 Hours of Sebring. Now you've got a victory at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen, so you got to keep knocking out these endurance races. And Le Mans a couple weeks ago too. How's it feel to be a 6-hour winner?
You know, I can check it off the list. It was a fantastic race. The CrowdStrike APR guys gave us a great car. Team did a fantastic job, no mistakes. And it's been one heck of a month.
Let's keep this momentum rolling going forward, though. We still have some big races for you to win in IMSA.
We do, and that's the goal, is to knock out as many big races. I didn't think I was going to be able to do all of them this year, but it looks like that's going to happen, and I couldn't be more excited.
We look forward to seeing you back. Great points in the championship, too.
There we go. Thanks so much.
Points of the championship and more interviews, some of your questions as well. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Thanks for being with us wherever you've been watching and listening. XM202 in North America, RS2 part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and of course on Viaplay Extra and Viaplay Extra in the UK and Viaplay across Europe. 2 weeks time we'll be back for Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Jeremy Shea and myself, and we'll be taking you through all the action. Stay tuned on RS2 for Michelin Post Race Tech. That comes up next, live from Watkins Glen. What a weekend. What a sailing 6 hours of the Glen.